how it just to me it's just like I can't believe that people like myself and then people like that are so vastly like so much different. Where it's like that type of stuff is like interests me. I want to know the truth. I want to know why
Yeah, I
why
know.
why would they lie? You know, why do they need to lie all about all this? And so, but you know, people are like, well, really know why they would go through all these great lengths to lie about this unless you're at the top, unless you know.
You
So
gotta, bro. You gotta figure out who's lying first. Who?
yeah, that's what I'm
If you
saying.
don't
Well,
know
yeah,
who, if you don't know who has to be lying, well, I mean, you can narrow it down. Like who
true. Yeah,
has to be lying? 100% would have to be lying.
yeah.
Okay,
That's
so
what we're saying.
we can start with Apollo astronauts. They have to be lying. Those
Oh
people,
yeah, yeah.
because they said they saw the Earth in its entirety as a ball. So they have to
But
be lying. After that, it becomes iffy because most of the people after that, they're believers, right? So ISS astronauts, well, they wouldn't see the Earth as a ball. They would only see 3% of the surface of the Earth. So it doesn't matter what they say. They're
right,
believers.
but at the same time, you know, these they may know bits and pieces of the truth, right? But a lot of these people are just paid. They're willing to take the money to just say whatever to live, you know, in riches. You know, they're just paid off. So yeah, you could say these people definitely
But
know
they don't
the
know.
truth.
Yeah, they don't know and they believe it's a ball. So they'll sit there and say, yeah, Earth's a ball. If someone comes in this chat right now and says Earth's a ball, they're not lying. They're
No,
just
but I'm talking
wrong,
about
right?
the
They're just
say the
simply wrong.
I'm talking about the like say the astronauts that you're saying like the Challenger, the people that are on the ISS or whatever. The like it's true, right? That they
I mean,
know.
they wouldn't
Yeah,
know though. Even on the ISS, they wouldn't be able to tell from there. It's not
no,
high
true
enough.
because it's in a fucking probably in a pool or whatever somewhere. But I'm just saying like.
Well, it's not
I'm,
high enough. Even if they were at 300 or 400 kilometers up, that's not high enough. You'd only see 3% of the Earth from that elevation. A lot of
right.
people don't realize that the International Space Station is not that high.
Right.
3%
But
of the Earth. Think about that. You see 3% of the Earth. You think you can say what it is? I mean, come
no,
on.
but what I'm saying is that these people they're paid off, so they don't really they either do know, which they have to have an idea, right? Because why would they be getting paid off to lie about, you know, being in space and seeing the Earth as a ball, right? So you can come up to the conclusion of like if I'm that person, I'm like, okay, well they're paying me to say that it's this, so that probably more than likely means that it's not that, but they want me to tell people that. So they're just paid off, but they don't actually know like who the people at the top of the pyramid, you know, analogy if you want to use like how we were talking earlier. I don't know
Yeah, but
if you
in
missed
what
it or not.
India, yeah, what India is trying to say is, yeah, that, and I was going to mention this when you were talking earlier, that it seems like you think there has to be a large number of people in on this globe conspiracy, this conspiracy to try to get people to believe that they live on a globe. But in reality, it would be a small number, and then the other people would just be repeating. And even the people who are on the ISS would just be told, oh, you're not high enough to actually see the curve. So they're just looking out, at the flat horizon, and they're just not even thinking that hard about it because they clearly look for people for these so-called astronauts positions that are not real heavy in the analytical thinking. I mean, that's real obvious when you see
Well,
any of
they
their
are
interviews. They're
also
just looking for people who are willing to, spray their hair and look cute, and talk
that's what I
about
mean though. But like
drinking
if you
poop
say
or whatever.
you're that
So
say you're those
so that's what
astronauts.
he's trying to say. So when you talk about the elite, I was just going to tell you, what do you think about this, Noki? You call them the elite. You said, I don't know what to call them. I think, how they sometimes say the deep state? I call them the shallow state. That's what they are. They're real shallow. There's not that many of them. And they want everyone to keep thinking in a shallow way. They're very shallow. They want the whole world to be shallow and not to think about anything too deeply, just like Says Who was telling you. They want you to just kind of stay in that Stockholm syndrome zombie state, but there's not that many of them. They're not that deep, and they're the shallow state. That's what they are. And the rest of them are just repeating what they're told. And like you said, they're getting paid, so they don't ask too many questions. They're getting a good paycheck. Even if it sometimes late at night occurs to me, maybe we're committing fraud on the American people, and raking in millions of dollars a day and taking food out of the mouth of children for a fraud. But I don't want to think too hard about that because I really like my cushy job and I love all the free hairspray I get every day. So yeah, I don't think they're thinking too hard there and up in the ISS.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, obviously, I guess it depends on how you define a lot of people. Obviously, there has to be, like I said, in my opinion, a lot of people involved. I wouldn't say like all of NASA or all that. Like I wouldn't say that at all. I would say like I don't know how many there are, but obviously there's quite a bit, right? Because I mean, uh, these families or whatever bloodlines or whoever it is, the people at the top. There's obviously not just one or two or 10 people that just know the truth and are just.
Oh, you mean the shallow state that's at the bottom? Yeah, they're not at the top. They're at the bottom. They are the dregs, the lowest of the low, the people who suck off of the energy of all the good people of the world. They're parasites. They're the lowest of the low. So that's what you're talking about, the low people,
Yeah,
the shallow
I'd like to expose
people.
those people.
Yeah,
I'd like to
yeah.
expose them.
Okay, well, let us know how it goes. Let us know when you get their names. I'll
Yeah,
send them a anti-Christmas card.
yeah. Yeah, it's funny you say a Christmas card. Like I've gone down the rabbit holes of like, all the like the pagan holidays and how like the old religions and how they're all interconnected and all that. That's a whole nother rabbit hole. But
I mean, you're on the right track, Noki. I would say just don't try not to get overwhelmed and just try to just, I mean, whatever you're going to do in your life, I mean, like we talked about earlier, you're just doing it on a flat earth. If you just stay connected to reality and the day-to-day moment and the people around you and actual human connection and, live your life to the fullest, then you'd be going against what the shallow state wants you to do because they would like you to, plug all your energy into their little fantasy world and they'd like you to ridicule anyone who goes against what is broadcast on the Today Show and so on. So anytime you're not doing that, anytime you're trying to live life to the fullest and, trying to find out more about reality and trying to live on this realm as you were intended and born to do, then that's you. That's very powerful. Like just one person doing that is very powerful because as you've seen, most people aren't even willing to begin to do that. They just like says who mentioned they just want to do what's convenient, what's easy for them, just live this very kind of low energy life, not stick their head up too far so they don't get pounded down and so on. So yeah, I mean, I think you're on the right track and
like, what is the mission then, right? I mean, like, I'm sure this Discord, this group of people, it would be to wake up the entire world to the idea that the Earth is actually flat, right? But I mean, as I was talking with Yaga, that seems futile, right? I mean, it's never going to happen because even if NASA came out tomorrow and said, "Hey guys, we've been pulling your leg and it's actually flat," so then people would reject it anyway. So then it's like, is this like are we here just to protect each other's sanity? We're like, hey, I'm not crazy, right? And you're like, no, you're not crazy. I see the same thing. But like, if at the end of the day, if we can't actually,
I never once thought I was crazy about this at all, ever, for even 2 seconds. The people that think that it's not flat are the crazy ones. Think about it. They see the Earth that looks flat and they go, nah, it's not. That's my imagination. That's an illusion. I can't trust my eyes. That's bullshit.
well, that's what they get.
That's
with, like,
the crazy
the whole
people.
deniability, right? That they get them with, hey, it's so big.
Yeah, but that's fine. But you're still going with, I can't trust my own eyes.
No. So that's not.
I know. Listen. I understand what you're saying. I understand. Yeah, they have an excuse on why it looks flat, but it's not flat. But you're starting your observation with, I don't trust my observation.
No, I'm saying I'm acknowledging that my observation is limited to my own perspectives, which is very small.
Well, we know that, but you have to.
If someone like, imagine it this way: If someone put a
You
gun
have
to your
to
head and
approach it
said,
from doubt, but you don't understand. You have to approach it from doubt that what you're seeing is not the way it is. You're starting from, I can't believe what I'm seeing. I have to investigate if what I'm seeing is actually real. You're starting from doubt. Do you understand that?
no, I understand
That's
that. Yeah.
crazy, dude. That's insane. That like you're looking at the world and you're like, oh, maybe that's not real. That's pretty fucking crazy.
No, I'm looking at it from maybe you missed it. Is
When I
I don't
say
really
you, I don't
believe.
mean specifically you. I mean you in
Yeah,
the royal you.
like believing it one way or the other
It's
is
not a
like,
belief. But the thing is, if you look at the earth and it looks flat, you don't believe that. You just see it that way. That's not a belief. It's just the way it looks. The belief is when you go, well, it just looks that way, and it's actually something else besides what it looks like. You know, the Globers say, hey, dude, a giant globe looks flat. Okay, want to know what also looks flat? Flat things. Flat things look
well,
flat.
so if I were to ask you to draw me a picture of what the Earth actually looks like, what
I'd
would you
ask you
draw?
from where?
From if you
From
could
what perspective? When I
hypothetically,
say from where, from what perspective?
yeah, if you could hypothetically like fly above like an extreme far distance where you could see the entire thing and fly,
I don't
observe
think
it from every angle.
I don't think
And
the Earth is an object that you can
well,
see
see,
the entirety. It's not an object like the you can hold in your hand. You know that if
and
you're a giant, that you could hold the Earth in your hand and look at it from some third person point of view. I don't believe that that is possible.
and I kind of agree with you, right? So, but that's what I'm saying is that if I were to ask you to do, you're confident on that it's flat, and
But what you're asking me to do is something that's it's very speculative and conjecture, right? If you could go away from the Earth, which no one's ever done, and hold it in your hand, what would it look like from some external point of view? But you, nor anybody you know, nor anyone they know, have ever actually seen the Earth from that point of view.
Yeah,
And
so why would I
they
subscribe to an exact shape of the Earth then, right? But like I said, we
why
can
would
make the
you
measure.
think of it as an object? Why would you think of it as an object at all? Like an object that you have in your house? Why would you think of the Earth that way? Like
Well,
you don't think wait, let me ask you this. When you think of the universe and I say, hey bro, what's the universe look like if you're really, really far away?
well, I mean, technically, nothing would really exist outside of a universe, right? So,
Exactly. Bingo. Bingo. Nothing exists outside the earth. There's no such thing as outside. There is no outside. You cannot leave here except in death.
yeah, and
That's a
I'm
scary
not
proposition for
disagreeing.
some people. They want to think they can fly away to some man-made heaven called outer space, but it ain't never going to happen.
Yeah, and I agree, and I'm not disagreeing with you there, but I'm just saying.
But I want to get to your main point though. Like,
Yeah.
why are we here? What are we doing? Like, why are we doing this? Look, it is futile to try to force people into the earth is flat. They already see it every day as flat and motionless. We're trying to convince them to believe reality, right? That they can
Yeah.
trust their own eyes. That's not the problem. They already decided that they don't want to trust their own eyes subconsciously, normally not consciously, but mostly subconsciously. The globe earth is like an identity for them. They identify with the idea, right? That, oh, we're sophisticated, technologically advanced human beings. We're flying around on rockets. Pretty soon we're going to be hanging out with aliens. Like this is an identity. Like I'm in this generation of mankind that has all these achievements, and they identify with that. It's an identity.
Yeah. I guess
Right.
maybe I should have asked
To
you
take
then.
that away from somebody, you're stripping their identity. Okay, that isn't like impossible. We're not going to be able to do that. So all we try to do mostly is illustrate to them that they actually don't know the Earth's a globe, that they just believe it. Just that is hard. Just to even go, hey, bro, what's your primary evidence the Earth is a globe? Well, NASA. No, bro, I said primary. Like, what evidence do you have? I don't know. Yeah, it is a belief. After a while, they always admit that yes, it is a belief. I don't know it's a globe, but I do believe it's a globe. And usually it's just based upon the pictures, right? The space pics. I saw the space pics. I believe in them, and I believe the claims of the people that say they took them. So Earth is a globe because of that, and that's the foundation for their entire worldview. Now, that to me is like the achievement. Like that's like if I get that far, I'm happy because at least they realize that it's a belief. And once they realize it's a belief, then maybe on their own they'll inquire into why they believe that. You understand? Like we're not gonna flat earth isn't on this computer screen and it isn't in Discord and it isn't on the internet. It's outside. You have to go out into reality and do the test yourself. We're like we don't ask people to go, oh, don't believe NASA, believe us. People think that that's like what we're doing here. Like we're not telling anybody to believe us. We're saying, hey, go out there, go outside, go do the tests to test whether their claims that they claim that the Earth's a globe. Go see if it's out there in nature. And if it's not, then, well, there you go. It's not out there because it's not a globe.
I was thinking that too. Like, I was thinking, Noki, when you were talking about that earlier, proving it or not proving it, like, if you've ever thought about going to do your own long distance observations, or if you understand how to do those, or if you have any large body of water near you where you could do one of those. Have you ever thought about doing that?
Yeah, and I have, yeah. I live in Michigan. Yeah.
Oh, you live in Michigan, so do I.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
So have you done it?
What's that?
Have you done a long distance observation?
So my friend has used I've been with my friend, so he's kind of the one that kind of led me towards this, or he's really big into like using drones and stuff. And so he was kind of confiding to me that like some of the observations that he was coming across, and that's when he kind of jumped into it and then kind of brought me into it. It led me, gave me the curiosity to look into it. So I have not used my own, but like my friend who I've known like all my life has done them. So, and he showed me like footage and stuff that he has used with his drone.
Nice.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean that's the kind of even though it's possible intellectually to come to the rational conclusion based on the evidence of thousands and thousands of long distance observations, as well as the absence of any testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence of curvature or a globe or rotation or motion of any kind, you can easily, I mean, I shouldn't say easily, but you can come to the conclusion that there is no globe. But in terms of like pounding it kind of into your brain and your worldview and kind of like making that shift, a lot of people have found that it's helpful to make their own observations. For example, the Chicago observation across Lake Michigan's a fairly common sight. You get a chance to go down there. So, Warren Dunes is a good place to do it. This summer, you could maybe make a road trip over there, and it's pretty common. If you go camping, that's what I did with my kids. I went camping in 2020, so I could be there for several days to get there, because it's not there every day. For obvious reasons, atmospheric conditions, of course, it should never be there. So even if it's there one time, it destroys the globe. So, I mean, that's just if you're in Michigan, that's like one that you could possibly go and see sometime.
Yeah. And I should have like clarified too with Indio when he was describing the Earth or what, because me and him, I have very similar beliefs to him. Is that it doesn't necessarily have a shape, but there are some flat earthers, whatever, that believe it does have like an actual shape, like other than the sphere, obviously, that it's like a
yeah.
I know that's usually.
I've never met one.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I've never met one, but I've seen, there's obviously people like on YouTube or whatever that have that, and I don't know if it's just controlled op or what or like I don't really know, but there are people that believe that actually there's like an actual disc-looking thing, that actually has a shape. So I guess I wasn't really certain what your position was on if it had a shape, and that's why I was asking you if you could hypothetically go out and like see it from like a very wide perspective. But no, I agree with you actually on that. It doesn't necessarily have a shape, or it's almost like a realm.
People get obsessed with that concept of being able to define the flat earth or give it a shape or have a comprehensive map and all those things. Like globers are the ones who are usually obsessed with that. They're the ones who think that because they want just another version of the globe. They just want another thing that will explain everything or that they can imagine explains everything. That's just like an easy little thing that they can get a globe plushie, a globe eraser, a globe crib mobile, and they can do the same thing with flat earth, so it can be all contained and explained, or at least fantasy explained the way they want, just like you're going to go to the Star Trek convention and everything in their little universe is explained and contained. It's a science fiction concept, yeah. So some people have a science fiction view of flat earth, but flat earthers don't have that because we recognize that flat earth is just reality the way it presents itself. It's not a science fiction story. It's real.
Right.
So it doesn't have an end. There's no end to reality, right? Do you think reality has an end?
That's a very philosophical question. I don't know. No, probably not.
Yeah.
Well, this whole topic is a philosophical topic.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I mean, we're talking about existential reality. When someone starts going, "Where's the end of it? Like, where's the end of reality? Like,
where does it start?
yeah. I mean, that question can that even have a meaning? Like being outside the universe. Well, if the universe is defined as encompassing everything, it doesn't make sense to be outside of it. There is no outside, because if you were outside, that would also be the universe. So,
Right. So
yeah, so what
know,
you'll find is, that's, I guess you were kind of talking about these people that you've encountered who you thought were flat earthers who are saying that the flat earth is a disc and so on. I mean, I don't know exactly where you encountered that, but, some of that originally came from the Flat Earth Society. They're the ones with the original false, controlled opposition, flat earth propaganda of the disc flying through space. And then there's just been various variations of that, that have happened over time. But here in this particular Discord server and our outpost, the 24/7 Flat Earth, we do not agree with that. We do not agree with any kind of model of the flat Earth or map of the flat Earth. The Earth is just, as we experience it in reality.
That's fair.
And we don't have to have an answer to every little thing. I mean, if you hang around here and you came in, you told me you've been listening on, did you say on Rumble or something?
Yeah.
You've been listening to the live stream? Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, so you've probably heard the Globers come in and they're like, where's your Earth was flat, it would do this. And they usually come in with some false conception or some cartoon that they've seen of what the flat Earth is, because that's the straw man that's been put out in the mainstream because it's easy to shoot down. And we also would shoot that down. We also would shoot down a disc flying through space because we don't think that the fantasy realm of outer space can exist in the way it's portrayed, with a near vacuum existing next to our air that we breathe, and having that be contained and maintaining the ratios of gas that it does. So we also reject that.
Well, and they think because they have a claim, or they say they have a model, right? But it's just using, they have a sphere model using flat Earth measurements, right? So I mean, like they can say, oh well, we've got this and this and this, and they can kind of point to something. So and they feel like you can't provide the same thing, and they're like what me and India were talking about. They want like a physical. They want barriers, right? Where does it everything start and stop, and where's the limits, and that's where we're kind of like in limbo, right? We don't really know. Like, there's not really a model for flat Earth, and every time they've tried, like the whole, which I still have mixed feelings about the Antarctica thing. The whole, what's the dude's name? They go down there. We got Whitsitt and the other ones that go down there, and they see the whole 24-hour sun, and that kind of like threw a wrench in a lot of people. I guess not the true flat earthers, right? But for a lot of people that were maybe just kind of trying to get into it or understand it and see the positions, that kind of turned a lot of people away from it. And I don't know if that was like kind of the whole point. What's your guys' opinion on that?
Yeah, I don't know what the point was. I guess you'd have to ask them. They hang around here on Discord sometimes, some of them, but here on the 24/7 Discord, we consider that whole escapade to be a great blessing to getting the actual information out there, because it was like a litmus test. If anybody thinks that particular expedition proved anything, then they don't really have a clear understanding of how to debunk the globe. That is what we're doing here. We're debunking the globe. We're demonstrating logically and mathematically that there's no curvature to be found. So anything that some people did or didn't do in Antarctica is irrelevant to the fact that no curvature has ever been measured, that the drop over distance expected is never seen in reality, that it has no bearing on that whatsoever.
Yeah. And if you interrogate them, any Gilbert, then you go, okay, say, I accept there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Now, how does that observation either prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth? They have nothing to say, because they can't say how it does either one. They'll just say, oh, it's impossible on a flat Earth. Okay, show me. Well, how would it work on a flat Earth? Then they ask you to prove that it does work. They try to reverse the burden of proof, but they can't show how it doesn't work. They can't show why it wouldn't work. Do you know why? Because the actual model to even predict the 24-hour sun is on a flat Earth, which is weird.
Yeah,
it's not on a globe. They don't use a globe to make any of those predictions. They just believe that someone's doing a mathematical equations using a sphere and coming up with sunrise and sunsets, but that's not how it works. If you look at any of the formulas, it's all basically you're at the origin you're in the center at the origin of coordinates, and it's assumed to be up from a horizontal plane, right? Because you have an elevation angle to the sun, right? If it's right overhead, it's 90 degrees. That's measured up from a flat plane. That's how the math actually works in reality to make the prediction in the first place. But people think that they're somehow doing these 3D models of globes somewhere. It's not how it works at all.
Yeah. And I was just making the point that they use like flat Earth measurements, but then they just put it onto a globe, right? And so they say, okay, well, this is the model, it's something they can point to. And the whole Antarctica thing was a way to they gunned the whole thing up to where everything was kind of riding on it, right? It was like a do or die type thing where they got everyone involved, or a lot of people. So it was like, if you see the 24-hour sun, then it was globe. But if you didn't, then it was flat, type thing. So,
but that wouldn't even be true,
right? But I'm saying, that's what they wrapped it up as.
Well, no, I mean, I kind of, but they never actually said the second part, right? They never actually said, well, if we don't see a 24-hour sun, then it's a flat Earth. Like, why? How would that prove it's a flat Earth?
Yeah, well, according
think about it. Like, no matter what the sun does, right? Now, let's say instead of seeing a 24-hour sun, they saw it for a 50-hour sun. How would that prove a flat Earth? How would that falsify a globe, right? Because in their model, right, day and night is the spinning Earth. They could always just say, well, the spin of the Earth changed, the orbit changed, right? Nothing the sun did would actually falsify the globe because the sun can do anything, right? It
No, I
would
think they're
falsify the
banking on that
helios.
model, the
It
model
would
of the
falsify
sun going around.
Well, yeah, it would falsify the heliocentric model, but it wouldn't falsify the globe.
No, but I'm
And it's-
saying it falsified their model. They like the flat Earth.
no,
whatever
the
it is.
solar system model is what it would falsify. It couldn't falsify the globe no matter what.
No, but I'm saying the flat Earth model of like the ice wall going all the way around, and that if they
No
went
one
to
believes in that.
right,
No
but
one
I'm just saying there's
Ice wall is
flat
a
Earth-
globar concept that isn't from flat Earth. It comes
right,
from
but I'm
Captain
saying
Cook.
what I'm trying to say is that there's flat Earth. It's like that's what I'm saying. It's like almost like controlled op because there are people who are trying to get into flat Earth or that are looking into it that see there's no curvature in the measurements. They're seeing the videos. They're seeing whatever their own testing and all that, right? And then but they're going to these other so-called flat earthers and they're giving them models of the Antarctic, whatever, going around the entire, and then there's the edge or whatever, or maybe there is an edge. Some of them say there's something outside.
Yeah,
of
why
Antarctica.
do you think people do that? Why do you think people feel compelled to do all that stuff?
It's to shut it down so that way you don't go further looking into it. That's why a lot of people.
I mean, some of it maybe might be controlled up. I think that people promote these things because they feel that they have to replace the globe, right? That they need some image. Like you asked, like, what does the Earth look like? They want a picture of the flat Earth from space. That's what they want. And that's the only thing that's going to satisfy people. I want the same thing NASA has, but I want it to be a flat Earth. That's the only thing because the modern day, we're stuck in imagery.
Well, right? That goes to the point of the people who are just getting into it, right? And the measurements come back flat, right? And there's no curvature and all that. So people assume that, okay, so it must be flat all the way, and eventually it stops. So that's in people's minds that they're trying to do that, like exactly what you just said, is they want that physical model of what NASA has as a sphere, as but that's people just getting into it who don't like. I assumed, ignorantly that was your thought process, or was some of
different cosmology. It's a totally different philosophical. I mean, literally from the very like you said, it's like that's philosophical. You're right. The whole thing is philosophical because the globe idea is based upon. I mean, if you go back to the beginning, right, to the first people that ever said it, Plato, Pythagoras, Copernicus. They said at the time when they wrote about it that the reasons that they thought it was a globe, the reasons were philosophical reasons. They had nothing to do with any scientific reasons. They said it at the time. They just said that the sphere is the most perfect shape, so the Earth must most naturally be a sphere. That was their argument for the Earth being a sphere, including up to Copernicus. So it isn't just like... Do you ever hear of the Copernican principle?
I've heard of the term, yes.
Yeah, so it means that the Earth, it's the philosophical position that the Earth has no unique place in the universe.
Yeah.
That it's not unique. Okay, so people come in and they go, well, what about the other planets? Okay, other planets other than what? Other than Earth. Well, Earth's not a planet. Earth's not a planet. You're dumb. Right? This is stuff we hear.
Yeah, it's because they want to project what they see outside.
Why would you think? But why would you think of it to be a planet in the first place? Well, because of that. Because of that Copernican principle, where Earth is not unique, right? It's just like everything else in the sky. So when you look up in the sky and you see a planet and you go, well, the Earth is like that because Earth's not unique. It's the same as everything else. So you're starting from a philosophical position, and they do not realize that they started from there. That they started from Earth can't. Then they go, what? Well, what's the Earth then? Well, it's the Earth. It's unique. It doesn't have a category. It doesn't go in a category.
No, yeah, right? I agree with you.
We can go in the we can go in the category human. Fido can go in the category dog. Like there's categories for most things. Some things, this particular thing, there's no category because it's unique. There's nothing else like it. And the evidence is, if you actually think about it, is that there is nothing else like the Earth. There's no other place with life. There's no other place with water. There's no other place with people and animals and things and plants and clouds and all the stuff that we enjoy in reality, right? Not even in their paradigm do they say this stuff exists. They say we're in a Goldilocks zone, that we're in a special place. And if in astronomy, they say it looks like we're in the center of the universe. Okay? Everything appears that we are in the center. It's called the cosmological axis of evil. So everything, all the evidence tells us we are unique. But if you take the philosophical position that we are not unique, when you look in the sky, you go, Earth is just like everything else. Earth is like the moon. Earth is like the sun. They come and they go, well, the moon's a sphere. The sun's round. The planets are round. Why isn't the Earth round? Well, because the Earth isn't those things.
Yeah, and I think I don't know if you were here. I think me and Daniel and we briefly talked about that. How the like you said, the Copernican whatever principle.
Yeah.
They want us to believe that we're just like just a speck of dust out there with no really real meaning or.
Exactly. Yeah, I heard that part. Yeah, and all that stems from the Copernican principle. Copernican principle is the foundation. Thus, about 400 years later, that's gone down to people. You know what I mean? It's gone down to the individual level. It's gone from the Earth, but now it's down to you, right? You're just a dirty descendant of a fucking ape, right? That evolved out of the cosmic goo.
Yeah.
You don't mean anything. Whether you live, die, what you did on Earth, it doesn't matter because the sun's just going to blow up in 4.5 billion years anyway, and all traces of your existence are going to be fucking gone. So it doesn't matter what you do. So pay your taxes and don't get beat up by the government and just be a degenerate and stick your dick everywhere, and everything will be great. You'll be happy, and that's all you need.
Yeah, and if you really think about it, it doesn't really make any sense too, because I mean, there's species that are millions and millions and millions, supposedly millions of years older than us, and if we're supposed to like evolve over time, wouldn't stuff that has more time evolve? Like, wouldn't stuff be ahead of us? And like, why are there still monkeys and apes? And wouldn't have they
Good question.
evolved? Like,
yeah, I mean,
there's like goo and like bacteria and shit. Like, we come from goo supposedly, right? And there's bacteria that's supposedly millions and millions and millions and millions of I think I've even read billions of years older than us. So why haven't they evolved to like some super species above us?
Yeah, but the point I mean, all that's true. But the point I was making is like they've taken that original idea where the Earth's not unique and they've drilled down to you're not unique, you're not special, you're just you're just another human, which is just another species, which is just another form of life. You're no different. Your life is no different than an amoeba. You're just the same thing. You're just more complex. I mean, there's a NASA scientist, Michelle Thaler. If anybody's got the clip, that would be great. She says, I think of myself as a complicated rock. That's what she literally said, that I think of myself as a complicated rock. That she is just a bunch of minerals and chemicals and stuff having a chemical reaction. And that's all she is, just a bunch of chemical reactions. She's not even really a person. That's her personage is just a bunch of chemicals that created that emergent property. Like they're that far gone, dude. Like some of these people are just gone.
Well, yeah, and then you got to go down that whole philosophical conversation of like, what consciousness is and all that. And a lot of these scientists will tell you that it's just we're nothing more than just basically just a computer firing neurons. There's no really rhyme or reason. We're just doing things. We don't really have individuality or uniqueness or anything like that. That basically what's his name? What's that guy? I can't remember his name. He's like, we're basically hackable animals that eventually like we're going, and that's where the future is going. Is they want basically to merge man with machine. That's where it's going.
I think I think you're right. They're trying to. I think they're just trying to merge man out of any connection with the spiritual, the mystical, the metaphysical, and just turn us into like naturalist, materialist robots.
Yeah, but basically just cut off from like, I guess whatever your religious stance is like any kind of sense of God, where it's just like you're kind of like almost like where you literally are just become a computer with no really consciousness or free thought or free will or anything. That eventually, like, if you ever just subscribed or adopted that and just like, yeah, chip me, and then eventually like this.
Yeah,
I
well,
don't know.
I've said this before. Like, if there is no God, who is the highest moral authority left? Because if God's gone, there's no God. Who's the highest moral authority?
Yes, man.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
And how are things like, there's nothing new under the sun, as they say, right? And what did they say that all the ancient rulers used to do? That they were God kings, right? That they were
Oh,
like
yeah.
God. And somehow the people now are different. The rulers now, they don't do that. No, they're like, fuck, we're not going to be God kings. We'll just get rid of God and it'll just be us. We don't even
Yeah,
have to pretend to be deities. We'll just get rid of just say, deism. That's just an ancient superstition, and we're more advanced than that because we go to the moon and, yeah, we know better and just do what we say because we're technological wizards that do modern day miracles. That's like the narrative they're selling everybody. It's pretty horrifying,
Oh yeah.
quite honestly.
Oh yeah. The world's going down, man. It's going into a pretty dark place.
Yeah, people are like trying to speed it up, like, it's crazy. But like you're seeing how complicated this topic can be, right?
Oh yeah.
So like when someone comes in, right? Usually the first thing I ask them now, shout out AV, is something Alpha Veritas, he's a member here, used to ask him. He goes, "How do you know the Earth is actually a globe?" Just that one question. And they go through all sorts of things of how they know, but when it always boils down to they don't actually know. And that's really the best. If you can get them to just admit that to themselves, that they don't actually know the Earth's a globe, that is a victory.
Yeah.
That is a victory. That's the best because because for a new person, this topic is too complicated to just dump everything on them. It's too much. You have to just pique their interest and maybe like lead a breadcrumb so that they will like inquire on their own. Because you think about like you're force feeding them, like you got a big spoon of freaking really icky tasting medicine and you're just jamming it in their mouth. They don't want to eat it. Eventually, they just barf it all up. So.
And that's been my problem too. And me and Daniel and I talked about that also. Is that like you almost have to take baby steps. You have to like spark a curiosity, and not insult them too, because right when you insult or like go to name calling or whatever, they like shut down, and then you definitely aren't going to get anywhere. Because it immediately just it resorts to like just a name calling competition. But like that's a very good point you brought up, because like whenever I've tried to talk with people about things that I find interesting, like as far as any kind of conspiracy, right, or flat Earth or whatever it may be, that I often find myself in that force feed position where I'm like, watch this, read this, whatever, and it's just like they don't have that interest, and it almost like just kind of pushes them further away from the topic. So it's I have gotten better at doing that and just kind of trying to spark curiosity where you can't do it for them. It's kind of like it goes back to the saying of, you can't make someone do something they don't want to do. They have to do it on their own. For whatever reason that is, I don't know why or when or how it happened.
It's the identity. It's the identity thing. This is like a known thing. It's been known since like I've told this like. So if I said to you, Nike Sneakers is starting a hotel chain, can you imagine what those hotels would look like in your head?
Yeah.
Yeah. But if I go, Hilton Hotels is creating a sneaker, can you imagine what that sneaker would look like?
Nah.
Exactly, right? Because Nike has created an advertising identity. See, people identify with Nike. Right? Nike has an advertising campaign where they portray people that wear Nikes as a certain way. And Edward Bernays, who wrote a book called Propaganda, he's the father of modern advertising, grandfather, in fact. He said, like, if you want to sell people stuff, you create an identity, and that buying the product is more than just buying the product. It says something about themselves, and they feel right. If they want to be like, if they want to feel like they're a great athlete, if they buy Nikes, it's easier to identify as being that person. Yes, I wear Nikes. People are going to look at me and see I am a great athlete because I wear Nikes. And the dude freaking, couldn't catch a cold. So this is the thing. There's certain people that they identify with the globe idea, and you can't force them to change their identity. They have to do it themselves.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Yeah, and it's like they have to be convinced to. It's almost
your only goal is to figure out, is it that type of person? And if it is, then you give them, you only like give them the breadcrumbs. If it's someone with an open mind that's genuinely interested, then you can give them the whole thing, right? Like I'm giving you the whole thing, right? But if you were like someone, you obviously don't identify as a globe earther. I would call you like maybe you're on the fence a little bit. You're not 100% there, but that's probably just because like you haven't been around long enough. The longer you're around in this topic, the more convinced I get that the Earth is flat. Not less, the more, because we have globe earthers come in here, anti-flat earthers. And no matter what they come up with, no matter what new gimmick they pull out of their hat, every single time when we actually go, okay, we're going to deep dive into this and go down the rabbit hole on this claim, it's never the way it's supposed to be. The way it's portrayed ever. It doesn't matter what they bring up. And this has been like 10 years of this stuff of like global. Well, what about this neutrino thing? Like, well, I can't explain why neutrinos go through the Earth and they pick them up on the other side. Maybe the Earth is a globe. But then when you dig down and you look at how they actually did it, what the data actually is, what they're actually doing, you're like, fuck, dude, this doesn't tell you that the Earth's a globe. This is just a bunch of statistical nonsense.
Right.
And it has been consistent for 10 years. No matter what they bring up, it actually doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. Like, no matter what they bring up. And it's like, I've seen like these, I call them trial balloons. So they'll come in, they'll try, what about this? Okay, we knocked that down. Okay, what about this? And they'll create these long-ass lists, Gish-Gallop lists. And like, you know what Gish-Gallop is? Gish-Gallop is when you try to overwhelm an opponent with lots of arguments with no regard to how strong the argument actually is. So they think that if they come with 100 weak arguments, that's as good as one proof. No, you just have 100 weak arguments, and adding them up together doesn't make a strong total argument, right? But that's what they think. So, yeah. I've heard these hundreds of weak arguments for so long, and it always turns out to be, even if it's new and we never heard it. But my thing is at this point is never, whatever a glober says, don't believe it. Always check and see if that's what the actual case is. Because typically they either misinterpret what they looked at, or it doesn't mean what they think it means, or any number of things. I'll give you an example, a good example. Latitude and longitude. What is that? What is latitude and longitude? Is that on the Earth? Can I go somewhere on the Earth and find a latitude and longitude? And I don't mean as in imaginary lines, right? I mean, is it actually a place on Earth? Can I find my latitude and longitude using the Earth? How about that? No, let's imagine. I can't see the sky. It's all cloudy. I don't have any devices. I have no GPS. I have nothing. I want to know where I am. Can I find my latitude and longitude?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, no. Like, how would you do it, right? That's because latitude and longitude are based upon the celestial sphere. It's not based upon the ground. And you can't even say what your latitude and longitude is if you can't see the sky. But a lot of people think, what about, if I follow this latitude line, longitude line, and from, this point to this place, then this, right? Like, well, you're not on those, you're under those. Like, what are you talking about? All you did is tell me that you went under a bunch of stars, but they don't realize that. This is just one of the things that a Glober will come in. They'll make some argument about maps and latitude and longitude, and then they don't realize that those things aren't even based upon the ground; they're based upon the sky in the first place, right? And so it's just funny. Like, how come if I go for every 1 degree north, I go. When I travel north, Polaris goes up. When I'm on 45 latitude, Polaris is at 45 degrees in the sky. How come? Because that's literally what defines 45 latitude in the first place. If you couldn't see Polaris at 45 degrees in the sky, you wouldn't even know you're at 45 latitude, and there'd be no way to tell if you were, right? So it's like circular logic, the whole thing. But they come with these arguments that are circular, and they don't realize they're circular because they think that these points are measured points on the ground, but they're not. They have nothing to do with the ground. Only in the sense where they know if they look in the nautical almanac, some star is going to that is going to be at zenith at some point in time, and if you're standing in a spot when that star's at zenith, you're at some freaking latitude, right? Like, we have a whole system of coordinates in time, a key components to time, because the longitude is based upon the sun. So your longitude lines are based upon the solar position, and the latitude lines are based upon the star's position. So the coincidence of events of time and stars where they are in the sky relative to where you're looking, right? That tells you your latitude and longitude. That is our whole coordinate system. That's how celestial navigation works. But people think that the Earth is the sphere. That's the thing. They think the Earth is the sphere. And they think that system proves that the Earth is a sphere. It doesn't even use the Earth. It doesn't require an Earth. It doesn't, Earth could not exist. And that system of coordinates would still work. But that's just one example.
This is all like the whole GP ground positioning system doesn't just use flat Earth measurements, anyways, right? So,
well, I mean, you're always measuring up from the horizon, or from
the triangulation, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that's just an arbitrary coordinate system. You can use other ones. Pacific Islanders, they didn't have any of the globe Earth stuff. They used the stars to navigate and travel super long distances, and they didn't have a compass, and they didn't have any of those tools to use, but they still navigated 600 kilometers and could hit targets that were like a kilometer across, which is pretty goddamn good.
Yeah.
That's, in fact, the Spanish, when they kept finding these Carolingian Islanders in the Philippines, and they were like, how the fuck did you get here? Like, they didn't understand how they got there, because they didn't have a globe. They didn't have an astrolabe. They didn't have sextants. They didn't have any of that stuff. So how did they get there from 600 kilometers away? Well, they navigated using the stars, and they wouldn't tell the Spanish for freaking 200 years how they did it. Which is, whatever. Anyway, the point is that, like, depending on the person, you really, and I tell everybody this, you just have to listen to the person. Actually listen. Typically, people will come in, if it's a globe earther, right? They'll give what they think is their best evidence first. And that will tell you something about that person. If you go, okay, why did that person present that as his best evidence as opposed to some other thing? It tells you something about the way they think. And then you go from there. But you have to listen. That's the key point, is listen to who you're talking to. Because no matter what, as long as they're just not like absolute trolling or pissed off at flat Earth for existing at all, because that's some people where you're never going to get through to them. No matter what, they're only here for, to vent their anger or punch down or whatever. If it's an actual person you're going to have a dialogue with, then, just listen to them. That's really the key, is just to listen to what they're saying. They'll tell you everything you need to know.
Well, do you think someone that's willing to have a dialogue is, to me, it seems like they're open to the idea of flat Earth, right? I mean, I guess maybe not always. I think a lot of times though, is if someone's willing to have an open dialogue, then that means they're trying to see what you have to convince them, right, that the Earth is flat. But a lot of times, the problems I run into is that I don't know if they're trolling or they just resort to name calling.
Well,
You just call you flat tards or whatever, and then
yeah, I get it. There's people that are mad about flat Earth existing at all. They have these weird ideas. Because remember the identity thing, right?
yeah.
I mean, like I could post it right now. Like, dude is like, he said, "You guys make a joke out of everything, and that's why aliens won't come see us." He thinks flat earthers are the reason aliens aren't coming down to see us. It's like we're still too backwards. We have to be advanced enough for them to come hang out with us or something. I mean, these people have these weird ideas, like these NASA fanboys and people that think aliens and all this stuff. They're really into that space, the idea of space and human advance. That they'll say things like, "How's the human race ever going to advance if you flat earthers are around?"
Well, I've
Yes.
often noticed that the people that are the NASA fanboys, that are the Globers or whatever, they don't really do a good job at defending their position. Anyways, it's all like faith in science and NASA, but then they'll try to name call and make fun of you for having your stance on something that you've actually measured or experienced, right? So but you can't really get them to see that. And it's like I often tell them, like, you don't even have a thought of your own. You're just literally just regurgitating what people in authority say, right? That are
Yeah. Well, I mean, half the time they're not even regurgitating authorities. They're regurgitating something their teacher said, and their teacher don't know. Their teacher's just reading what they saw in the textbook, and then whoever wrote the textbook, they don't fucking know because they barely researched what they're even writing down. I mean, and the textbook itself is 30 years old before it even got into the school. So it's like it's crazy. Like we have a name for it. It's called the magic science guy fallacy. So all these people, they think that there's some guy out there, right? There's some magic science guy. They don't know who he is. They don't know how he did it. They don't know what evidence he has, but they're pretty sure that he's out there, and he has the globe proof that they don't have. They don't have it, but there's some other guy. They'll say, "Well, I'm not a scientist," or "Well, I don't know, but I'm sure somebody else frickin' has the information." It's always somebody else. Like when people that actually, kind of push, like try to debate us, but they don't really know anything. They're just regular people.
yeah.
And they're just like, "Oh, flat earthers are the low hanging fruit. They don't know anything." And then they come in, and, almost immediately they're going, "Well, I'm not a scientist." Like, well, okay, who does have if it's not you, who? Then they're like, "Well, NASA." Well, okay, who at NASA? Who do I call? I don't know. They don't know anything, right? That's, like I said, that's the point. Is the point out, like, all they have is like this giant belief that there's evidence out there somewhere. They don't know who has the evidence.
Yeah, they believe because there's these agencies that are ran and funded by governments or taxpayers, I should say, that it's impossible.
Well, they think because everybody believes it, there must be a whole shitload of evidence out there. Because everyone they know believes it, and then everyone those people know believes it. And people wouldn't believe something that's not true. Of course not. People don't believe things that aren't true, especially a lot of people, which is fallacious. People believe a lot of people believe
cognitive dissonance, the herd mentality. It's like I tell you what, people are really scared of being ostracized. Like they're scared of being outside of a circle because they don't want to feel like they're out on their own, that they're crazy, or like they don't want to be pushed out. Right? They would rather, like, and you had mentioned this already, they would rather just be comfortable in the lie, and even if they can't really necessarily prove it a lie, but they can see that there's holes they can poke into the story or their ideology. They would still rather just shut up and just go along with everybody else because it's just easier that way. So,
well, I mean, some people, I mean, I've heard people say, if the Earth was flat, I'd kill myself. I mean, literally, fuck, dude. Like, seriously, I'd kill myself if there was no outer space. I actually have a recording of that. I could actually play it, but I'm not gonna. So some people would never think the Earth is flat. Would never like. Even if the Earth was flat, they would never let themselves believe it because they'd be afraid of what people would think. Okay.
Well, not only that too, but they also, another thing that people just absolutely hate is they hate, especially when you have a stance or position and you're so like dedicated to it, and then you eventually do find. I mean, we've all been there. I think we've all been there.
You should
Where it's
ask
like,
them.
you have such a strong stance, you're willing to like go to war over, right? And then you've proven wrong. A lot of people would rather double down on knowing,
Yeah.
even though they're wrong, because admitting they were wrong and getting
Right.
that person the satisfaction of being right is just too much.
God, you don't even know the double down, triple down. They'll bet the whole universe, dude. On the one chance I'm gonna prove you wrong this time.
They'd rather die.
That are absolutely obsessed with us, bro. Like they're absolutely obsessed.
They'd rather die than admit that you were right, or that you even have a valid point that stumps them, right? Globers, you give them, a point, and you can clearly, even just listen to them, you can fucking sense the gears turning, right? But they're just like, and then it's just like, you think you're like, oh, maybe, and then they revert back to like, oh no, you're just a stupid flat tire, you don't know anything, right? And it's just like, crap.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would never try to convince anybody the Earth is flat anymore. Like I just give people information that they didn't have previously, because a lot of people they think they have an idea about flat Earth and what it is, and CB say it all the time. They'd be like, well, if flat earthers think that, and he would just say, you don't even know what flat Earth is. Like what is flat Earth? Well, you think that the Earth is a disk floating in space. You know what I mean? They have no idea what we think and what it is, and then they come in here and like try to debunk it. Like, how can you debunk an idea that you don't even know what the freaking idea is? They just know it from memes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't try to convince people the Earth is flat. It's like we spend the first freaking 10 minutes is spent freaking deprogramming them from what they thought flat Earth was.
Yeah.
So what's your model?
Topic, India. Wesley wants the smoke.
Oh, he wants to smoke. Model of what?
Yeah, what's the best map that shows the whole flat Earth?
The best map that shows, I'd say Antonio Subaretz's map.
What's the name of it?
Antonio Subaretz's map.
Antonio.
It's in the Book of the Sun.
Subaretz. How do you spell his last name? Do you know? Oh, Subaretz. I found it. Map.
Why is the map the territory now?
I'm trying to find where his map. See,
is the map the territory now?
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't. You never heard of the map territory?
Back to what we
were never heard of the map territory problem? It's a well-known problem. It's been known about for a couple hundred years.
Well,
you don't know about that, and you're going to talk about maps?
I noticed that you couldn't answer the question. So, what is the best flat Earth map?
I did. I said Antonio Subaretz's map, I think. Yeah, that's for what? But that's for what purpose? Maps
I'm
are
purpose
specific.
What is the
best for what purpose? Best is a value judgment.
Yeah, sure. So distances across the Earth.
Distances.
Yep.
The best map for distances. I don't know. There would be no way to actually verify the distance.
There's no way to actually verify it?
Yeah, to actually verify what the distance is, no matter what you do, like how are you going to verify it? How are you going to measure the distance?
You don't know how to measure distances?
Yeah, I think I would make a map.
Now I'm going to ask you. Why are you asking me? Hold on.
I think that'd be the best one.
Hold on a second. Why are you asking me a question when I asked you a question?
Well, you said that we can't measure distances. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, not long distances like this. There's no way to measure them.
Oh, you can't?
Why are you asking me a question again? There's no way to measure them. No, you can't. What are you going to use to measure them?
Surveying.
Tell me the instrument. Tell me the instrument.
Theodolite?
You're going to measure 1,000 miles with a theodolite.
Well, you can do it in segments, sure. Or you can do it with an airplane. Yeah.
Okay.
You measure your ground speed?
Okay, let's talk about the theodolite. Let's go there. So NAD 27, which is the North American datum 1927, and the North American datum 1983. Okay. One started from a central point in Meade, Kansas, stringing out to both coasts. The other one was just a reference ellipsoid to WGS 84. When they compared the surveys against each other, there was a systemic difference between each one of them. Now, what is the theodolite good for? Well, it depends. If you start, it starts basically in the Ohio River Valley, and as you go east, the control points are too close together and getting smaller and closer together as you go further east until you hit the East Coast. And then it stops because you're in the water. But when you go the other way, they get further and further apart, increasing as you get to the East Coast.
So they refined it, right?
They didn't refine it. It's a systemic error.
So they didn't correct for it?
You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? No, what they did was they stamped a new number on the fucking control point that was already stamped in the ground.
Was it a correction or not?
Is it?
I'm asking you.
Well, how do you know which is the correct one? How do you know the first one wasn't the correct one? Which one's the correct one?
You're the one telling me about this.
Which one's the correct one? No, you said use the theodolite. So we used the theodolite. We did 2 different surveys and they didn't match each other.
Okay.
Which is the correct one?
The one that was verified by multiple measurements, I'm assuming.
They were all, it was fucking goddamn North American datum. They surveyed across America.
You don't need to get triggered by this. It's just a question.
Yeah, they surveyed. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. They surveyed across America.
Okay. So again,
they have lots of measurements, hundreds if not thousands. Okay. So why is there, like, if we take the distance of one and the distance of the other, they don't match each other. So which one's the correct one?
I don't know, because you're the one that.
Yeah, of course you don't know. But you said we can use a theodolite to measure distance.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just keep demonstrating and gave a specific example of how that doesn't actually work.
Okay.
Because your measurements, listen, dude, if you do, like, say, the Great American Triangulation, right? They do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take the flat measurements of a bunch of triangles and they project it onto a reference ellipsoid.
Right. And so what are the angles?
Why do you need a reference ellipsoid if you're measuring a globe?
What are the angles between those triangles?
They're not greater than 180 degrees.
Okay.
How could they be greater than 180 degrees if you have lines of sight?
I've got data for that shows that
that's done after reduction of the horizontal direction, dude. That's done after. It's page 47. Go look on page 47. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction, where they change the azimuth to map it to a reference ellipsoid. Now, think about what you're saying. How could you have lines of sight between theodolites? That's a planar triangle. A line between the lens of one theodolite to another one, the lens of one theodolite to another one, and the lens of one theodolite to another one. That's a triangle. That's a triangle, and it's not going to be greater than 180 degrees. That's impossible.
I never claimed that.
You said they're greater than the triangles are greater than 180 degrees. That's impossible.
Yeah, not from theodolite to theodolite. Come on, man. You're not this slow, right?
Okay. Well, how would it be greater? Because you're not on this. Bro, are you dense? Are you dumb?
I know you
deflected. Are you dumb? No, yeah. Try and run away from your bullshit. So listen, it'll never be greater than 180 degrees. It's impossible because you're making measurements of a theodolite using lines of sight, and those lines of sight are straight. You're always going to have planar triangles, no matter how many you stack together. All you can do is do the reduction of the horizontal direction, twist the azimuth, because you're putting on a reference ellipsoid. If they were measuring a globe, they wouldn't need a reference ellipsoid at all. They would just measure a globe.
Okay. So I will post some angles measured with spherical excess. Do you know what?
This is after reduction of the horizontal direction. Look in the book you're reading.
You know what spherical excess
It's page 47. Yes, I know what it is. They created it by calculation. They didn't measure it. They took the numbers, the actual survey data, what they looked in when they looked in the theodolite, and the angle they took, and they performed a calculation on it. It's on page 47. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction. I'll post it.
This is not. You don't need to get angry. I'm not getting angry. So that's fine. I will go back and read that page. That's a fair point that I haven't looked at. So going back, can you post this map that you're talking about that you think is the most accurate for measuring distances?
You said no. The map that I think no. The first map I was talking about, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead. Can you post that, please?
Yeah, but what it looks like is not the same thing as measuring distances. Those are two different things.
Okay, so can you post that, please?
The one for measuring, I said it's impossible to verify.
I'm just asking.
You can't verify the distances. It's impossible.
I know. I'm asking you to post it, please.
No map is sufficient.
No, the one that you mentioned, go ahead and post that, please. Because I looked it up, and there's not one map that goes with that guy that you mentioned. So can you post what you were mentioning? Or if you want to back away from it, it's fine, too.
No, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead. Please post
it. Oh, yeah, I will. Hold on.
And why do you like this map?
Because it's based upon actual data.
What data?
Official country sizes filed with the UN and ship travel times across the ocean. Ship logs. He used ship logs and the official country survey data, right? So every country reports to the UN, hey, our country's X amount of square miles. So that's what he used to get the country sizes, and then he used how long it takes to travel by boat across the ocean to get the distances between points in the water to make the sizes of the ocean.
You think the shipping distance from South Africa to Chile is accurate on this map?
Sure, why not? Show it's not.
Well, the Antarctic race around Antarctica is a lot shorter than you could ever do it in
What's the world record?
I don't know, but it would be at least 2 or 3 times as long.
How come the world record?
I'm looking at boat race distance around Antarctica.
Dude, so you're making shit up? So, okay, the IDEC 3. The IDEC. Okay, I already know the answer. I'm asking a rhetorical question because I already know the answer.
Okay.
Around
Antarctica.
So the world record around Antarctica is the same time it takes to sail around the world. It was by the IDEC 3, which is a trimaran. The world record for a solo person was 93 days. That 93 days is more time than it took the Thermopylae and Cutty Sark 18th century clipper ships fully loaded with cargo to sail from Shanghai to fucking United Kingdom. The average speed that fucking carbon fiber racing yacht must have been traveling would have been 6 knots.
Okay.
To circumnavigate Antarctica.
The distance around Antarctica for the Antarctic Cup yacht race is 14 to 16,000 miles.
Yeah, that's capped. What's that? That's capped, dude. That's wrong.
So
no, I'm not saying no. I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Okay.
What did I say to you? Repeat back to me what I said to you. Why is it wrong?
Because it's bunk, you said, and because of the other.
Because it's bunk, I said? I didn't use the word bunk. I didn't say anything like that. Because we know how long it takes to finish that race, and that we have two choices. We have 2 choices. Either the distance is wrong, or carbon fiber racing yachts are going 1/4 the speed that they normally sail.
Or they're not going a constant speed, or they stop overnight. Is that because
they don't stop overnight? It's a constant race. They don't stop overnight.
You're sure of that, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty. I'm sure they don't stop overnight.
Sure?
No, I'm sure.
Okay, I'll look that up. But where's Antarctica on the map?
I don't know.
This is too easy.
You're getting cooked, dude.
I'm getting cooked. Is that
Yeah.
you claiming that? You're claiming a win already?
Well, dude, you haven't done anything but make claims which you're wrong about, factually wrong about.
How come flights from New York to Paris are about the same length as South Africa?
Where'd you get your distances from?
You got to talk it. You got to talk.
Yeah, no, I want to know where you got the same problem. You're going to keep running into the same problem with your map argument. You have no measured distance. No, no, you're going to keep Wesley. You're going to keep running into the same problem. You don't have any measured. No, yeah. Now you're over talking me. You don't have any measured distances, and you have no way to measure them.
Just like you did the length of boat ships going across.
Yeah, we have sailing time.
And I can give you lengths of airplane flights from South Africa to Argentina, and they're not 2 times or 3 times the distance that you're showing between Paris.
How do you know that?
And New York. Because I have the Qantas air flight times from FlightAware.
Yeah, I know. I've seen them too. And then when you actually look into the transponder data, they're all fucking blank. Yeah, so like you can go. You can. Cute. Yeah, Wesley. Wesley. I know what flight it is. It's Qantas 47. Okay. If you go look on the actual data, right? They have a tab which shows you the actual data, the transponder pings. It's all blank. It's all NA. You don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know why that is?
Came in here with a fucking 2-bit McToon fucking argument.
Why that is?
Yeah. Why is that? Tell me.
What? Yeah, go ahead. Tell me why then. You said you knew why.
That is blank?
Yeah.
Who cares why it is? The thing you're relying on, the data, doesn't exist.
You said you knew why. Go ahead and tell me why.
I don't care why. It doesn't matter why. Why would it matter why? It's not there.
Somehow people get on these flights.
Yeah, that's right.
They leave at the right time and they get there at the right time. So
there is no right time, dude.
What?
The flight. Listen, the Cindy to Santiago, Chile flight varies by almost 30% in each direction. You don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know why?
Oh, why?
Because of the jet stream, maybe?
Maybe? Or is it?
Right?
Maybe?
Yes.
You're just making it up, dude.
Get off at the right
you know what it could also be? You know what it could also be?
Inaccurate.
It could also be the approach to the airport.
But it would change it by 3 hours?
No, it's more than 3 hours, dude.
Okay, so it's
5.5 hours.
The approach changes it?
No, the approach could be make a difference by 45 minutes.
Dude. Makes sense, dude.
The approach can make a difference by 45 minutes. I just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago. I just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago. Okay, I flew at 2 different airports. Okay,
I flew on
your antics are only going to get you muted, dude. Okay, so
you threaten me with mutes. Is that how it works?
No, I'm just telling you, I'm not going to deal with your immaturity.
No, you just can't handle the argument.
What you haven't? What argument? I refuted your argument, and you said.
So the Qantas air flight, why isn't it 2 to 3 times more than the Paris to New York?
Why should it be?
Look at your map.
The map? So how did you measure the distances on this map?
You could use a ruler.
To tell us what they should be.
You said that this was the most accurate for distances.
No, I did not. I specifically said even before I showed it to you that's not the case. You're a liar, and now you're muted. I told you before I even talked to you that was not the case because I knew what you were going to do. You people are too predictable. I told you. You asked me what it would look like. I said this is what it would look like. You asked about distances. I said there's no way to test whether the distances are right or not. And then you said this is the one you offered for distances. You're a snake. You got one chance to reprieve yourself and admit your error.
Okay, so I agree. I agree that you said that. So I apologize for strawmanning you. So then, which is the map that shows the accurate distances?
There is no map that shows accurate distances. We don't navigate that way.
So how do you explain flight maps?
What do you mean? How do I explain flight maps?
How do they have flight maps that are accurate to distances?
Accurate in what? What do you mean accurate? Accurate in what way? How do you know they're accurate?
because they have the length that they've traveled, they have the departure and arrival times, and they're all consistent.
You're just making all that up. You just believe all that shit.
Well, you could say nuh-uh. That's fine.
You can actually provide evidence to support what you just said.
Okay,
I'm not saying nuh-uh. What am I saying nuh-uh to? Your claim?
How come Google Earth is...
Am I saying how come Google Earth's a cylinder, dude?
It's not a cylinder. What are you talking about?
Google Earth is the web Mercator. It's a cylinder.
No,
Go
it's
on
not.
Google Earth, try to draw a circle around the north or south pole, and it'll snap into a half moon. Okay? It's a cylinder.
It still shows the distances are accurate to 99.7.
Yeah, but no, Google does not say that. Google says Google Earth is a fucking toy, dude, and it's for entertainment purposes only. Stop making shit up, dude.
Okay, I'll put the citation then. If you don't, I don't know why you're disagreeing.
It better be Google. That's the citation.
Yep. Google Earth accuracy.
Now you're Googling it. You're Googling the whether Google Earth or accuracy.
You
Google
think I just
says that Google Earth and Google Maps is for educational is for entertainment purposes only. They don't claim accuracy because then they would be sued. Okay? It's a toy. Google Earth is a cylinder. It's the Mercator map wrapped around a cylinder.
No, it's not in a cylinder.
It's a cylinder. They took the spherical projection of the latitude, longitude coordinates, and they projected them onto a cylinder, dude. Sorry.
How come they use the Haberstein formula to calculate distances then?
Who cares?
I do. Do you know what the Haberstein formula is?
Yeah, I do know what the heck. You guys are so corny, dude. I knew what the Haberstein formula was 20 years ago.
Well, then why would you ask me why is that a silly question?
I didn't say it was I said, so what? They use the Haberstein formula to calculate distances. So what? I used freaking the Haberstein formula to calculate the number of angels that fit on the head of a pin. So who cares? If you can't validate whether the measurement is accurate in the physical world with actual measurements, you can calculate whatever. Okay, do it. Show us.
Airplane flights show the distance that they've traveled.
Based upon what?
What do you mean based upon their ground speed?
Where their ground speed.
Yep.
Yep. Measured with what?
What?
Measured with what? The instrument they measure their ground speed with.
GPS.
Get the GPS uses Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. That's a tangent plane. So try again. And even if GPS did use a globe, they'd be using the Haberstein formula. The thing that you said that's circular logic, dunce.
Why are you so angry?
The Haberstein formula proves the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
They verified the Haberstein formula by using the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
Because you're talking in circles and it's aggravating.
No,
because you came with this weak ass McToon shit, dude.
Oh, that's where it comes from. Okay, I get it now. And also with the
you're literally parroting a fucking McToon video, bro. It's boring.
The reason the TFP thing happened is because several flat earthers, many of the most popular.
Who cares? Here we get with the drama.
Oh well, you were straw manning the reason they went, so maybe you didn't want to be corrected. Okay, that's fine.
What? Why? You mean the reason they went?
Yeah, you guys were saying like it was a false dichotomy or something like that. It's kind of crazy.
No.
Yeah, you were. You were in here just saying that before I came on voice.
I did not say it was a false dichotomy. I said no matter what they observed about the sun, can't prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth.
Yes, but it can disprove the maps that the people believed in.
Which map?
The ones that they believed in.
Which map? The Gleason's map?
Yep, and the AE.
It still works on the Gleason's map. They didn't see anything that was inconsistent with the Gleason's map.
Okay,
nothing.
How do you get a 24-hour sun in Antarctica with a Gleason's map?
It's right on the map. What do you think? Did you ever read like the map itself? It says sun. It says longitude and time calculator. Does it say this is what the Earth looks like?
Do you have one? Do you have?
Does it say this is what the Earth looks like on it?
It says the flat Earth map on it.
No, it does not. Why are you making shit up? It says latitude and time calculator.
Flat Earth map, Alexander Gleason, 1892. The flat Earth map of the world.
Keep reading.
Yep.
Longitude and sun calculator.
Okay. And then, do you know what it
That's
says?
what its purpose is.
Do you know what it says in the bottom right?
Bunch of shit. I don't know. I'm not reading it right off the top of my head.
Oh, you don't know this?
Yeah, what's this? Listen, I can go look in our maps, and go look at it. What? Tell me.
You said it was correct.
It is correct for telling time. Yes, for telling the solar position. Yes, it's absolutely correct.
Okay. Why does it say in here there is no sunlight beyond 80 degrees south, but unknown regions?
Because they hadn't discovered Antarctica yet.
But you said it's right. Wait, they hadn't.
No, it's right for this. I said. What did I say it was right for?
Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now?
Look, it is still right because the longitude lines that exist on that map are the same longitude times that converge in Antarctica, right?
No, remember you said it was
are the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica, right? Are they the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica?
The longitude lines do not.
The longitude lines on the map, right, on the Gleason's map, are the same longitude lines. There's no difference, dude.
They don't converge.
You don't understand maps. That's your problem. The fundamental problem. You don't understand coordinate systems. You don't understand maps. You don't understand that they're made for specific purposes, and they're not meant to be reified because of the map territory problem.
You said
which I started with.
It was accurate sun calculator, and this says that there is no sunlight in Antarctica below 80 degrees south.
They didn't know about Antarctica.
They hadn't discovered Antarctica by the time this map was produced.
They didn't. You want to stick with that? Yes. It was unexplored.
November 1892. They hadn't discovered Antarctica at this point? Is that what you stick with?
They knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
Oh, because now you're shifting to they knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
It was unexplored, yes.
When did they get to the South Pole?
Listen,
when did they get to the South Pole?
Amundsen got to the South Pole. I think it was
when?
1913 or something.
So now you're shifting it to expedition, but before it was discovered. So you're shifting your goal.
And Amundsen was never at the South Pole. There is no South Pole to be at. How would he know he was? Listen, let me ask you. How would he know he's at the South Pole?
Do you want to know? Yeah,
I want to know how he would know. How did he verify himself he was at the South Pole? What did he do?
Yep, the South Celestial Pole. That's how they knew.
Oh, so he went at night?
No, he could go during the day with a 24-hour sun.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, he said that he didn't see it. Well, he said he didn't see a 24-hour sun. In fact, he said they seen a sun for one day the entire time they were there, and it wasn't a 24-hour sun.
No.
He has notebooks. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down. You can go look on archive.org right now, the notebooks of Amundsen. You can go read it yourself. He said that it was brightly lit all the time, and it was driving his crew crazy.
24-hour sun.
Brightly lit, not a 24-hour sun, brightly lit. And that when the sun finally come out, the crew had a party.
Okay, because you think they were only
Did you hear different? Did some doofus anti-flat earther tell you different?
You think they were down there for one day? You thought the expedition took one day?
No, really? They said for only one day of the entire time they were there. Why are you strong man what I said?
You were
okay.
There.
Okay, so now we know that this map is wrong. You're gonna
no, it's right. It's right for its purpose. It's not a travel map.
It's obviously wrong because it says there.
No, it is right because if you're on one of those longitude lines, that's where you're gonna see the sun. It is correct. Longitude. Yes, longitude.
Yeah, it says one of the key factors in the bottom right says there's no sunlight below 80th degree.
That's great. That's latitude, but you're going to be on one of the longitude lines, and that's what that's what it calculates. You don't understand the map even in the slightest. You're trying and trying and trying, and you're just smashing up against it. You know why? Because you don't understand what you're talking about. This is nothing for me.
You agree it's wrong, right?
No, I don't. That's the 5th time you tried that. It is correct for its purpose.
But it says there's no sunlight below the.
It even calculates distances correctly. You know that, right?
Yeah. Do you know why it calculates distances correctly? Is it a linear scale? Come on.
What do you mean?
come
Do
on,
I know
Matt,
why it calculates that? Why? What do you mean? Why it calculates this correctly?
Yeah, why does it do that?
Because it's a azimuthal projection of a celestial sphere.
Okay, do you know what a scale is on a map?
Yes, I do know what a scale is.
Okay, what is the scale on this map? Is it linear?
No, it's not.
Why would that be?
It is linear. It is linear if you do the do the distance calculation correctly, as in measure from the center. You measure the distance linearly from the center to each point, and then you do a calculation to figure out the distance between those points.
How come?
Of course, you knew that, right?
How come
you knew that, right? You knew that, right?
Yeah.
You knew that, right?
Yeah, but it's not linear, right? You know
it is
that, right?
linear. It is linear. It's a linear
How come
distance
it's
from the
not
lines.
only accurate to the lines of longitude? You have to measure along certain lines of longitude.
Dude,
The
I'll
scale's not
post
linear.
a video in the chat of someone measuring the linear distance using the method I just said. Doing it, not talking about it, actually doing it.
No, the scale. I'm talking about the scale, not actually measuring it on the map. Is the scale linear?
My last two brain cells.
No.
Yeah, good. Okay,
not. Listen.
Thank
It's
you.
not a linear scale.
Good. Why?
If you use it one way, but you can turn it into a linear scale if you use it another way. It's like your ideas about what maps are childish.
Yeah, there is only one-to-one scale that is the most accurate map of the world. So.
Oh, what's that?
The globe.
That's a lie. That's a straight lie. You ever measure a globe? You ever take a physical globe and measure the distances? Yep. You could just try to check it for internal consistency, and it doesn't even have that.
How far off is it?
Well, 30%. Depends on the physical globe you use.
Okay, how'd you measure that 30%?
With a string.
Okay, tell me how you did it.
I'll post the video.
Okay, how do you know that when you use the string, how do you know that?
Look, does the globe claim distance say across, east to west in, say, Australia, right? Then you could find some other, hold on, let me finish. Then you could find some other place on Earth, right? That is supposed to be the same distance, and then you can take that string and put it across that region and see if it's the same distance.
Oh, so you're trusting globe sources?
No, I'm testing. It's called an internal critique of the globe.
Okay.
You know what internal critique is?
Yep.
Okay. So right here is 3 different globes measured. I just posted it. So he takes 3 different globes. Same person that made that map. Same person that came up with who discovered that the distances in the Antarctica, circum-Antarctica race are bullshit.
The one without the Antarctica on the map that you don't know why it's not on the map. Okay, yeah.
Well, I didn't make the map.
Yeah, I know. Why didn't you ask him if you're trusting him as a source?
I don't even believe Antarctica is a continent. Why should I?
Oh my gosh.
Why should I?
Full conspiracy nutter.
What conspiracy did I just mention?
That there is no Antarctica.
I mean, there's a place that they call Antarctica. I said I don't believe it's a continent.
Why not?
Why should I?
Do you believe Madagascar is an island in Africa?
Yeah, there's photographs of it from the sky, capturing the entire island.
There's no photographs of Antarctica?
From the sky, capturing the entire continent? No.
Yeah, okay. If I show one, will you then believe it's a continent?
From the sky, from an airplane.
Oh, from an airplane? Okay.
Yeah, the sky. Airplanes fly in the sky.
Okay. Have you been to?
I don't need any more globe cartoons, man.
Have you been to?
It always comes to your fake ass space pics every time.
Do you believe that Australia is a continent?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen a picture of it from the sky?
No.
Okay, then why do you believe it?
Because people have circumnavigated Antarctica.
What about Australia? Yes, they have circumnavigated.
Australia. People have circumnavigated Australia. They haven't circumnavigated Antarctica.
You even just said
because Antarctica would have to be 3 times the distance they say it is. It would be way too big.
No, they don't say it is. It's 14,000.
It would need to be like 26,000.
Show me the proof. Nobody says that.
Okay, I know nobody says that, but if you look at the time it takes to travel, okay. So here's an example. Okay, the race I mentioned, the IDEC 3. Okay, it's a trimaran. They did a circumnavigation around the globe. It took them the same amount of time to circumnavigate Antarctica to the day. 72 days.
Do you know why that could be?
Oh yeah, because Antarctica is 25,000 miles across, right? Around.
What's your evidence for that? Just one race?
And that's not the only one. There's also the world record solo race.
Yeah, and do you think the seas might have something to do
Why
with
do
it?
you think it's not that? How about that?
Think it's not what? No, I agree. It's 14,000 to 16,000.
Why?
Because we have measurements of it.
I just gave you measurements. You haven't given me shit. Give us
What
your
measurements have
measurements.
you given me? You gave me a time.
The race. The
Yeah, but
time.
they tracked 14,000 nautical miles.
No,
So go
they
ahead.
did not.
Yes, it's 14 to 16,000 nautical miles. What do you mean? No, they did not.
No, they did not. They have a time. They actually measured how fast they're going.
And
Right?
the distance.
And the time and the distance equates to longer than 14,000 miles. So I'm
How
asking
did
you,
they track their speed?
why do you believe it's more than 14,000 miles? Or
How
like,
did they
why
track
do you
their
think it
speed?
is 14,000 miles, Wesley?
Because they measured it. How did they track
With
their
what?
speed?
Okay, no. With what? What was the
GPS.
instrument?
GPS.
No, man, you just were fucking lying.
Aw, so
Go be
cute.
a fucking liar somewhere else.
Wow.
Sounds like he's been drinking McToon's Kool-Aid. Hella thick.
Yeah, from his knees.
Right? He's probably helping him do those little experiments in the basement to prove that you don't need a concave mirror to produce a rainbow inside the house.
Dude, he literally went down the list of McToon's clown arguments that he makes when he debates.
Yeah. So funny. They got him on speed dial, huh?
How many things did he make up?
We cannot measure a globe, and nobody ever has.
Why?
Because
It's
Earth is
flat.
flat.
Now, why can't you measure a globe?
There's no globe to measure.
But if there was a globe, you could measure it, right?
In principle, yes.
Okay, so it's not like a globe is an unmeasurable thing.
No,
Okay.
in fact, that's the other side claims that the globe is impossible to measure from the surface of the Earth. But if you actually look at the mathematics, it should be easily measurable. We say, hey, if it was a globe, we'd be able to easily measure that the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. But it doesn't curve at all, at any rate. 8 inches per mile squared or any other amount.
You're right. It is possible to measure the globe on the surface of the globe, which we've been doing for several thousands of years.
Oh,
Really?
lovely.
I don't see.
Okay, do you have any receipts? Can you show us the bill?
No.
Then how do you know that to be true?
Depends on how deep you want to go into it.
I'm just asking you how you know. You made a statement that this has been measured for thousands of years, and I asked you how you know that's true. And because Yoder just asked you, do you have any receipts for that? And you said no. That means you don't have any evidence to support what you believe to be true.
What
You want to go deep? Listen, I was just talking about 3 Babylonian astronomers from the 800s to 700s BC.
Okay.
So we can go deep.
No,
Dude, I just posted in the chat fucking Al Baruni's method. And Terrence Tao, who is a Fields Medal winner and is freaking considered one of the most brilliant mathematicians in the world, it's just like gobbledygooked. How'd they measure the height of the mountain? Oh, they might have walked around it, and you just do a lot of trick.
I heard that. When he was saying that, I was watching that. I was like, oh no, this is what 240 IQ gets you nowadays.
Yeah, not very freaking much.
It needs to be 270, I guess, to cross this line.
So back to the receipts thing, and
Yeah, the measurement part.
by proxy the evidence, right? You asked me for.
Yeah, the measurements, right?
Right. So what would constitute as a sufficient enough evidence for you?
Measurements. How many times I got to say it? Measure the surface of the Earth and measure it such that it's curving. That would be the evidence. Because that's a true dichotomy, right? If the Earth is flat, it's going to measure to be flat. If the Earth is a ball, the surface is going to measure to be curving. One excludes the other.
Not really, but continue.
No, so you can have a flat ball?
No, you can't have a
The
flat
topology
ball.
mismatch between a curving surface and a flat one has been known for like 2,000 years.
Depending on your perspective, you can be so small that the plane around you feels like it's not curving.
Well, that's
Okay.
why we operate at sufficient scale where that's not a factor.
Okay.
Well, so the thing that you said, nobody claimed, you didn't say nobody claimed it. The thing that you were just saying about it being immeasurable, now that's what you're claiming.
How?
Now it just became immeasurable again because we can't see it from the surface of the Earth because we're too small.
Imagine
because
thinking that your
measurement is
proof
not
for a globe
speed.
is how flat it is.
What?
Imagine thinking that your proof of a big globe is by how flat it is and how much you can't determine it to be a globe.
Well, if your judgment is only by seeing it, you can't. But measurement is not only seeing, right?
No, seeing is not measurement at all.
Yes, that's what I mean.
What can you measure with your eyeballs?
When you look around, it feels
Angles,
flat.
maybe.
You can't get any units, right? The only units you can get are angles. You can't get any units like feet, inches, rate of curvature. You can't get any of those fixed because your individual perspective will change what that looks like. So railroad tracks, even though they're in parallel, they look like they're converging to a point, right? So you can't use just simply seeing to reach conclusive ideas. Now, the Earth looks flat. Yeah, that's a good starting point, but that's not 100% dispositive. Now, you said, hey, dude, a giant ball would also look flat. Okay, show us that the Earth's a giant ball that just happens to look flat.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. What would be showing to you? What do you mean by show me?
Measurements that the surface of the Earth is curving.
What does that mean?
Okay, so if you take a straight line, like a level line, a straight line, and extend it out in some distance, you can, if you measured along that line, the distance from that line to the surface of the Earth, it would increase with distance at a certain rate. So if I shoot a laser, 40 kilometers, the distance of the laser from the surface of the Earth should increase up to a certain amount.
No.
What do you mean no? No?
Because lasers don't work
Measuring
like
a
that.
ball that looks flat, lazy. Isn't that the task? Measure a ball that looks flat?
No, because lasers don't work like that. Light doesn't work like that.
How does it work? Tell us, please.
Well, it will curve only if you have a black hole that is sufficiently enough covered to curve it. So
What the fuck's in my coffee? Did I just
Black
really
hole?
hear that?
Yeah, where's the black hole
Spiked
now?
my coffee, dude. Who spiked my coffee?
since there is no black hole, the laser would go straight out
goodness.
to the fucking cosmos.
Okay.
This guy
Thank
is a nice little comedic interlude for this evening. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Is your laser going to go straight?
Yeah, because light doesn't bend around
Right,
objects
okay.
any other
All
than.
right, I'll post the
black
diagram in the
holes.
slide chat for you.
I got one. That one? Is that what you're going to post, D-Dub?
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah.
So can you look in the side text chat, buddy? This is the idea right here. So I measure the height of the laser above the surface, right? And it gets bigger.
Yeah.
So 10 miles away from the laser source, it should be one height. And then 40 miles away, it should be a greater
That's
height.
exactly how it works.
Okay, but that's not what's measured in reality.
Have you done that?
Personally, I've not personally done a laser test, but I've done other tests.
Like what?
Observations of ships sailing away.
Okay, tell me about it.
Okay, so for instance, I went to the beach, Boston Harbor. I watched a ship that was 6 miles away, a container ship, sail from 6 miles to 30 miles. This is testing the idea that ships disappear over the horizon of the Earth. Now, at 30 miles, that ship should have been 420 feet under the curvature of the Earth and should never have been visible. I could see it with my naked eye from 30 miles. Now, the ship was tracked with an app called marinetraffic.com, and you can look up the specific tracking instrument. This is tracked by a marine radar tracking station out of Gloucester, Massachusetts, which is also 30 miles away from where the ship was.
Okay.
So the globe Earth predicts that that ship is going around the curve of the Earth in such a way that eventually the Earth itself will block my view of it. Well, that didn't happen.
That's a peculiar thing to say.
So DJ just posted a laser test. So this laser test was done in Lake Isomere, and this is it's 5 tests, 3, and then 3 weeks later they went back and they replicated 2 of them, the 2 longest ones. It's 40 kilometers from basically a 1.92 meter laser height. It goes 40 kilometers and is picked up at 1.5 meters off the water. So the globe prediction is that laser's for 127 meters in the air. Okay, the only way you should see this laser, according to the globe, is being on top of a 44-story building.
Can I ask you one thing you mentioned before about the ship? So you said it was. Fuck, I'm bad with miles.
I got pictures I can show you if you want.
No, I want the. Okay, it was 30 miles, right? I'm trying to.
That's 30 miles from where I was. Yes.
The picture. So
48 kilometers. Okay.
30 miles.
48 kilometers.
From you. So
15 feet above sea level.
So the curvature, if I remember that right, is. So the curvature from you to the ship was about 600 feet at that point.
Yeah, tallest ship in the world is 220 feet. Or 280, my bad. So it wasn't that ship, A, and even if it was, should have been not visible. I know what ship it was. It's called the Ever Living. I can post a picture of the ship too.
I mean, I love ships, but I don't think that's.
Well, the ship's about 120 feet above from the sea level to the top of the ship. Look, you can just go on Google, Earth Curve Calculator, punch in 15 feet viewer height, 30 miles object distance, and it's going to spit out 420 feet obscured. Obscured, hidden. You know, we have so many pieces of evidence like this, it's silly to even fixate on one. The laser test was carefully controlled. They had meteorological stations at both ends of the laser. And they have actual direct measurements, meaning they took a frickin' tape measure to measure how high the laser was. Okay, so they have actual measurements of the laser. It shows that the surface of the Earth and the laser have to be running in parallel, and one can't be straight and the other curved.
It should be noted that the engineers conducting this observation and measurement have demonstrated competence in their respective fields.
Nice, that's peculiar. I've never heard about it. That's cool.
Oh, this is the tip of the iceberg. Okay, I'm going to actually post the PDF, which was the report that they made on all of them. Now, this PDF has 7 measurements. 2 were in Lake Balaton, Hungary. They weren't really long enough to be conclusive, but the ones they did in like IJsselmeer in the Netherlands. Those were, like I said, 41 kilometers. They did that twice. It's like 40.7 kilometers, something like that. And they did intermediate distances, right? So they went from, they had the laser set up, and they had a method in which they could rotate the laser. So they went to points that were differing distances away. Right? So I think they started at like 19 kilometers, or started like, I think it was like 12 kilometers, and then out to like 19 kilometers, and then 40 kilometers. They just like rotated the laser. That's all they had to do is go bank, bank, bank. EJ, you still here?
This,
EJ, show that laser, show the 21 mile one. The freaking Salt Lake City with the, the one you always show. I like that one.
Yeah, I got it here. Is who are we talking to?
Lazy Leo.
Lazy Leo. You there, dude? You listening?
I am.
Okay. Well, right. So here's an observation done over the Great Salt Lake in Utah. It's a good place to do observations because it's very dry. Very dry environment, so you can see a long distance. Okay, so I'm going to put a clip from a full-length video in the chat. So there's a full-length, high-definition video that goes along with this observation that I'm going to show you. Okay, so in this observation, the guy sets his camera up on a tripod on one side of the lake, and there's a distance of 21 miles across to the other side of the lake. Okay, so we can calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance. Right, you following along?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah. So have a look at the example in the side chat there. Okay, so he set his camera up at 5 foot height. Okay, so based off your observation height, the horizon on a globe should be at a certain distance away from you.
5 kilometers.
No, he set his camera up at 5 foot height.
I don't care what he said. The horizon for an average person is 5 kilometers away.
Right. So from a 5 foot observation height, it's 2.7 miles, 2.73 miles, which is like four and a bit kilometers, I think.
No, it should be higher. It should be further.
Yeah. I'll put the math in the side chat.
It doesn't matter anyway. Horizon's over 20 miles away. I mean, you guys are quibbling about freaking minor detail.
Yeah, here we go. Right, it's in Imperial. Okay, so from a 5 foot observation height, the horizon would be 2.7 miles away. Okay, but in this observation, we're not seeing any horizon at all over the entire 21 mile lake. Okay, and the target's the shoreline on the other side.
Wait, let me. I'm bad with Imperial, so I have to recalculate that.
Sure.
Fuck. Let me. Is it showing miles? Yeah, so mile.
4.3 kilometers.
Yeah, which kind of works backwards. Seems to me. Because if you're standing on the ground and your horizon is 5 kilometers away, if you go higher, your horizon should be moving farther from you, not closer.
Correct.
So why is it closer then?
What are you talking about?
It says the horizon distance is 2.7 miles, which is 4.3 kilometers, not 5. And he's not standing on the surface level, he's 5 foot higher. So
the average man isn't 5 feet. Brother, an average man isn't 5 feet tall.
Yeah, so
I fucking hope not, dude.
Where is his camera set?
The horizon distance of 3 miles is for a 6 foot man.
Right, so this is the camera setup, dude. Have a look at the camera setup. Okay, so he's just got it 5 foot high above the surface of the water. Okay, if you're 6 foot tall, it's 3 miles away. But if it's 5 foot tall, it's a bit closer. It's 2.7 miles away. All right, so the horizon would be where the line, where the sky and the ground should be.
Okay.
What's that?
Okay, no, I just.
You just said that's where the camera is.
Set up in the mind. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, right. Just let me go through it really quickly with you. I won't be long. Okay, so he's got a buddy over on the other side of the lake. Okay, so I just want to show you what it looks like over there. So this is a close-up of where he's going to be zooming into 21 miles away. So 21 miles, that's about 34 kilometers approximately. Okay, so this is what it looks like all the way over on the other side of the lake. And the target's going to be this shoreline. Okay, also take note of the white tower that's in the background there as well, because you're going to see that when he zooms in.
Oh.
All right, so now I'm going to show you a screenshot of when he zooms in from where that camera is situated. Okay, and then he does the observation again at nighttime. Okay, so here's two comparisons, daytime and nighttime, from 21 miles away. And then you can see what it looks like close up in the image above it. Okay, so what we can see is that we can see the base of the tower, we can see the shoreline underneath the tower,
Okay. Mm-hmm.
and we don't see any sign of a horizon or any obstruction over the entire surface of the water. Now, if the Earth were a globe, there should be 223 foot of obstruction. Okay, so the shoreline should have a hidden height of 223 feet. So the horizon should be at about 2.7 miles. And then you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon. Okay, all the rest of the water. Yeah, hold on
I
a second.
have no idea what he's measuring, but I have seen similar things where the horizon does occur. So
وغادي نبان لك ديري فريندز وغادي نبان لك فين دخلت خلينا ندير. Why are you doing that? What is with this? Some of the people that come in here, it's mind blowing.
It is.
Like a high ho.
Lick a hiney? Please don't look any heinies. The question here, Lazy Leo, I don't think you understand, is the horizon distance? Where the horizon is, how far away it is from the camera. The globe makes one prediction that you guys just laid out. But we observed that there's no visible horizon at all. Meaning that globe prediction, which should be like halfway up the water here, that horizon doesn't exist in this in these images.
yeah, that's the only thing you can say.
Yeah,
No,
the 220 feet of curve that should be blocking that tower in that city and every other thing, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So what he should see on a globe is he should see a water horizon. And then like the top of that tower sticking up from behind it. That's what he should see. Just the tower. None of these lights, none of the shoreline, none of that stuff should be visible at all. All he should see is a water edge, right? Just like you do at the ocean, a water horizon with a tower sticking out from behind it. That's what he should see if the Earth was a globe of 3,959 mile radius.
Peculiar.
Yeah, look, here's another really easy to follow analogy as well, or just a hypothetical. Okay, you know the boat, the Titanic, right? A giant ship.
Yeah.
The Titanic, yeah, it was about 175 foot tall. If the Titanic was where the camera is set up, okay, and then the guy's going to watch the Titanic sail away over to the other side of the lake where he's zooming into. Once the Titanic got to around 2.7 miles, okay, as it went beyond the horizon, the bottom of the Titanic would start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. Once the Titanic got to 10 miles, halfway across, the bottom 66 feet would be missing behind the curvature of the Earth, behind the horizon. Once the Titanic got to the other side of the lake, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. It would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth were a globe. That would have to happen if the Earth were a globe. But we're not seeing any curvature. We're not seeing any obstruction. And then he did it during the day. He did it again during the night. And then after they did that, they shot high-powered lasers across the surface of the water as well, towards each other, and they could both see each other's laser beam hitting the target on the other side. And I'll put the whole video for you.
You could go across this in a rowboat and you'd see it all the way to the other side. You don't even need the Titanic. Freaking life raft would have worked. One of the Titanic life rafts wouldn't even be hidden in this video.
No, where are all the globe earthers coming out with this stuff and saying, shit, we just tried this thing, we shot lasers at each other, and the lasers just kept hitting the dirt in the middle of both of us.
But this is the thing. We could keep presenting one after the other of these long-distance observations or laser tests all day, all night. There's basically thousands of them at this point. What doesn't exist is a single observation throughout all of history that actually aligns with the globe.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I'm interested how and why does that work? Why do they schedule sunset dinners at different time on different heights of Burj Khalifa?
Due to the seasons?
Because the sunset.
No, he's asking about with the double sunset when you lay down and then stand up.
No, you don't lay down because the sunset.
Well, you know, they say you can do this laying down too. They say if you lay on your you can stand up, look at the sunset, or lay down, look at the sunset, and stand up and see another one.
Yeah, so it's like how far away do you think the sun is, right? Like sun's a far distance away.
I've asked you a different question.
How come without standing up? Hey, without standing up, how come I can move left to right my head by like 6 inches and look around a telephone pole that's like 500 feet away and I can see like a whole mountain behind it?
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah, listen, there's path loss, okay, obstructing the light. So there is stuff in the far distance that you can't see because your eyes are too weak that's blocking the sun. And when you raise your elevation, you increase your angular field of view in the distance, and the sun reveals itself behind the obstructions. It's that simple.
All right. Sure.
Yeah.
I just posted a diagram in the chat.
I like the part when they go, sure. I like that part the best. That's my favorite.
Right. I mean, what if there are 300-foot hills 200 miles away from you, right, towards the west where the sun is setting, and you are 150 feet high, and then you go up 400 feet and bam, you can see the sun. You can't see the hills because the hills are too small in your angular field of view to resolve, but because they're so far away, they're blocking out the sun. It's all merged into the horizon, right? Do you think the horizon's the curvature of the Earth?
What do you think happens when the ships do disappear behind the horizon then?
They don't.
I've never seen that.
Oh, so they never do that.
Not really. It's not really behind anything. It's just the horizon itself is not.
Look, dude, how big are they supposed to look at that distance? Tell me so I know I can get a ruler out and scale it, make sure you're right. How big should it look if I were to hold my fingers up and I could pinch them together? How far apart should I put my fingers?
No, I'm not asking you about the size. I'm asking you
half a millimeter, or like
no, wait.
1/10 of a millimeter.
Listen to my question. Doesn't matter how big it is. If you look at it and half of it is not visible to you because it's behind the horizon, why do you think that's the case?
Not behind anything. That's the problem. You're trying to include in your description to the explanation. You understand?
But you think that never happens?
Listen. I know that there's observations of a boat where you can only see half of it.
Okay, so
in the horizon is appears to be the dividing line between the bottom and the top. But the horizon's not the physical. Hold on, but the horizon's not the physical edge of a ball. We know this because the horizon moves around. So if we go out one day, right, and we have a buoy, and the horizon's at the buoy. And then the next day, the buoy's in front of the horizon. Then the next day, the horizon's in front of the buoy. Is the horizon physical? Obviously not. It's optical. It's created by meteorological conditions.
So
and typically, when you see this quote unquote cut off boat, there'll be an inferior mirage right on the horizon almost every single time. And you know, an inferior mirage, it's like a double image.
So it's
like a double image of something. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, I got you. I heard you.
And on top of that, we can replicate what that looks like on a scale which is impossible where it's Earth curve. For instance, we can take a lake. It's 1,000 feet long from a very low camera height, like 1.5 inches. Now, from the 1.5 inch camera height, the horizon should be 2,400 feet away. Now, remember that number, 2,400. Now, if the lake's 1,000 feet long, should there be a horizon on that lake? Of course not, right? The lake's too short. The horizon's 2,400 feet away. The lake's 1,000 feet long. Real simple. Should be no horizon on that lake. But guess what? You do this, there is horizons on those lakes. So the horizon can't be Earth curve. Can't be created by the curve of the Earth. It has to be an optical effect created by multiple factors. And it doesn't even... The fact remains that we don't even need to know why it happens. We can observe that it does happen, that the horizon moves around, it's never in the right place, and it's created by the meteorological conditions of the day. And it has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, because we can replicate it where the curvature of the Earth can't be a variable. You understand? If we do the exact same if we make it look exactly the same in nature, and we know the curvature of the Earth is not a variable that could be causing it, right? We don't need to know anything more than that. Say, hey, this can only happen on a flat Earth. This can only happen on a globe. This can't happen on a flat Earth. The ship's behind the horizon. But that's your conclusion, the ship's behind the horizon. All you can see is that there's a horizon cutting a boat in half. That's what you actually see.
Okay.
What do you say about that? We can replicate this when we know the curve. We can replicate this on a surface we know is flat, and it looks the same. It means that your preconceived notion about how things should look in nature is just actually wrong. So what people think is that if the Earth is flat and a boat sails away, I should be able to see the bottom of that boat for fucking 1,000 miles, which obviously is not the case. That's wrong. And the reason we know it's wrong is because we've demonstrated it on flat surfaces. That's not the way things look in reality. That's just a construct in people's mind based upon Euclidean geometry, right? So if you see a blueprint or graph paper, and I drew a little diagram, I draw a freaking flat surface. I draw a little stick figure on that, and I draw a little boat far away from the stick figure. And what people think is, if I can draw a line from the stick figure to the boat, then that person can see the boat. But that's not how vision works. And I already brought this up, the railroad tracks, right? If I took on that same graphic, if I drew railroad tracks, I would draw two lines that never touch each other. But the real world doesn't, but the way we see the world doesn't look like that. If I go look at railroad tracks, they appear to converge into a point at the horizon, right? So intuitively, what you think should happen is not what actually happens. And we can just demonstrate it. We don't have to even know why it happens. We can just show you that it does happen.
The railroad has to do with that. That's the perspective of how.
The railroad. It's an analogy. The railroad tracks, when you look at them, they look like they come together, right?
Well, that's how perspective works, yeah.
Thank you. Yes, exactly.
So?
There'll be a minimum angle at which you can't see the surface of the water anymore. We can predict what that angle is. It's 0.02 degrees. That would be on a fucking perfect day. And perfect water and perfect everything. No air. Basically an unrealistic situation. But if we go purely in the maximum hypothetical angle that you can see the surface of water standing on it, it's 0.02 degrees, right? So if I took your line of sight, right, if I drew a line from you to the water, and I measured the angle, the shallow angle that you're looking at some water, some distance away, the minimum angle you could see that water is 0.02 degrees. And we know what distance that is. It's easy to calculate. Coincidentally, it's 3.24 miles, which is the same as the 6-foot horizon distance on the globe, which is a weird coincidence. Just like if you look parallel to a table, if you had a kitchen table, right, and you lower your head to the table, there's a point where you're going to get so low you can't see the surface of the table, right? Without being under
the table. Okay.
No, if it's parallel. What if it's parallel?
What do you mean? Maybe I don't get exactly.
What if your line of sight is parallel to the table?
Okay. So?
Can you see the table?
Well, The surface of the table or the table
Yes,
itself?
the surface of the table. If you lowered your eyes, you went down to the edge of your table, right, and you ducked down and lowered your eyes until your line of sight is parallel to the surface of the table. Can you see the surface of the table?
If it's parallel, then yes. But if you're at the same level,
You can see it if it's parallel?
you can if it's parallel.
Okay, so parallel means that they don't intersect. So if your line of sight doesn't intersect the table, how do you see it?
What do you mean?
Okay. If I drew a line from your, so you got the surface of a table's flat,
Well,
right?
you don't only see in a straight line. You realize that, right?
What do you see in then?
Where light comes from all the directions into your eye.
Mm-hmm.
That's what allows you to see not only what's straight in front of you, but directly under your feet and above you, even when you're looking straight.
That's
What
weird,
are you
dude.
talking about?
So I'm talking
Stop
about that your vision.
Stop making this weird.
You have a point of view that is basically a cone, not a line.
Yeah, well, dude, okay, that's fantastic. Okay, we have a 0.5 degree central vision that we can focus on. Congratulations. Who cares? That line of sight, the central vision, it's called the principal optical axis. And that's what we're going to use. The principal optical axis, meaning the line going from the center of your freaking eye out to wherever. If that line does not intersect the table, you can't see it. This isn't freaking rocket science.
That's not how vision works.
Okay, can you draw in perspective how you could see the table?
I'm trying to process what you're asking.
You're telling me how vision works, and you're trying to process it.
Well,
you have no idea what you're talking
your
about.
question. Well, I am literally looking at the table right now and seeing it, so I don't.
Okay, lower your vision until the table just disappears. So you're looking at it edge on. And look, bro, what you're talking about, you're like, why can't I see the thing that I can't see?
I never said that. In that case, your line of direct sight in front of you is lower than the table, or
no, it's not lower. It's parallel. It's parallel, dude.
Parallel,
and it's less than, even more than parallel. You wouldn't be able to see it. Even if your line of sight was, like I said, 0.21 of a degree above the table, you wouldn't be able to see the table because we see in angles, right? In the smallest visual angle, why are you interrupting me? The smallest visual angle the human eye can see is 0.02 degrees. Any angle smaller than that, you can't see. It's not resolvable.
What are you
so
talking
you can be
about,
above
guys?
the table. Listen, you can be above. You can be above the table and still not see the surface of the table. This isn't fiction.
Right.
This is called the Rayleigh criterion.
I guess
this is
the
this is basic
definition of
physics,
vision
dude.
is important here because
Talking about the surface of the table, not the table as a whole object, right?
Because
the surface.
The light from the surface, and at that point, still hits your eye, but your mind can't perceive it. So if that's the vision that you're talking about, I guess
Oh,
but
my Lord,
physically,
dude.
it is in your POV.
We're talking about the surface, not the fucking whole table.
The surface. So imagine the surface is at level 0.
Can you see it?
Right. Unless you
Can you see it? Yes or no?
Yes. I only told you that.
So the only time you can't see it are negative angles.
Well, you didn't let me finish that part.
No, well, you said you could see it at 0. So with a parallel line of sight, you're saying that you could see the surface looking at it edge on.
I never said that. Let me finish my thought.
Then what is it? You said 0.
Yeah, imagine the table is
angle
at
0, dude, right? No, you're trying to get out the stupid shit you said, and I'm not letting you. Dude, I'm not letting you get out that stupid ass shit you just said. Angle 0?
Okay, if you're not going to let me talk.
I want you to clarify what you said.
And if you're going to go ahead being offensive, I'm not going to.
I want you to clarify what you said. Angle 0, what did that mean?
Start from talking to me properly, then we'll speak.
No.
Here we go. Feelings police are out. Now we have to talk a certain way in order to get any more out of him.
Well, that's normal human thing.
Look, a normal human thing is to be honest and clarify what you said, what you meant by angle
it's
zero.
also not calling someone else stupid.
I would like to know what angle zero is.
Because you're saying dumb shit that you know is wrong. You know it's wrong.
Okay.
And now you're just digging in, dude. That you said something that you know is wrong, and you're digging in because you can't be dumber than a flat earther syndrome.
I'm just waiting for you to shut the fuck up so I can continue.
Yep, there it is.
There's nothing you can listen. There's nothing you can say to fix what you said already. Piling more garbage, goop. You can't talk your way out of this. This is a known scientific fact. It happens in radar. It happens in machine vision. It's well known. It's called a look angle, grazing angle.
You want to listen to yourself?
Angle of incidence. You need to listen. Repeat back to me what I just said to you.
No, I'm not interested in doing that. I'm
Repeat back to me what I just said to you.
I'm not interested in doing that.
You just said, I'm not listening to you. I can repeat back to you everything you said to me.
What? I said, are you listening to yourself or me? That's what I said. You have fucking hearing problems?
Wow.
So,
look.
Well, as I was saying, if you imagine that the table is at level 0, unless
What's that? Hold on. What's that?
What's that?
Yeah, what's level 0?
It's a value you assign to the table for the sake of what I'm telling you.
A value you assign to the table in what spatial reference is this?
If I'm going further, it will be clearer.
I need you need to define your terms so you don't get wishy-washy at the end. I want to know what level 0 means. What does that mean? Parallel with the table?
It is a value at which the table surface is.
Above, relative to what?
Well, the relative comes next in my speech. Okay, the table is
You have to define your spatial reference before you move on, bro.
The table is at whatever. That's just the marker, the shortcut. That's the level of the table that you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you are at that X, Y, or whatever the definition for the surface for you is there, the marker, the 0, unless you are above it to some decimal, to something, you're not going to see it.
Congratulations, that's what I said. And I even quantified it, 0.02 degrees. We know what it is.
Exactly. So that makes it parallel. But when you're at the same level with the surface, that's not parallel anymore.
That is parallel. What do you think 0 is? It means the center of your eye. If I drew a line from the center of my eye to the table, the line from the center of my eye would run along with the table. They'd be at the same level.
Not running along. If they are at the same level, the line hits the table, and that's not parallel.
Ugh, God, dude.
It's the same line.
Okay, great. The same line. What a fucking semantic douche. Anyway, so you agree with the principal idea that you have to be above the table. Now, here's the important part. Are all points on the table 0.02 degrees? So a distance on the table, 1 meter away, 3 meters away, 4 meters away, are those different angles?
No.
No. Dude, just go on mute, man. Just fucking go on mute.
It's the same angle. It's the same.
So you don't know Pythagorean theorem, trigonometry. You didn't pass third grade geometry now?
How can you say that's the same angle if you pull that angle point away from you and your triangle stretches out farther and farther? The angle's going to get smaller and smaller.
That is not how angles work.
It is when you look and things are further away and they've gotten smaller.
Did you see?
Let's just clarify something.
Is?
So
yeah, you didn't see
friend,
my name.
Let's say that.
Go ahead, says to breathe some life back into this, man.
Let's say we shrink you down to being 3 inches tall, and you're standing on top of the table. Okay, and I want you to look at the table at 3 different points: 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meters. You're telling me that the angle that you perceive those marks on the table a distance away from you increasing in distance, that the angle is not going to change between your eyes and those points.
Doesn't matter what you see, the angle factually.
Maybe if the table was a chess table. Maybe the table's too simple. Do you know what a chessboard is?
Well, look, if you're looking at different points on the surface, those are different angles, obviously.
Thank you. But that's what we're talking about.
But okay, but if you're looking at the same point, a different distance between your
So the hypothetical we didn't make is the one you like. Did you make one up in your head? Because the hypothetical, we didn't make up that hypothetical. The hypothetical was different distances. So let's stick with that. Is there a distance, right? These points that Setsu was talking about. Is there a point at which you could not see it? Because the angle was too small.
If you are above the level of the surface of the table,
you can see the surface no matter how big the table is.
Physically, the whole surface is within your view.
No.
Yes.
It's not.
It's just that your brain perception doesn't let you see it because the angle is too small.
It's not brain perception. It's a physical limitation of light. It's not perceptual. It's actual. It's actually
limitation
physical
of your eye, not the light.
No, it's a physical limitation of light because it has a wavelength.
Well,
so when the angle, so when it comes to your eyeball, right?
With your eyes.
Look, when it comes to the eyeball, so the top and bottom of your lens subtend a certain angle from some distance, right? And when it gets projected onto your retina, that's going to be separated by a certain distance. If that distance is smaller than the wavelength, you can't see it.
Yeah, well, yeah, your eye can't perceive it.
Yeah, it can't form an image at all. It's not just your eye, bro. It's sub-wavelength. Now, if you use a different wavelength electromagnetic spectrum,
your eye
you'd be able to pick it up.
Some wavelengths doesn't mean it's not like in your POV.
God's sake.
He just wants to. He likes POV. He likes to use.
Didn't you just say light is not raised, dude? Weren't you just? So now you're freaking throwing your own bullshit under the bus.
What? When did I say light is not raised?
You said that they're not straight lines.
Yeah, because light doesn't work in straight lines. It works like
in waves. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I know. Waves.
If you need an analogy, light flooding the room is like water flooding the room.
What?
You're trying to teach us physics?
I can't.
Like, this is freshman level physics.
This is
my living room fills up with light from the bottom when I put the light on at the top. What? That makes no sense.
I need a light preserver.
A room of light. Can you overflow that?
It's weird.
Look, this is getting crazy. The whole point of this is that there's some point on the surface from which you cannot see beyond because of resolving power.
True. That is not factually true. If you can't see
it is factually true, and I just demonstrated it in detail.
Well, just get a
way more detail than you
deserve. It's up to a limit, right? Like, there's the Planck length. Like, have you ever heard of the Planck length?
Yes.
Can you imagine wavelength that's smaller than the Planck length? And an angle that's smaller than that? I mean, come on, there is an actual physical limit. That's the hardest of hard limits.
He's only claiming that we can see forever, nothing else.
No, he doesn't understand that when you perceive something at distance, it appears to get smaller until you can't resolve it. So when you look across a surface, the surface at distance is getting smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually you can't resolve it. Horizon.
But that's called angular resolution.
Shh.
Okay.
He didn't last that long in his physics class. He dropped out.
Yeah, that one is true. Never properly studied physics.
Oh, there you go. Then we don't have to talk about it anymore because you probably got it all wrong. See?
Yeah, you don't know enough to evaluate our claims.
I never said I'm trying to evaluate your claims. I'm just listening what you have to tell me.
We are telling you there is no measurable curvature in reality all the time.
You're telling us there's a spot. Hold on. You just said that there's no place on a flat surface that you wouldn't be able to see the surface, no matter how far away it is from you.
Okay, define
That's
what
nonsense,
you mean by
dude.
seeing then.
Yeah, I'm gonna look, bro. I'm gonna post. So this is from the name of the book is
Can you define what seeing is in that case?
Define seeing? Come on, bro. Really?
In that case, because the light from every point of the table drops into your eye, right?
No, it doesn't drop.
okay. So look at the graphic. Look at the graphic in the side chat.
Yeah.
Okay. So W, that's one angle. X, that's a smaller angle. Y, smaller still. Z, even smaller.
Okay.
Is there another point you could draw where the angle would be too small to see the ground?
Wait,
Like if we extended this line, this WXYZ line, if we extended it in space out away from the eye, is there an angle that's so small where you couldn't see the ground no more?
Depends on what you mean by seeing. If you mean making out details,
I mean by seeing, seeing the surface of the Earth as a surface. That's what I mean by seeing.
No, there's no such angle. You're gonna see it all.
There's no such angle. So if my angle of view to the surface, so if my angle of view to the surface of the Earth is 0.00000001 degree, I'm going to see that surface.
Well, yeah, the light from all of that surface comes into your eye.
Yeah, and as I already made out, that angle is way smaller than the wavelength that would be projected onto my retina. I would never be able to see it. In fact, if it was that small of an angle, it would never reach my eye in the first place.
I'm missing something, I think.
Yeah. Here, let me show you this.
I posted something for you.
He's thinking about it orthographically. That's the problem. But like, that's really just always the problem. Is it orthographic mindset?
Maybe this building can help him. You know that video when somebody approached the building? I posted the video. And then you don't see the top of the building.
Fuck, I can't.
No, I don't know. I think that was just kind of confusing.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that that's accurate either.
It's not for the distance, but it's for the view. Your angle.
Right, but the building isn't perfectly straight, so you're seeing a hump of a building.
Oh no, building is curved. Yeah,
that could be it. It is. I have no way of knowing.
The building can't be perfectly straight.
Now look at this graphic. Cool. Do you think you could see squares forever? Look at the little checkerboard, right? Do you think you could just make out squares forever and ever and ever? Do you see how each square that's further away appears smaller than the square in front of it?
Sure.
Right, and they get smaller and smaller, and eventually they turn into a line.
They are not even squares at this point, so yeah.
They're squares, but from the visual perspective, they appear
From the visual perspective, they are not squares. Okay,
but what do you think we're talking about?
He's going to fight this no matter what. He doesn't realize.
We're talking about how things look. We've said a million times, and you've said it yourself. You're bordering on dishonesty, Leo. Okay.
You're talking about me seeing them. I can see them.
Seeing the way they look. Seeing. That's the same thing, right? Seeing things look, right? That's the same.
Okay.
Right. So you would be able to see squares forever.
Yeah. Do you see that square right out there on the distance, right on the horizon? You see it?
Obviously, they disappear. So
right, you don't see it.
You don't see the surface
because of the limitation of your eye. Yeah.
It reminds me of A Guy.
Okay, Zanuck.
Because of the limitation, isn't that what we said?
Yeah.
Thanks for wasting an hour of my time. This is sea lion bullshit, bro.
You nailed it earlier, man. Heretic's Razor.
Heretic's Razor. What is that? What is Heretic's Razor? I haven't heard that.
Well, if you bother to explain to me, maybe I would understand.
I did. You said nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and all you said was nuh-uh.
I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
You asked me if I see
Let's switch topics. You want to know what Heretic's Razor is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Heretic's Razor. Heretic came up with this. He said, hey, look, all right, everybody in the world has heard about how dumb flat earthers are. So all the really dumb people out there who've been intellectually bullied their entire lives, they've also heard how dumb flat earthers are. And because they're tired of getting intellectually bullied and picked on by basically the entire world because they're so dumb, they seek out the Flat Earth channel because they think we're dumber than they are. So they come in here by the dozens, and that's why it seems like we're talking to idiots all day long.
Huh. Yeah. Think that's confirmed. But you think their evaluation of but all the smart people think flat earthers are dumber than everyone too. So that's a kind of weird litmus test. Because if the dumb people think they're dumb, I can understand that they're dumb. But why do the smart people think it?
Well, I think of it
because
this
they're
way,
also dumb.
So they start. They go. It's like, hey, Indio. It's like going in IRC. Okay, you start off in this channel. Like, oh shit, I'm like the dumbest guy in the room. Let me go to the next channel. I'm the dumbest guy in this room. Let me go on to the next. Let me go. And so you just go down. You're like, man, fuck.
The
Let me go
inverse
to the
Peter
Flat
principle.
channel.
You fail down to your level of confidence.
That's the Peter principle. Yep.
And then Heretic's Razor leads to, right, flat earthers can't be, flat earthers are wrong, always wrong syndrome, right? That's because you can't, right? Like,
can you
I can't be dumber than a flat earther.
any further?
This isn't about you. It's about like you went like there was a change when you came in. You were curious. You were looking at things, but
Yeah,
then
I just asked, can you educate me on your theory any further?
Dude, you were trying to tell me that I was wrong.
And you called me a stupid ass bitch or something. For what?
No, but I should have.
Okay.
Because now we all agree that India was right.
Yeah, you were struggling, dude. But like, you were like someone like, you know, like a baby kicking their legs. They don't want their diaper changed, man. You were fighting for no reason.
So
maybe tired.
What's your point? For me to stop fighting?
No, there's nothing to fighting it. Look, just fact check what we say, dude. If we're fucking full of shit, look and fact check.
I don't want to do that.
Okay, I don't know why. We welcome it.
Because I don't care.
He doesn't want to fact check us. He just wants to argue.
I neither want to argue. I want to learn more of your arguments.
Listen. Our argument. We're not making an argument. We're just saying, hey, this is what reality is. There's nothing to argue. The only argument that we would have is like, you know, what you see is what you get. That would be the actual only argument, is that, hey, the earth looks flat because it is flat. The people that are starting the argument are the ones that say, yeah, hey, the earth looks flat. That's because it's round. When Yoder was saying to you the evidence for a globe is a flat earth, that he wasn't kidding.
Okay.
Hey, dude, it's just a ball that's too big to see. It looks flat, but it's actually a ball. How can that be your evidence of a ball? Shouldn't your evidence for a ball looks like a ball? Shouldn't that be it? Measures like a ball, acts like a ball, navigating like a ball, like that type of stuff.
Yeah, and didn't you ask us how deep we wanted to go with you? Right? You're like, well, that depends on how deep you want to go, because you thought you had the intellectual upper hand, didn't you?
No, I wanted to see how deep you can go.
He was wrong.
Dude, we can go way deeper than this. Believe me, we're fucking at the surface.
That's what I'm trying to get out of you. That's why I said, can you?
Oh yeah, you're challenging us. Yeah, that's right.
Oh
yeah, you want to get into the behavior of light at the molecular level? We can go there.
I like gases.
Well, I'm not really good with chemistry, so I think no. I mean,
good answer.
Deep as in diverse. That's what I mean now.
So we can't do chemistry, we can't do gases, we can't do triangles.
Oh.
What do you want?
Yeah, do you want to go into surveying? Listen, we studied how people actually claim to measure the Earth. We can talk about surveying.
Well, you got to build triangles to do a lot of that. but you got to
Right,
build triangles, dude, so you're not going to understand it.
That's right. You need triangles as a prereq. So we can talk about surveying. We can talk about maps and cartography, coordinate reference systems, topologies and manifolds. If you want to get into geometry and all the way up to differential geometry, we can.
No, that's more difficult for me.
Okay, then how deep do you want to go? We can keep going.
Yes. Yeah.
You want to talk about like the cosmological claims, the stellar nebular hypothesis, the Big Bang. You want to talk about lambda cold dark matter? That's the prevailing cosmological model of the entire universe. We can talk about. You want to talk about that? Okay. All right, then let's move on to something else.
I want to start easier.
Oh, don't speak about Big Bang.
I want to start easier so I can understand.
Oh, okay. Easier. The surface of water.
No curve. Yep.
Simplest thing is water, my friend.
What about
something well, it's level upon the surface when you contain it in a vessel, like a cup or a bath or a lake or a sea. Water is observed and measured and then practically used as a horizontal reference datum. We get level from the world from being parallel to the surface of the Earth, the horizon at distance. So we can just start very simply by talking about the surface of water, which, according to the story, occupies 70% of the surface of the Earth. If the surface of the Earth was curved, so would that water be. But we don't measure that water to be curved, so it can't be the sphere that we're told.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, well, my logic tells me that it would be impractical to treat large bodies of water as curved because humans don't operate on that scale.
Yeah, we do. We fly over them. We also build under them and build over them. Bridges, tunnels, and aircraft.
We fly over them. That's why the planes fly not like if you open the map and turn it flat, it's not a straight line.
Maps?
No, we're just talking, my friend, hold on. We're just talking about being parallel with the ground below. You understand what parallel is, right? So an aircraft will fly horizontal.
It would be a straight line.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. An aircraft maintains altitude and its orientation, as in a few degrees up from horizontal, to maintain altitude parallel with the ground below. So even with...
that's not what I mean.
You said it was impractical. It's something that we use every single day.
The measurement of water as a basis for the surface. That's not practical to consider that the water is curved because you don't operate on global scale in your daily life.
Really? Where do we get mountain heights from? What are they referenced to?
In your daily life...
That was a question.
The water is, for all intents and purposes, always flat.
Yes.
Hey,
awesome.
just remember, he's here to learn, dude, by telling you what's what.
Right?
Yeah.
So, in that regard,
fucking
it is
bullshitter.
logical to... Okay.
No, you said you're here to learn. Jedi's telling you something, and you're like, nuh-uh, again. Either you're here to learn or you're here to debate. Pick one. Don't pretend you're not here to debate us, but then actually debate us.
You don't learn stuff by just shutting up and not asking questions.
No,
did you question the globe? Hold on. Did you question the globe like this?
Yeah, I was going to ask him that.
I didn't need to.
What the fuck is that type of answer?
I didn't need to because the globe explains everything sufficiently and I don't need to question it.
You don't need to question the explanation.
Explains things sufficiently. You just don't know how it explains any of those things.
I don't need to.
You don't need to know nothing. You just need to hear Earth glob. That's all you need to hear.
Well, yeah, and then I
say
don't see that it operates in the way the glob would, and that's okay.
No, you don't see that. Where do you see that?
Around me in the world.
Where?
Well, different hemispheres having different seasons.
Where did you get the hemisphere? You're presupposing the thing that you don't observe hemispheres, buddy.
Well, they can only have different weathers if it's a globe and hemispheres.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Oh my God. You can only have different weather on a globe. Why is that?
Because only the globe's curvature provides different...
So the curvature, weather's caused by curvature now. Fucking shit, bro. Now, thank you for that, because now we've heard everything.
What?
The seasons are caused by the curvature and the distance of the
Holy crap!
What?
You realize that you're the first person to make that claim ever? That's why we're all flabbergasted. No one makes that claim, only you. Can you substantiate it?
Well, since the Earth is slightly tilted on its axis, and
Whoa, where, when, where? Can you demonstrate that, please?
You can go to the International Space Station. We have the photo. And
What? When? Tomorrow? Have you been there? What?
What kind of question is that? Can I show it? Of course.
So you said you can go to the International Space Station. I started laughing because I'm not going there, and neither are you.
Yeah.
I mean, forgive me, but that's a ridiculous thing to say. You can go, because we can all can go, it's free travel to the International Space Station. I would beg, please, sir, you reconsider what you've just said.
That was a suitable answer for the suitable question.
Fucking wasn't.
Leo, can you demonstrate, can you get me the observation of the tilt of the Earth on its axis from the ISS, please?
What?
You claimed that apparently you can witness the tilt of the Earth on its axis from the ISS. Can you get me that, please?
No.
No fucking way.
Can you get me,
Did he really
a
say that?
booking website? I want to book a trip through a travel agent to the ISS. Can you show me the website and how I can book my trip?
No, I'm not going to because that's not relevant to my point now.
Why bring it up then?
You brought up the tilt of the Earth's axis. We need substantiation of that claim.
The relevance is that I'm trying to tell you how weather works, not weather.
No, you're not going to tell us your story time stories, okay? This is all fantasy. I want you to demonstrate it, or at least I want you to show me how it was determined and proven.
Flat Earth is fantasy.
No, it's a measurement of the surface of water.
We don't need you to red hair.
Which you were shown by me, you were shown by DJ. We substantiated our claim.
No,
you're just in fantasy land at this point. No. You did the math yourself.
How I know you're mad. Do you know how I know you're mad?
Yeah, because you don't let me talk. Obviously, I'm mad.
Then how are you being asked to substantiate your claims if we didn't let you talk? We wouldn't know what your claims are, dude.
Talking to people involves not calling them names.
Well, stop lying. Stop being disingenuous. We won't have to keep pointing it out.
Wait, no one called me
names? Don't have proof to say so, and we can move on to somebody else because this is getting tiresome.
I told you I don't have a desire to change your mind or anything.
You don't have the ability.
Just started explaining to us how weather works. Again, I thought you were here to understand our point of view, but as soon as we bring it up, you want to correct us.
I'm bringing up what I think is to see
without letting us explain our point.
Well, so far you've been doing the most of the talking.
Yeah, I mean, we're an interdisciplinary panel of experts from different academic resources and different departments. So
great. So when you're telling me stuff, I'm telling you, hey guys, this is how it works in my head to see how it compares with what you just told me.
No, what causes weather in your head?
And you tell me that I am an idiot or stupid.
Can you tell us what? Because you don't even know your own bullshit. That's why we're laughing at you. That's why we're making fun of you, because we know the globe Earth model better than you, and you're just saying nonsense. Nobody claims that weather is caused by the curvature of the Earth. In academia, nowhere in atmospheric science do they say the curvature of the Earth causes weather.
Okay. All right. So what causes?
Hadley cell, differential heating, ocean currents, all sorts of shit causes different changes. Local geography. There's tons of different variables that create and change weather.
So that's why the different parts of the world consistently have opposite seasons?
Opposite seasons. This
depends on where you are, bro.
The sun. Sorry, this would be the measurement of the sun being higher in the sky from your location in the summer and being visible for longer than a place in the winter where it's lower in the sky.
No, okay.
Fuck me.
Okay.
So you're talking about seasons, how seasons are created, right? The prevailing factor is the sun. The sun moves throughout the year. You don't need to jump up and down and say, yeah, through me. What the fuck?
In local geography and local weather currents.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can look at places like San Francisco, which is colder in the summer than it is in the winter. Right? In southern Tasmania, which is also the reverse. Depends on where you are.
Southern Tasmania.
Yeah, southern Tasmania. It snows. It snows there in like February, which is the Australian summer.
Based on what do you have, like north, south, or?
Depends on what you. Okay, depends on what you want to use for the.
I mean, hey, it's going to be based on the equinox sunrise. How about that?
Okay, so that's the way you import. Okay.
No, it's the way you do it. That's how east is defined. The direction the sun rises on the equinox. That's the definition of east.
Oh, no, I thought maybe you have some other definition of it. So that's
look, dude. We tell you what we're only saying what the mainstream shit is. We're not making it up, bro. We're trying to tell you your own beliefs, dude. Look, bro. It's really simple. There's a body of stuff out there that academia claims. Most people never look into it and what it actually says. We have looked into it. We're telling you what it says. Now, there's 3 different easts. There's east on the compass, east on the celestial sphere coordinate system, as in latitude and longitude, in which in east and west are circles, or there's east as defined in the Oxford Dictionary, which is the direction the sun rises on the equinox. These directions of east are not the same direction. So there's a bunch of different easts. So it depends on what east you're talking about and what coordinate reference system you're talking about. So when you were talking about, hey, look, planes fly curved lines across the map. No, they don't. That's a Mercator projection. And that's the way it looks when you project points in a spherical coordinate system onto a fucking cylinder grid. So it gets distorted. Right, but if I had a polar grid and took that same flight, it would be plotted the points of that on the polar grid, that would be straight. But we can't make a conclusion about which way the plane actually flew, as in curved path versus straight path, based upon the coordinate reference system, because we can just switch the coordinate reference and it looks different.
If I got it right.
So if you want a picture right out of a fucking airplane that the pilots are looking at their fucking chart and a straight line and a polar coordinate projection, I'll show you. So this is what pilots are looking at, not fucking flight aware where they projected on a Mercator map. What the actual pilots are saying they plot. A straight fucking line, dude.
And we've done deep dives on the technical specifications of the inertial navigation systems, the gyros, the optical gyros and accelerometers that are strapped down to the airframe of airplanes. And we know that we cannot get raw data without it being processed into a globe.
Okay, so if I got it correct, if you're using navigation like coordinate systems of a globe, it wouldn't work on the.
No, it does work. The airplane has to take a different route in reality to match the globe. That's the bottom line.
Wait, so that I can understand this. So the coordinate system of a globe is different than the coordinate system of a flat surface, flat Earth,
1000%, yes.
Okay, so I got it correct. Which of these two the plane actually uses?
The plane is designed to put the airplane on a globe for navigational purposes, for communication purposes, for asset protection and liability, for insurance purposes, for every other purpose. The airplane takes physical measurements of its attitude, its yaw angle, its acceleration, and it puts that on a spherical coordinate reference system.
And uses that.
Exactly. Yep, that's all it's doing.
I might be still misunderstanding.
Right, no matter what it does.
But if it uses a spherical coordination system and ends up getting to the right place, wouldn't that...
Yeah, it will get to the right place. It will get there. Like if you use GPS to drive from your house to the grocery store, whatever it is, you will get there. You will follow the coordinates. You will probably never know exactly what direction you drove, exactly how fast you drove, and basically where you drove from point A to point B relative to each other. You only have the reference system on the map, but you don't have a reference in reality. Apart from the map, you don't have that.
I'm trying to understand the discrepancy here.
Well, you need to ask the question how. Yeah, you need to ask the question how it was derived. That should be the next thing.
You are replacing the map with reality right now. You are putting the map before reality. It is the problem of the ages. This goes back thousands of years. Which came first, the map or the territory?
Just to be clear, we can use other maps and get to our location without a sphere involved. Just because the sphere works, we're not going to reify that model.
Okay, the spherical coordinate system. Have you asked the question where it was derived? Like, what was it actually?
Well, I mean, we could get to there. I would love to get there. Let's pin that to the wall and come back to it. But guess what? You can use other coordinate reference systems. You don't have to use a spherical one. You can use a flat one, and it will get you from point A to point B.
But you said they disagree 1,000%.
They do. Yeah, so there is a flat planar coordinate reference grid called the British National Grid System. For the audience listening on YouTube, you can Google this British National Grid System.
That's how we get our electricity.
Yeah. It does not align with latitude and longitude, not at all. It is a flat planar survey of interlocking squares that go out to an area of 2,500 by 2,500 miles. Or kilometers, I forgot which. Might be kilometers. The Brits are weird. They started with miles and then like halfway went into the metric system.
We still use miles, dude. We still use miles. Miles posted on the road signs, miles an hour when we drive.
God bless you. Your colony in America never forgot.
Yeah, fuck the French.
Now, I do have a really great image of this. I have an image of the British National Grid System, which is a flat square slapped onto a globe. It's somewhere in my holdings. It's like buried deep in the shit. I can't pull it up that easily.
You know, the Brits still use miles because they still hate the French, man. They're still mad about Agincourt, even though they won. They're still pissed off.
Yeah, that's fucking right, bloody French.
That's funny. The French helped us.
What's the swath of land that it covers, Yoder? Like the map?
It's like a 2,500 by 2,500 mile grid or something.
I mean, for perspective, for that guy, if he's listening.
Yeah, so it goes from like Iceland somewhere out into the Atlantic Ocean across like northern France and the Netherlands, and then up along like the Danish and Norwegian coastline, and then up past the Shetland Islands, and then out to Iceland. In the middle is the UK. This isn't the only one, too. Like, there are a bunch. We've got a ton of these. Like in America, we've got state plane coordinate reference systems in every state. There are other countries. Oh, you bounced? Yep. Well, okay, for the audience listening, I mean, we've got flat, square, orthogonal coordinate reference grids, and they work. In fact, they are used in the court of fucking law. Yeah, that's right. You want to know where the meets and bounds are? You got a property dispute with your neighbor. You got a property dispute between like a freaking airport and a 3,000 acre farm. Yeah, they're not taking curvature of the earth into account. Fuck that. They're using the state plane coordinate reference grid.
Grab the telescope, man.
It got real fast with that guy, so he's just like, I don't want none of this.
Yeah, he's like, these guys are too smart.
He sounded like he was actually trying to be a little slick.
Yeah, you called it out in the beginning, and I thought I was right, and then you ended up being right in the end, Mickey. So hats off to you.
Yeah,
but we got good content.
AB's
We
the
got
globetrot whisperer, man. He like knows
He
what's in their
freaking is,
mind
dude.
before they even talk.
I've
Oh,
been
but to
wrong
be
about
fair,
you before, AV.
yeah, but to be fair, this would have not got how far it did if he wasn't in here. So, for the audience sake, it had to have been drug out this far.
Hey, we got Josh Ingersoll, our flat Earth satellite engineer from Amazon Kuiper Systems. Hello, Josh Ingersoll.
Oh, wow. I heard they got rid of that department.
No, like, hey, Josh, have you met any flat earthers at NGA or NRO yet? No, I have. Oh, fuck, I better log off before they catch me.
Yoder's always dragging him around by his short hairs, dude, like every time.
Told ya, Kuiper is dead. Told ya, it's over with. See how that works? No matter what you do, they always kill the project.
Now they can waste another year printing new letterhead.
How are they going to redact that, though?
They're retooling, right, Indio?
Yeah,
They're
retooling, managing their synergies for optimal performance.
Yep, they're retooling. They're optimizing their downtimes, all that. They're going restructuring right now. That's why they killed it, and then they'll rename it something later when they're ready. Maybe in 5 years.
You should have heard what
Josh
he
says
said.
all purple now, baby. You get that? You know what that means? That means joint. No, not like that joint. I mean, like that means like working across agencies and departments.
Hold on, let's ask Josh. Josh, if you found out the whole thing you're doing is fake, would you snitch or would you just keep getting your check?
$300K a year, man. Come on, that's kind of hard to pass up.
No, he ain't.
He'd want to find out where the Flat Earth office is.
You guys are ruining his Magic the Gathering, playlist that he's trying to get in the right headspace, man, before he goes head to head with some guys over there.
Yeah, hey, Josh, if somebody knows, they're probably in Colorado. I'll leave that with you.
Yeah, Josh, as far as Magic the Gathering, all I know about Magic the Gathering is Mount Gox owes me money.
Empty Gox because it's empty?
And that was the first Bitcoin exchange. They got hacked and they still got some of my Bitcoin, but not a lot. I think it's only a quarter.
Yeah, Shraver, Josh.
But they went through Japanese bankruptcy, which is way different than American bankruptcy.
I got $1 that he's gonna come on here and be like, "Hey, I just got back on, man. What's going on, guys?" How much?
Yeah.
He's listening, man. But they always do that.
Okay, Josh, you reached the 4-0?
Oh, we got to get him drunk.
Oh, hell yeah. He's 40 now. Hey, look,
dude,
you're
I'll
a
cash
baby
you
boomer.
money, dude. So you can get drunk and confess in here.
That's about a White Claw and a half, dude.
29. Jeez, dude. Could almost be your dad.
But the confidence on him, though, every time he speaks, he's like,
Yeah, if you're going to be the public guy, Josh, that doesn't mean you know anything. Like all the people who know things, they're not out in public, 100%.
In fact, they hired him because he doesn't know anything. That's what you hire the PR people for. You don't want them saying something.
Exactly. You don't want your PR people to like cough up secrets. Hell no. Trade secrets from Amazon. Nope. Yeah, there's some old crusty people from the old Defense Mapping Agency days that do ham radio that you should probably talk to, Josh.
Didn't you hear though? He's rubbing elbows with people over there in the those forums where he said that he can be a voice for us.
Yeah, I know.
And
It's
the UN,
like the guys who know shit are like mid-level, like chain smoking, divorced alcoholics sitting in a cubicle. And he wants to rub elbows with CEOs and UN representatives. I thought you meant purple based off of my remark. Okay, never mind. I mean, for the record, like I never officially encountered any flat Earth when I was in Washington, but I met people who said these things to me that made me wonder, like back in the early to mid 2000s. I would love to write a book and tell all about that kind of thing. I don't know if I should. And I probably, actually, I don't think I ever will.
yeah, parts of that stuff would be probably.
Yeah, like it wasn't until the freaking COVID lockdowns and we're all sitting around in our houses with our families wondering what the hell to do. And I'm like, you know what? That guy that said this thing and that chick that said that thing to me and that other time and this other time. And I'm like, you know what? This is freaking weird. Let me go check out this flat Earth shit.
And the rest, as they say, is history.
The rest is history. That's right. I'm like, oh my God, it all makes sense. Like, holy shit. He was trying to tell me this. She was trying to tell me that. They were doing this. They were doing that. This is freaking weird. Like, I was never in the club, but there was a club and I wasn't fucking in it. And they might have been in it. For all I fucking know.
Probably.
Yeah.
You were mostly on a need to know basis, weren't you?
Dude, the bait was freaking like, I don't know. Like, I think they were trying to feel me out for a while to see if, I don't know. But
well, don't they do that? Don't they do that? They kind of
they certainly do.
They throw a little, hey, by the way, we're going to be going over here, and there's like, they try to see what you say.
Right, they're like little loyalty tests that are given and passed or failed all the time. While a lot of this stuff is based off a need to know and stuff, I mean, it's also to some extent who you know, because who you know will put you in a place where you need to know.
I've always thought about, like, before they let you into that inner circle, you got to be compromised before you get there. Then once you are, then you can come in.
Yeah, and then you're done either way. So don't compromise yourself.
Yeah.
Man. Like, yeah, I mean, there are stories about that. And, it can go sideways too, because people think they're climbing a ladder and they're really going sideways, and they're fucking their career, their family, their life, and everything up in the process, and they're being used.
They have special islands that you can go to, and you can get compromised.
Yeah, that's
Josh is screwed.
That's for the real shit.
Yeah, that's
Josh has already given him enough ammo, right? He's already associated with us. He sports a "It's Flat" number plate, license plate. Bro,
dude,
what a
awesome.
perfect patsy. Anything goes wrong, I'm pinning it all on Josh.
So I can say this, like the few stories I know I can get into. So I worked with a guy. He was a geologist and an RF engineer with master's degrees, and he's old as dirt. I don't know if he's alive right now, but he was a guest scientist in the Cold War and did 2 tours of duty in Antarctica at Vostok Base and McMurdo. And Vostok Base is interesting because I was with the Russians during the Cold War. He was a guest transfer scientist. He had some interesting things to say and never really said it. And he taught me a lot. He was a mentor of mine, taught me a lot about RF and signals and stuff. And one of the things he said was when he got down to Vostok Base, he's like, this is the actual place on Earth where magnetic field lines terminate. And he said, we were able to do interesting studies of the ionosphere and of the geology, which was more interesting to him, even though he was an amateur extra and other things in amateur radio. One of the things he said to me was, after all these years, I still don't know if the ionosphere rotates with the Earth or if it's stationary and just breathes in place. I'll never forget that.
That's profound, dude. That's what's going on in the globe overhead right now when they're listening to.
Yeah, freaking Macarena. Right? Isn't that profound? I mean, he said other things like that too.
Yeah, I mean, really probably never it didn't click when you were listening to it at the time.
Friends anyway. It's Josh's friends anyway.
Yeah. He said some other things too, like like the magnetic alignment of rocks that they used to study down there were not congruent with what they understood with the history of the Earth and geology and the nature of things. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy shit. And this isn't anything like, this is not crazy stuff that people can get in trouble with by talking about, but and then I met somebody else. She was a similarly qualified expert, but far younger. And she told me things that, like, you know what? Everybody studies skywave propagation of radio transmission, radio waves bouncing off the ionosphere at night in a certain frequency range. She's like, that's not really what's going on. She said, if you really want to know, if you really want to know the rest of the story, it's not just that. If you want to know the rest, you need to focus on the ground wave component, ground wave propagation. In fact, ground wave is really all that it's at. And skywave is kind of theoretical, but it's all ground wave. I'm like, that's kind of like what Nikola Tesla was saying, like about freaking energy transmission over the ground. And now I'm like, holy shit. And then like you open old like antenna theory manuals and they're talking about how they model the propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat planes, over half planes. And how like they do studies in like the energy density of the wave on a target like an antenna or whatever in a far distance. If Earth is curving, then it should be predictable how much energy is being transferred onto the far end of the target by the predicted curvature amount, plus diffraction and all that shit. But it's not. It's actually like as if Earth is flat. Like electromagnetic fields act as if Earth is flat, folks.
And that's how they measure it too. Well, calculate it, but yeah. I just wondered, is there any information loss? Is there any loss over distance? With radio wave propagation due to surface contact?
Yeah, there's absorption and scattering. It depends on the surface. So if the surface is lumpy, like lumpy Lambertian surface, then it's going to scatter, and if it's specular, it's going to reflect. And the ocean and bodies of water are like mirrors to radio waves, just like light.
Right, and can that then adversely affect, like unobstructed wavelengths? Like, can it interfere with
Can reflection
what's
interfere?
Right. Right. So what's traveling
Yeah.
straight, right? So it's going in all directions, right? But you got some coming down and hitting the ground, and then bouncing back up. Some are being absorbed, scattered, whatever. But you got reflection happening. So it's coming back up into the path of what hasn't gone that direction. Does that interfere?
Yeah, there's interference. Yep. Some of it bounces back and hits the transmitter that may be receiving too at the same frequency. Or it can actually change its phase and completely and bounce back at a different frequency. Yeah, I mean, it's so messy. I don't really know. I'm not an expert on this stuff, guys, but it's such a messy freaking soup. I do know that there's a lot of money. Like, if you want to make money as an electrical engineer, particularly in communications, the money isn't in the antennas or the power or the freaking protocol and all that shit. It's going to be in the filters that are used. It's going to be in the filters. It's going to be in smart filters. So you're going to need like chemical engineers and freaking, artificial intelligence, computer scientists, cryptologist engineers. You put them in a room together to start making filters, and you can do so many amazing things. Figuring out the transmission's the easy part. Because you can come up with novel ways to do that all day long. But receiving it, that's the trick. So they got ways to they have ways to propagate energy in a chiral motion. That's like a drill, like it spirals. And if your antenna is not configured properly to receive it, then you're not going to get the full transmission. So there's a physical way to encrypt and decrypt signals based off of the waveform itself. And then when all this is flying out there with all the freaking black body radiation, all the static and everything else going on, how do you tease out the signal from the noise? That's the question. Well, it has to do with filters. I don't know what this has to do with flat Earth, but oh yeah, the signals, they go over a flat Earth. But for Tesla's energy propagation, he proposed putting plates in the ground at intervals apart based off of the harmonic of the wave and all this, so that you can leapfrog the transmission of energy from one place to the next using ground wave. And basically, it allowed for inductance and capacitance at every incremental point to store and retransmit the energy in the direction that it was initially transmitted at. So it's kind of like greasing the skids, you know what I mean? You got like a rail, you got like roller blades, you want to grease the skids, you want to grease the ball bearings. So.
What do you mean a plate in the ground? I don't think I've ever heard that one.
Yeah.
I know about the ground wave shit, but I didn't know he was going to stick a plate in the ground.
Yeah, like a sidewalk. Like he envisioned like steel plates at intervals going from A to B.
And that was to make the current travel farther, or
with higher fidelity.
Oh, yeah.
To retain energy.
Well, you could also basically rectify. I think you could rectify the signal if they were spaced right.
And nothing in the way. Well, I mean, it's all
Well, what you're
diffraction
going to get
limited
is the
too.
further away, right? It's going to get noisier, right? The even the resonant wave is going to start to decompose. Unless you're using fucking solitons or something, right? Which nobody knew about at the time, including Tesla. But you could.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I
one
don't know
trick
how
he
far
used
the
to
reach
do
was.
is he had a way of. We'll get. I shouldn't get into it. I should get into it with you somewhere else. Not here. It's fucking way too deep for this shit. If you look at some of his writings from the pre 1900 stuff where he gave presentations, like at the Benjamin Franklin Institute, one of the presentations he gave there is freaking mind blowing, bro. The single wire freaking electricity transmission and how you could change the way, like this standing node. So what he would do is because when you reach the end of the conductor, the electricity will bounce off the end. So if the length of the conductor is some fraction, some ratio of, you can make a standing wave of electricity, right? Where the center of the conductor basically has no charge on its surface and the endpoints have all the charge. And you could change where the node was by making like a little now it's connected metallically, but you could change where the node is by putting this little piece of metal, kind of like a pointy thing, right? To kind of accumulate the charge, or like just change the way. You'd have to look at the diagrams because the diagrams show it all. It's hard to explain, but this is part of his single wire electricity idea that he was doing. I don't know why they ever ended up with the freaking 3-wire. I guess
It
that's
came
just
with
cheaper.
demonstration though, didn't it? During his lectures and that.
Oh yeah, he did it. Yeah, he demonstrated. He didn't just talk about it. He did it in front of everybody. That's why everybody was amazed by him, because they would all talk theory, right? And when they came up, then when he got up, he'd be like, "Okay," and he'd have all that apparatus and shit, and show people stuff. He was an experimentalist. He wasn't really a theoretician, and people just don't get that there's a huge difference between a physics experimentalist and a theoretician. Gigantic difference. They're not even in the same fields, you could say. Just like applied physics is different than theoretical physics. But even the applied physics people, if they're not doing experiments, they're still way behind the experimentalists.
Right, that's why Maxwell's equations were like sort of disregarded for a while, right?
Yeah, they're impossible really to work with in any practical way.
It got worse after Einstein. Trying to scale those up, right? Or down.
The problem with Maxwell's equations really is that when you could work the equations out, but when you end up coming to the boundaries of like a conductor or a capacitor or anything, when you tried to quantify the boundary condition, they would go to infinity because they're partial differential equations. So they would just frickin' blow up into
noise.
Yeah, they just frickin' just blow up. I mean, then what are you going to do with it? And because they're kind of they're nonlinear. Like you don't know, is the blow up because of the nonlinearity or is it because they're at the boundary? You know what I mean?
That reminds me. So that clip you sent me of that dude with the mustache. I don't know his name. He's got a YouTube channel. It's a great channel called like Inductance or something.
Oh, Inductive. Yeah. He just put out something which is pretty interesting. I
yes, he did.
No, you saw it?
He took all of Maxwell's equations and distilled them down into 3.
Yeah. Using the
I'm
Arnold
like,
Bohm
holy
effect,
shit,
dude.
this is so intuitive.
Yeah, and it's like modeled as a fluid. But he said at the end, he's like, it's funny, dude. Because what he said at the end is like because before Flat Earth, I was looking into all this shit, all this ether, and though I wasn't like all hooked on the ether shit, it was a little more different than what I was looking at, though the ether was involved, is that if you look at the equations and you model electricity as a fluid, you end up with a problem because part of that fluid is moving in the opposite direction. And we don't observe that. Okay, so he had so it was a glut and a non-glut, right? So you have basically, it's almost like you have an area, so the electron was an area of a bunch of ether, and the proton was a positive charge is an area with like less ether, and this little section of space ended up making a positive versus negative charge. And so they're modeling it as a fluid, like the fluid's going into the electron and out of the proton. And when you have this imbalance, right, they get attracted to each other. So, but when you model this like as a conductor, then you end up with a proton flow. And this is what he was saying at the end. What he was saying at the end is like he talked to the paper. It was a guy named Martins, and said, "Yeah, that's what it predicts." And he's like, "Well, in the guy, this Indicta guy is like, the problem with this was that we don't observe it in nature." Yeah, because protons are in the nucleus, right? They're in a lattice. Yeah. But I remember coming across, because I remember this specific thing, me wondering, like, if they model electricity as electron flow in one direction, why aren't the protons flowing in the other direction? Right? It's intuitive. Like, why wouldn't they go in the other direction? Like I don't even know if they do it in a plasma. Well, someone actually did that test, and they actually did record proton flow. I can't remember what they used, but somehow they measured some amount of proton flow, but you have to turn up the fucking voltage, like, to some stupid, ridiculous level to basically get the molecules to travel within the substance itself, to travel within the lattice, because, like, solid state matter usually has some sort of crystalline lattice, right? So, right, unless it's glass or something. So especially I think they might. That reminds you, it was glass, that they used some sort of amorphous substance to get the positively charged molecules to flow in the opposite direction. And so they actually did get it to happen, but it's like they had to crank it up to some crazy fucking voltage.
That's always the problem with this. They have to go to extremes in order to create the rules. So they have to find exceptions, and yeah.
Well, I mean, you think about it, it's all symmetric, right? The positive and negative charge, everything's just symmetric. But that's not kind of what we observe in nature. The protons are stuck in lattices of conductors, so we don't see a positive flow in the other direction.
Well, I mean, that's where the ether comes in, right? With counter space.
I don't even know. I'm still trying to figure out what counter space means, bro. I don't know.
Listen, it is the hole that everything goes into that you don't understand.
Oh, you mean like your donations? Is that where your donations go?
That's where your government contract money goes. Your grants, but
no, Dollar's always begging for donations. I think that's where your donations go, like right into that freaking hole. That dude, when I first I'll say this about Dollard. He's very knowledgeable about the history of electricity, and I credit him with teaching me much, at least the historical background of what the situation was. Beyond that, I don't know if he knows what the fuck he's talking about. He might. I don't know. It's impossible for me to evaluate it. All I know is that he does his presentation, and the hat comes out at the end every fucking time. So
yeah,
I mean, he's made no fucking progress that anybody can discern.
Listen, the guy I talked about earlier from Antarctica, he was like Eric Dollard, and I gotta.
You think that if the moon is a sphere, it wouldn't. You couldn't cast a sphere. Wouldn't cast a circular shadow on a sphere. It would get distorted because the surface would be curved. Right? You're projecting a circle onto a curved surface. It's not going to stay a circle.
Wait, why
you only see an arc section anyway?
Do you have any other logical solution to why that happens?
Well, the first thing, if it's going to be logical and consistent, is you're going to give a claim about the cause of the effect, and then you're going to show me how you can prove that to me. That would be a logical way of doing that. Now, how are you going to prove it?
How am I going to prove it? Okay. The times of the day. That's another reason that's proving the Earth is round.
How does the time of day prove that the Earth is round?
If the Earth is not round and it's not rotating, the times of the day would not be the same like right now.
Holy cow, dude. You're going to have to walk me through that one.
Okay.
What's the causal mechanism?
Okay, right now I'm in Algeria.
Yeah, I heard this before. You're talking about people in different places on the Earth, and the sun is over their head, and in other places the sun is not over their head. And you told us, actually, and I can go back and get this on the soundboard, I can clip this, you said the sun moves. So the sun is moving across the Earth, and it's light in different places. That's pretty simple. What does that have to do with curvature?
Dude, what does that have to do with curvature? If the Earth was flat surface, that wouldn't happen.
Oh, really? So hold on a second. Do you have a flat Earth model that you want to show me so you can prove that?
Hear me out. You wouldn't have the sun rising up then dipping down.
Oh my gosh. Don't tell me what the sun would or wouldn't do unless you can show me how you know the position of the sun, where it actually exists in physical reality, what it is, the distance to it, and actually its relationship with the surface of the Earth, and you have measured the surface of the Earth, and how you can prove all those relationships. Can you do those things for me?
Do you hear yourself?
Yeah, I'm asking you questions about your claims. I hear myself just fine.
These are not my claims. This is something people have.
These are your claims.
For like 13,000 years.
You're telling me all the things that cannot be possible on the flat Earth that you have described or imagined in your head, and I want to know how you got all the forms or the figures for the Earth and the relationship with the sun and how it wouldn't work. Show me what you have.
It's that simple. If the sun rises up, then dips down.
I need you to show me the. I need you to show me the physical relationship with the sun. Okay, so you're just going to state it as a baseless assertion. So another baseless assertion fallacy from you, right?
Stop saying baseless assertion fallacy.
All right, I can't, dude. I can't talk to you right now. Is there someone else that would like to defend this globe position other than the guy that's losing his mind and making countless baseless assertions about would or would not happen with the Earth and the sun?
I would suggest that he goes into the side chat, and we've put some material there for him covering what you've been talking about, curvature. It's all there for him anyway. Okay? Well done.
Right.
So anybody else? Go ahead.
I mean, I'll talk to him again, but I would like him to at least give one evidence for any claim that he makes.
Yeah, you've been very amicable and very forthcoming with your questions, but he doesn't seem to want to acknowledge. That's the problem here. He's not acknowledging you properly. So if he looks in the side chat, he's going to learn a lot about his mistakes that he's making, because you've explained it to him and he doesn't seem to acknowledge. I mean, you've done top textbook, just doesn't seem to be picking it up. So does anybody else have any questions for my colleague here? Any questions, please? Come on. Don't be shy now.
Bro, you've been unmuted, but I would like you to give me one evidence for your claims. If you're saying it cannot exist or cannot happen on a flat Earth, I would like to know what your flat Earth looks like.
A flat Earth?
Yeah, what does it look like?
With an ice wall around it and the sun that looks like a lamp hovering over it.
Why? That's what you think the flat Earth looks like?
That's what I always see around.
No, that's just an azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe. Are you saying that the globe doesn't work?
Dude, I said a flat Earth. How a flat Earth is a globe?
Dude, the azimuthal equidistant projection that you're talking about with, Antarctica as an ice wall around the edge of it, that's a projection of a globe. So you're saying the globe doesn't work?
How is that the projection of the globe? Antarctica is at the south of the planet.
Yeah, do you realize that all your maps, including the globe itself that sits on your teacher's desk, those are all projections? Those aren't actual maps of the Earth. They're reifications.
Okay, sure. If you just explain to me why do we see the sun like rise and dip? That's all I'm asking.
Rise and what does that have to do with anything? We're talking about the Earth, not the sun.
What do you mean we're talking about the Earth, not the sun? And what's the sun?
Yeah, what is the sun?
About the sun?
What is the Earth without the sun? Well, it would be dark, probably, but the Earth is the Earth and the sun is the sun. We're talking about the Earth being flat, and that's why I keep asking you if you have any measurements of Earth curve from anyone, anywhere, at any time, how they did it, and if I can prove it. And so far, you've provided nothing. All you're doing is asking me what the sun does. I should tell you, the sun is not the Earth.
Yes, it's not the Earth, but it's the reason why the Earth is alive.
The sun is the reason why the Earth alive now all of a sudden?
Yes.
Is it sentient? Does it think?
The sun?
The Earth. You said the Earth is alive. Now I want to know, does it do its taxes every April?
What do you mean, man? When I said the Earth is alive, I mean living beings on the planet.
Living beings on the planet. Oh, okay, so there's people that are alive and organisms that are alive on the Earth, but... Yes. Okay, great. So we totally agree with that. Now, what does that have to do with the Earth being flat or round as a sphere?
Okay. It says who? Hear me out. When I entered this chat, I told him these exact words. I do not care if the Earth is flat or round.
Well, it certainly sounds like you care because you've been trying to defend a globe and you haven't shown me any Earth curve for the last 15 minutes. I mean, you've been irate about this, so I think you care quite a bit.
No, hear me out. The reason why I would say I believe it's round because it's like so easy to see.
I don't see any curvature anywhere.
Whenever I look through the flat Earth, they always give different solutions to different problems. Why
is the flat Earth people?
Yes, flat Earth people.
No. The flat Earth is not people. The Earth is the Earth. It happens to be flat. Now you're talking about people that you've talked to. I want to know about the Earth. Let's not talk about people. Let's talk about the Earth itself. Is it curving anywhere?
I would like to believe it does.
Okay, well, if you would like to believe that, that sounds like you prefer that the Earth be round. That means that you do care whether or not the Earth is flat or round. It sounds like you have a preference. Why would you prefer that the Earth is a globe?
Because of what we can see.
What do we see other than the Earth? And when we measure the Earth, it is flat. There is no curvature.
When did you do that? I mean,
everybody does that. Yeah. The navigators measure the Earth flat. The construction workers measure the Earth flat. The map makers measure the Earth flat. You and I treat the Earth as flat and stationary. We see it that way. I have never seen any Earth curvature in my entire life, and neither have you.
But that's because of the range, like what's the word? Not range.
The rate?
What's the word?
I don't know what word you're looking for. I'm sorry. I'm trying to follow along, but I don't know where you're going.
The
size. Okay, how big is it?
The Earth? So big. If it's
so big. Okay. Do you think you could give me a number of some kind to give me the dimensions of this thing?
Okay, I'm gonna try to Google that.
Okay.
Okay.
Nico, bro, could you go ahead and put yourself on mute? You're kind of jumping in here.
Okay.
Thank you.
What the fuck is this? Dimensions of death.
I happen to know what they are, but I want you to see if you can find it yourself.
The diameter of the Earth is 12,000 kilometers. It's like 8,000 miles.
Okay. So the radius would be 3,959 miles. That's the radius. The diameter is somewhere close to 8,000. That makes sense. No problem.
Yeah.
So that means that we have a very predictable rate at which the Earth could curve, right? So we could kind of make all kinds of mathematical, well, we'll say predictions about where things would be, especially the outer edge of this ball that you think that you live on. So let's take, for instance, the horizon. Do you think that the horizon is the limit of the Earth's edge? In fact, it's that hill, that sagitta, that place where the boats start to disappear. Is the horizon the edge of the Earth?
According to... I do not really understand your question, but I think yes.
Do you know what the horizon is? When I say horizon, I know that English is not your first language, so I'm trying to make sure that we understand each other.
How far can I see?
Well, I mean, we're talking about an Earth with a certain size radius, and if that radius is correct, 3,959 miles, then every distance to horizon can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Meaning that if we have an observer that is 1 foot high, then the horizon distance, or the sagitta of that curve, that hump, that tangent point, is going to be at 1.22 miles away. And then things are going to gradually disappear bottom up from that point if we're at 1 foot high. Does that make sense?
Okay, yes, that does make sense.
Okay, great. That's what the geometry would dictate. This is not my claim. You looked it up. You know the size of the Earth. So tell me, I'm going to show you an observation in the side chat. You tell me what you think about this observation. So off the coast of Santa Barbara, California, there's these 2 oil rigs. These 2 oil rigs are a distance from the shoreline, right where the water is right there at the beach. Okay, from that place out to those oil rigs, one of them is at 6.21 miles, and the other one is about 9.41 miles. These are measured distances. All this stuff has to be surveyed because, the oil companies, they want to make money, and the municipalities, like the cities and the people who, monitor the coastlines and all the environmental stuff, they have to know exactly where these things are at. So these are measured, known distances to these oil rigs. Now, if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance to horizon can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. This observation is using a camera, and I'll give you the video. I'll post a link to the video as well. This camera is 1 foot high, and it is looking out over the water at these 2 oil rigs. Can you tell me where the horizon is in relationship to those 2 oil rigs? Is it in front of them, in between them, or behind them?
I mean, it looks in between them.
Do you know what the horizon is?
Okay, I'm gonna look it up so I would understand.
You can look it up. That's no problem. I already have the definition here. It's the horizon is the apparent location where the sky meets the earth or sea.
Yes, I can see that.
Okay. So I'm looking at this photo, and anybody else in the side chat, they can help us out with this, but I see the horizon behind the second oil rig. That line, that apparent location where the sky meets the ground or sea, the earth or sea.
Okay, so I have a question.
I just want to make sure that we agree. I just want to make sure that we agree that the horizon is behind the second oil platform.
Yes, it does look like behind them because we can't see any more water.
So according to the globe size that you gave me, approximately 8,000 miles in diameter, 3,959 miles in radius, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. Why is it not at 1.22 miles? Why is it 10 times, at least 10 times farther than it should be?
Okay, how would I know that?
What do you mean, how would you know that?
I have not done these calculations.
Well, I mean, you could do the math yourself. I'm giving you, we have tables for all this. This is where the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. It's at 10 miles at least. So we have just debunked the idea of the claim that the Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 8,000 miles in diameter, 12,000 kilometers in diameter, just with this one observation, the entire globe has been debunked because the horizon is not at its supposed to be geometric location.
Okay, I have a question though. If we build a third, like oil rig behind these two, would we still like see it whole like we see these two, or we wouldn't see it at all?
Well, I don't know. I mean, how far away do you want it to be? There is an angular size limit to the human eye or a lot of other optics as well. So the farther away it gets, the smaller angular or apparent size that it has. And so it's going to be harder to see. Eventually things get too small to see. That's why we have like microscopes and stuff like that. But even with microscopes or telescopes, the amount of light that we have and the size of the object in angular size, some things we just can't see them. But it doesn't matter. We're talking about the Earth here. We're talking about the curvature of the Earth and the tangent point or the sagitta of this ball. It's supposed to be at 1.22 miles. This horizon is in excess of 10 times that amount, meaning that number one, the horizon is not the curvature of the Earth. Number two, the globe has been debunked because there is no physical obstruction, physical Earth curve, tangent point where it should be if the Earth were to be a globe of that size.
Okay. But this still doesn't answer my question. Why do we see the sun rise and then set?
That's a different question. That's the sun. That's not the Earth.
Yes, but what do we see that happen?
I don't know. I mean, we have angular descriptions of the sun from horizon to horizon as it moves across the sky. All of those angular relationships, you might be surprised to know, are measured using a flat plane. So they assume that the Earth is flat, or they measure it flat so they can get an angle to the sun. That's where you get your longitude lines from, is the angle to the sun from the Earth.
Okay, you don't get my question.
I am answering your question. I will tell you there's a lot of reasons. I'll answer your question. There's a lot of reasons why we see the sun apparently set. It's called an angular relationship. It does not actually mean that the sun is going down. It just appears that way. Let me give you an example. Have you ever been in a very long hallway and there's lights above your head down the hallway?
Yes.
Okay, so when you look down the hallway, it will appear like the lights are descending as they go away from you. But you and I both know that those lights are the exact same height from the floor to the ceiling as they are when they're right above you, all the way down the hallway. But according to your perspective, it looks like they are going down. This is a simple perspective effect. So when you see the sun go away from you and it begins to go shine over your buddy who's a long ways across the Earth over there, because the sun is going away, it looks like it goes down. And in reality, it's just going out of view.
Because the Earth is curved.
No, because the sun is going away from you. We just talked about perspective effects. You're trying to make it seem like because the sun goes down, it has something to do with the Earth itself. I just showed you that the Earth is measurably flat and that the globe is debunked and it's not curved. You have yet to show me any Earth curve measurements to prove that the Earth is curved.
Okay, I think you're not the same person. Like, I think you don't have the same beliefs as the flat earthers. I think
it wouldn't matter what beliefs I have. Sorry, I don't have a model. I'm just showing you that the Earth is not curving anywhere. Unless you can show me measurements of curvature, that means slope, drop over distance between points that we can measure, then the Earth is measurably flat.
Yeah, once again, I've backed up what you've been saying, says who, in the side chat, okay? You requested some material. It's there waiting. It's been there all the while, okay? You got videos with this black swan, image of black swan, the hallway, optical illusion. It's all there, okay?
Thank you.
You're doing a great job, by the way.
I appreciate it.
But this does not explain why we see the sun rise and set.
No, it does, because the angular relationship as the sun moves towards you and moves away from you is a perspective effect. Things that go away from you seem to descend, especially when they're above your head. Also, it seems like the floor will ramp up, but that you know that floor is flat, but it appears to go upward and converge into what we call a vanishing point.
Yeah, but this when the sun goes through, like let's say the sun starts from Japan. People see the sun like middle of the day, it's in the middle of the sky.
Uh-huh.
When it goes to Europe and Africa, people in Japan, they see it set.
Right,
And
it's
we
going
see it
away from
rise.
them. Right,
Yes, but we
it's
see it
going
rise.
away from them, and it seems to descend. It's an apparent effect. It's a
Yes, but
perspective effect.
if we keep going, the same happens to us and happens to the US. And then from the
Yes, I
US
know.
to Japan,
I
in a
know.
circular way.
I don't even know if it's a circle. It seems to be, but I'm not going to call it a circle until I can see it make its circuit. Now, if you go to the extreme north or even apparently the extreme south, then yes, you can actually see the sun do what looks like an ellipse or maybe kind of a circle in the sky. But meanwhile, the earth is still flat underneath your feet.
Of course, it is flat underneath our feet because of the size.
Thank you. No, the size, we already discussed the size. I debunked the size. The earth is measurably flat. There is no curvature that you could show me anybody has measured ever. Ever. We've looked, I promise. We've scoured the entire internet. We've asked everybody that would know. Pilots, NASA, whoever. No one's measured any curvature.
Don't bring up NASA, man. They're just a bunch
Okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't bring up a spy agency. So, can you give me any example of somebody measuring slope or drop over distance between points on the surface of the Earth so that we can kind of, maybe say that we do live on a ball?
I mean, I don't think it's a ball, but
You don't think it's a ball?
no, I don't think it's a ball. I think it's a sphere, like an egg.
Yeah, balls, spheres, same idea.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you like 100%, but I'm also not convinced,
Well, I mean, I'm not, listen, I'm not here to convince you of anything. That's not my job. All I'm here to do is to show you examples of ways that the globe idea falls apart. The biggest thing that we need to have, if the Earth is a globe, is some kind of curvature on the surface. The problem is we can't measure it anywhere. Everybody measures, treats, uses the surface of the Earth as a flat, stationary plane. Please don't shoot the messenger.
Would I shoot you?
I'm just letting you know.
No, I actually love this intellectual exchange of ideas.
Right.
The Earth is flat.
Thank you, Jesus. Okay, I have a different question.
Okay.
Why do we see different types of stars on the sky?
The sky is, we have lights in the sky. We call them stars. We have many different constellations. I think everybody understands that every year, like clockwork, interestingly enough, we get the same pattern of the stars in a repeating pattern. So it would appear as if the sky itself and the star field repeats its relationship with the Earth in a cycle. So in one place, on one side of the Earth, wherever that might be, one end of the Earth, people are going to see a certain set of constellations above their head at a certain time of year. But as the year goes on, they're going to see different constellations, and likewise for everybody else on the surface of the Earth. Above their heads, the star field moves in a repeating pattern, in a cycle. So depending on where you're at, like we've already kind of acknowledged, that the sun moves, the moon moves and the stars move. Depending on where you're at on the surface, you will see different stars in different areas.
Do you have a model for the universe? That would probably make me understand it better.
Well, I'm going to have to ask you, I know this is going to sound weird, but you're going to have to define for me what you think the universe is.
The universe, like our universe.
Now, when you describe the universe, can you describe it to me? Do you think that the universe is a big, ever-expanding, vacuous region with billions and jillions of quadrillions of stars all over the place, and wormholes and gas giants and galaxies? Is that what you think of?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, that's all fake.
Okay.
That idea is fake, and I'll tell you why. I'll explain to you why.
Thank you.
The idea of the ever-expanding vacuous region of space is debunked by one thing. It's called entropy. Do you know what entropy is?
Entropy. Now explain.
It's the second law of thermodynamics. Okay, so that means that we observe, it's a natural law. Laws of nature are never broken. They never don't do what they do. So I'll give you an example. Entropy describes the flow of energy. So it's like high energy seeks out low energy, high pressure seeks to fill low pressure areas to create an equilibrium. And I'll give you a perfect example of how this happens, okay? Do you drink coffee in the morning or tea?
No, I don't drink coffee.
Okay, how about tea?
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes tea. Is it hot tea?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. So when you drink hot tea, you fill up the cup gets hot, you know the tea's nice and warm, there's steam coming off of it, and you set it down and you start to read a book, or you get on the internet, you start surfing the internet. A few minutes later, you go to pick up the coffee, or the tea, and it's a little cooler than it was when it started because you wanted to give it time to cool off. Sometimes it's too hot. You set it back down, you keep scrolling through your phone, reading your book. Time gets away from you, all of a sudden you pick up that cup of tea, and now it's the same temperature of the room. You would say that it's cold. It's probably somewhere around 70 degrees, right? So it lost all of that energy. The energy from the tea, the heat, tried to create equilibrium with the surrounding room temperature, the air. So it started to radiate heat off and try to equalize with the air around it. And it did. Now the tea in the cup is about 70 degrees. That's called entropy. The same thing happens, let's say, if you have a bicycle or a car and you get a hole in the tire tube, right? And all of a sudden that high pressure within the tire tube comes bursting out of the tube and tries to equalize with the pressure around it. The high pressure goes towards the low pressure, right?
Yes.
That's called entropy. Now, you would be surprised to know, although most people kind of understand this, that the Earth has air pressure on it. Air pressure cannot be developed unless you have a container. In fact, air pressure is defined as the force exerted by the molecules or the atoms on the walls of its container. So the only way that you can gain air pressure is if you have some kind of container, just like your tire tube. Your tire tube holds the air inside of it and holds that pressure. The air around you on the Earth is a pressurized system. It's a dynamic system. The heat and the cold move around, the wind, all the air moves. It's a dynamic system. The hot air goes towards the low air all the time. It's a big mixing soup. But all this air pressure, if it was exposed to that big, great sky vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr, a very high vacuum, a vacuum that we can't even recreate on the surface of the Earth with all of our technology and all of our materials, we cannot create that kind of vacuum. But nonetheless, the air pressure on the Earth should be trying to fill that available volume, that low pressure area, meaning that we would not ever have, not since the beginning of the Earth being a ball in this big vacuum, never developed pressure at any point. So the idea that the sky and space and all that stuff is this ever-expanding vacuous region is completely debunked by the fact that high pressure moves to low pressure, filling the available volume. The Earth is a contained system. the reason that we know that is because we have gas pressure.
So you think the universe is like an upside down pyramid? Like the Earth is the center and everything expands upward?
No, I think that the Earth is a contained system, meaning that we are on the floor level, the first floor level of the universe, and the sky is filled with stars, whatever they are, and they are arranged in such a way where they repeat every year in the same pattern, and so does the sun, and so does the moon, and they are all within a contained system because we have gas pressure. The idea of the outer space vacuum and all the distances to all the bazillion jillion stars that they tell us that they have, all of that is predicated on the Earth being a globe within a vacuous system. Since the Earth is not a globe, and since we have gas pressure on the surface of Earth, the Earth is a contained system. Space is fake.
What do you mean space is fake? We can see it, dude.
No, you can see the stars in the sky. That you think someone told you that was space, a big vacuum with all these billions and jillions of stars and galaxies and wormholes. They didn't prove it to you. They just told you that.
But we can see them with a telescope.
Yeah, we can see those lights in the sky above our heads from a flat Earth. That has nothing to do with, see, if I gave you a picture of something, like let's take Santa Claus, for instance. I could show you a picture of Santa Claus, but does that make Santa Claus real?
I would have to believe it if I seen it with my eyes.
Well, I mean, we're talking about Santa Claus here, right? We all kind of understand that Santa Claus...
If I seen, like an old man flying on the sky or with reindeers and stuff, I would believe it.
Well, I mean, fair enough. If you saw it with your own two eyes, you'd probably have at least a few questions to ask, right? But you and I both understand that Santa Claus is a fictional character. I can show you pictures of him. I can tell you stories about him and his elves and all kinds of stuff. But in reality,
when it comes to NASA and what they say, I'm totally with you. I know they are just lying.
Okay. Well, fair enough. Then you don't need to take their word as, gospel truth. They can tell you something, but they haven't proven it to you. You can get a telescope. You can see the star in the sky. I agree with you. They are there, whatever they are. But they are not, like, let's take Jupiter, for instance. Jupiter is supposed to be a gas giant. It is supposed to be this ball of gas in a vacuum. Well, that doesn't happen. We can't recreate that idea anywhere on Earth. Gas always disperses to fill space. We understand this because of the car tire, because of the hot tea. This is just how physics works. Oh, here's going to be another thing that's going to really kind of make you upset, or maybe not upset, but make you think that I'm crazy. But as far as I can tell, no one, or maybe you could, maybe you'd be the first one to tell me, what is gravity?
What is gravity?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's gravity.
All right. See, yeah, that's what we all say. Gravity does something. What do you think gravity does?
It pulls stuff.
It pulls stuff, right? So gravity is this invisible force, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what we were told. That's called Newtonian mechanics or Newtonian gravity. Isaac Newton was given the credit for that idea, although we found out later, and he has a quote we have a quote from Isaac Newton that says that I don't want innate gravity essentially given to me or blamed on me. He says that idea is silly. And if someone has that quote and put it in the side chat, that would be helpful. But innate gravity, he did not want that to be ascribed to him. He didn't believe in it. He didn't like it. Somebody asked him to come up with some kind of idea as to why things go up or down where we live, right? So we think that gravity pulls things, but we don't have any way to measure this force. The only thing that we can measure is the average speed at which certain things fall in a vacuum chamber. All right, that's the measurement we have. That's called little g. That's just a description of the rate of fall. Okay? Now, What we don't have is this idea of big G. Big G is supposed to be the force, the thing that you're talking about that does that work. Well, we don't have that. We don't have a big G anywhere to say this is the cause for things to fall. The other thing that we have a problem with is that we also have things that go up, like gas. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. So there is no gravity pulling the gas down. So if we don't have one exclusive observation to blame gravity on, then the idea itself is not tenable. We have things that go down, we have things that go up. We have clouds that stay relatively a lot of time at the same altitude. They're not going down. Those are small droplets of water. They stay in the air. So what happened to gravity?
But I think that's because they don't have mass.
No, those little water droplets. Nope. Gas is supposed to have mass. Water, those little water droplets are supposed to have mass. Whatever mass is, mass, you might be interested to find out too, is not really clearly defined in physics. Usually people conflate mass with weight.
Okay.
Let me give you an example of how we can debunk gravity really quickly, okay? Let's say you have a block of wood, and in the air, and air is a medium, like it's all around you, you breathe it, you can wave your hand around in it, and you can kind of feel it, like there's a medium of air that we exist in, right? So if you have a block of wood, you pick it up, you remove it from its place of equilibrium with energy, you pick it up off the ground, now you're holding it, and you let go of it, what is the wood block going to do?
Fall.
It's going to fall. Perfect. Okay. So now let's take that same block of wood, let's put on our swimming trunks, and let's jump into a lake. And let's see if we can force ourselves down to the bottom of the lake with that block of wood, and we'll hold it out in front of us while we're holding our breath, and we're going to let go of that block of wood. What is the block of wood going to do?
It would rise.
It's going to rise up, right? So it seems like there's kind of a relationship between the object and the medium that it's in. In the air, the block of wood is more dense than the air itself. The air cannot support it, so it falls. When you go into the water, the density of the medium, the water, is more dense than the wood, so it's going to go up.
Yes.
So we have a density relationship between the object and the medium, and that is what dictates what will happen with the object. That's all we can observe. I'm not even sure I could give you really a cause for that. Things go up and down in the medium that they're in. I don't know why. It seems like it's just kind of another law of nature as far as I can tell. But gravity, a force, doesn't have anything to do with it. We can't describe this force. We can't detect a force.
Okay, you're making sense.
Yeah, it's kind of simple. I mean, our everyday existence on this earth is pretty simple. We exist on it with left and right, horizontal relationship and a vertical relationship, up and down, side to side. That's how we live here.
In a three-dimensional plane, yes.
In a three-dimensional plane.
So scientists never actually calculated gravity?
They've never detected it. You would also be surprised to know that there is about 80 different theories, and these are not scientific theories. These are just things that people think about and make up and say, this is what gravity possibly could be. There's 80 of them, 78, I think. Different ideas of what gravity could be, but we can't detect it. The only thing that we can measure is average rate of fall inside a vacuum of objects. But once again, since you took away even the medium of air, or most of the air in a vacuum, because you can never get rid of all the air, the matter or the energy within a volume. So extremely low vacuum, or high vacuum, I should say, this is how things fall at an average rate inside of that. Now, I think they should test the other way and say, well, let's put water in a volume and see how fast things fall. Now your average is going to be way off. And then if you take, certain objects, they're going to go up in the water. So the medium matters every time. You always have to change the medium to see what the object will do. Now, the other thing that you've probably heard about is Einstein and the theory of general relativity, right? He actually superseded Newtonian gravity. So currently today, people are operating off of Einstein's theory of general relativity when it comes to this idea of gravity. What he supposed is that space and time are like a fabric, and depending on the mass of the object within that space-time medium, the space-time will warp. It's like a fabric, it'll warp. Okay? And that is what determines the motion of objects. But there's a problem with that too. This is only a mathematical concept that Einstein came up with. Both space and time are not material things. They're purely conceptual. So conceptual things cannot have physical consequences. It was just a thought experiment. He thought maybe if I ascribed some kind of value or some kind of physical material to things like space or time, then I could suppose that the space-time is warping, and that's where we get our apparent motion.
Okay, I hear you.
Yeah. Most of the things that you think are proven, the things that we were taught in school, most of them are a lot of thought experiments and really don't have anything to do with reality. They're trying to answer questions that, quite frankly, cannot be answered. There's some things that we may never know.
I mean, amen to that. That I'm not, as I said before, I'm not like my process of thought is I don't care if it's flat or round. Nothing would change.
Okay.
Like,
I mean, that's fair. Yeah, I get your point. Totally understand. My only job here is not. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I would rather, like Jin said before, I would rather know the truth than stay oblivious.
Sure. I understand that. Listen, man, I hope that you understand. I'm not actually trying to convince you. I'm just trying to give you some of the knowledge that I've picked over, the last 10 years or so. Because just like you, I thought that I lived on a big, giant globe. I was told the exact same thing that you were told.
Yes. I get you. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now I just need to find the answer for the sun and the moon and what is it called? The eclipse, like lunar eclipse, and
yeah. Look, the things that happen in the sky are very interesting. The sky does lots of things that are amazing as far as I'm concerned. Where like everything repeats itself, even the eclipses, they come in cycles as well. That's why we're able to predict them, because we recognize the pattern, so we know when it's going to happen again. So a lunar eclipse can be predicted, a solar eclipse can be predicted, because we recognize the pattern. But what is actually going on in those situations, I don't know. Sometimes the moon gets darker and then it turns red. And they're telling us, oh no, that's because the Earth is in between the sun and the moon, and that's why you get that effect. Well, you know how impossible that would be to prove? Because you actually don't have a relationship between the sun and the moon sometimes like that you could verify. And the Earth would have to be a sphere in a vacuous space region. And we've already gotten rid of all those ideas. So why does the moon sometimes get dark? I don't know. Another phenomena that people don't really know about is called a Selenelian eclipse, where you can have a lunar eclipse while the sun and the moon are above the horizon both at the same time, and the shadow or the darkening of the moon happens from the top down, completely the opposite of what it should be, the impossible eclipse.
Okay, this is very interesting.
If someone would like to take over real quick, I got to answer a phone call.
Actually, I have to go to work now.
Okay, well, it was good talking to you, man.
I will come again for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. What is your name before you leave, so we remember you the next time? What's your name?
Just call me Link.
Lake.
Link. You know
Link,
the Legend of
okay.
Zelda?
Okay. All right.
Do you know the Legend of Zelda?
Yeah, Link, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. FE Laskan Malamute.
Yeah, you said that you don't care now, but you will care later on. You recognize how important it is to know exactly where you live here on Earth.
But why is that?
Well, it will come apparent when the time comes. Don't worry. Don't worry about it now. But that time will come if you investigate this topic matter and follow it through. You will begin to care, and if you get married and have children, you will educate your children. So don't worry about it now. Anyway, you don't care at the moment. That's fine.
The reason I said I don't care because in my day-to-day life it wouldn't affect me or affect anything.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay for now. We understood that. Yeah, I understand that. But we're saying that in the future you may change your mind. That's all we're saying.
I mean, I would change my mind. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, you know? Like...
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the thing is, you're right at the moment. It doesn't matter. It's not important to you now. That's fine. That's your freedom of choice. But what my colleague is saying is that maybe in the future, when you keep investigating it, you may realize the importance, and I think you'll be educating your children. If you ever get married and have children, that is. Or your family. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I come from a conservative country.
Okay. Sorry?
I said we do get married and have kids.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And maybe at that time, you may think, let me teach my children what I have learned because what they're teaching at school is incorrect. There's you're realizing the importance of the knowledge you're gaining. That's all we're saying. Nothing more than that.
I would not disagree with you on that because like 90% of the shit they teach kids in schools is all wrong.
Right. That's why it's important to get this education out to everybody we meet, children, middle-aged, old age, everyone has to know. You know?
Yes, that is true.
Imagine the people who have died and didn't even know that the earth was flat, for example. You know, they're gone, can't do much about it, but they never knew, did they?
They know. The people that died, they know if it's flat or round by now.
Well, maybe, yeah. Maybe, yes. Yeah, that's possibly now. But they didn't know at the time. Yeah. They were alive, is what I'm talking about, whilst they were walking on this earth because of the indoctrination that they were under at the time.
Before I go. It's like apparent that you guys don't follow the earth is a flat and there is an ice wall around it and there are other lands and stuff. You don't believe
Hold on a minute. Now, let me just say something. I personally would love it if the ice wall was actually containing the continents and the ocean. The only problem with that is I'm not able to go out and it's going to cost a lot of money for me to try and prove that. But that's what I would hope it to be like because it's such a beautiful design. Okay? If Earth is indeed, there's a lot of evidence that leans that way because the ice wall is there. We're definitely measuring flat. What we've got to try and do now is get the proper layout of the continents because the water is being contained somehow. So I think it's provable, but the only problem is it's going to cost a lot of money. Okay.
Well, hold on, Jen. I don't know that the ice wall is there. The ice wall is described by the United States military when they went to Antarctica. There's no way for us to prove that it is surrounding a big pond.
That's right.
So
that's right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would hope it would be of that design. I can't prove it because it's going to cost me a lot of money to go out there and try and prove that. You see what I mean? I can't do that, can I? But we know that water always lies level. We know that the continents are there. As to their configuration exactly, again, I don't know that, but I'm getting to my destinations. So there we are. And I would like to see the Earth as been depicted in that model, as that design. I think it's a beautiful design. That's all. But that's just my own personal desire.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah. If I was able to prove it, I would. Believe you me. Billionaire, I'd be proving it.
It would be nice to know. Sorry, go ahead. One more time.
I said I hope you get that, like be a billionaire.
Yeah. Because if I was a billionaire, I would most certainly have a boat and sail around and try to find it. spend 2 years. Of course, it would be a dangerous endeavor because I'll be going against the powers that shouldn't be now. That's the problem.
I don't think you should be worrying about that for too long.
No. I'm going to be worried because currently we had one guy by the name of Jarl Andorhoy. He tried 3 times and was escorted back. 3 times. He made 3 attempts. And I do feel that if you go beyond the 60th degree parallel there, that now I'm trespassing. So I will be forced back. And the technologies that the powers that shouldn't be have, as they do the patrol, I couldn't get away. And I wouldn't want to risk the lives of the people operating my ship and my life. So I would do an about turn. Wouldn't go against it because I wouldn't have the weaponry to take them on. And then that would be a little mini war going on there. That's not my objective. My objective is to prove this thing as much legal right as I have on this earth, given to me by God. That's the thing, but I don't want to die over it. That's the problem we've got here.
Yeah, the problem is that we don't have those rights.
No, we do have them, but we're being restricted. Our movement on the earth is being restricted and limited. That's the problem.
Yes, I totally agree with that.
Yeah, and that's what I'd be going against if I was a billionaire with my own couple of ships trying to get around. Because I'll be having to go to the edge now. When I say the edge of our limits of travel. I'll be pushing beyond that, wouldn't I? Right.
I mean, I can hear the sentiment that you're trying to get across. We would very much like to know what the Earth looks like overall, the entire scope of it, and kind of how everything is laid out, what the limits are. That would be nice. The problem is we really don't have the ability to get that point of view. So the best we can do from the surface of the Earth is to get a general idea of how everything is laid out. Interestingly enough, the best way for us to do that is to use the stars as a reference and get distances between points that way. We get elevation angles to all these stars, and that gives us a fairly rough idea of how this place is laid out.
Right.
I'm actually enjoying this conversation, so I'll probably be back later.
Okay.
The Japanese guy is going to be asleep, so have a good night.
All right, you too, brother.
Yes, it's raining here in Japan, coming up for 3 a.m. in the morning.
By the way, is Japan as great as they say it is?
Well, yeah, it is, yeah. And then again, it's always dependent on the person as well and your interaction with the Japanese as well, yeah? Because there are certain people who have come in and hadn't had a good time because they were being silly. But yes, it's great. Yeah. No, it's good. Good service, good food, nice people, good great people. Weather, good adventures, lots of adventures you can have here. It's a great place.
Yeah, I was thinking to live there once I get
married.
I've
been here 27 years now.
Nice.
Yeah, so I recommend it.
You.
Yeah, I recommend it. As long as you can speak the language and meet the people and get on with the people, then you should have a great time of it. There's lots
I know how to speak Japanese. Ohio.
Yeah, Ohio. Well, in this case, sayonara, ne?
Sayonara.
Yeah, sayonara.
Have fun, guys.
Madane. Yeah, come again soon. Yeah, well, he became amicable in the end. Came in rather hot, but yeah, logic prevailed. Well done.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where the shift was, but I think it was somewhere around the Black Swan.
Yeah. That's right. Just before the Black Swan came in, yeah, because you did explain to him clearly the ships over the horizon, and that was good. Cleaned it right up nicely. Yeah, I backed up the Black Swan with the other version, right, with the video. Yep. So that was helpful there as well. If he was looking, and then our other material. Yeah, we look at the way it ended.
Yeah. Great. I appreciate it, Jim.
Like the gravity, when you were explaining the two proponents of gravity, that really sunk in for him. I did like that moment. Yeah, that sunk in quite well. And then he helps because of what you did there and his reaction. Anyone listening in a live stream are going to think, well, I'm listening to this guy change his position. Well, let me check on that gravity stuff. Do you understand what I mean? So it's really good.
Yeah, I like those conversations. They're very rare.
Yeah. Yeah. Prior to you jumping in, I was taking on about 2 to 3, 4, all jumping in as I was trying to converse with one. So it was like, I was handling it. You've all got to wait your turn. I think the French guy was a bit of a troll because when I asked him what was the shape of the earth and how did you know, he kept the shape of the earth and then he would say something else, even though he knew what I meant. 4 times he obfuscated to something else. So I deduced that he was trolling. The Frenchman, Nicolau, his name was, or Nicolas. Because he seemed to home in on my comment that I recognize curvature of a woman, as breasts, hips, and buttocks, and he homed in on that.
Oh boy!
Straight off the bat. You see what I mean? Yeah. So I knew he understood the language.
Yeah, it was definitely French.
Yeah. He did sound French, but he was trolling. I think he understood the language and the question very well. He just, he was trolling.
We have Organism 1 in here. I don't know if you have a mic that works. If you have any questions or comments, tell us how you know the Earth is a globe if you think it is, but welcome. Outside of that, I don't think we have anybody new.
Yeah, welcome, Organism. Welcome.
Yeah.
If you have any questions, go ahead.
That was the conversation. I've been learning a lot, so it's not my first time in here. Okay. A lot. I didn't know about the mass, and usually I'm one of the guys that conflated them. But yeah, man, great points, great arguments for sure, especially on the gravity one. Because a lot of the heliocentric model really depends on that gravity stuff, right? It holds a bunch of water in, and yeah, man.
Yep. I appreciate it.
Say that flat Earth has gravity. Gravity being the observable effect of things dropping in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Things can drop straight down. It doesn't mean they're dropping inward radially to a common Berry center of mass.
Yeah.
Yeah, originally the word gravity, the root of that comes from gravitas, and gravitas meant weight. And what they were describing was a downward motion, right, in air with objects. So that's where it came from.
Yeah, that would be due to their weight, of course, hence weight, and it's dropping down. And you will notice that things of different weights drop at different rates in Earth's air, atmos, and also in a vacuum. Given the opportunity, the heavier object will always hit the ground first, always. Because like you said, that's natural law. Nature always does what it does unless you try to restrict it.
Okay. One of the good arguments that I've recently found is like the plane one. You know how planes, they don't dip down, and
Yeah, they don't take a curved trajectory, is what you mean. They don't follow a curved trajectory as they should do if they were living on a globe. Yeah, exactly.
I find that really. How do they even get around that one? Like, how would a person who believes in a heliocentric model get around that argument? I'm actually curious.
Well, what they would describe is that because of gravity, right, the plane is flying equidistantly around the center of the mass of the globe. And so, of course, their altitude would never change. They would hold that same equidistant position, and they would say that level curve, or that it's still going to be a curved path, but they would just say that it's, they're essentially saying level is curved. But none of the instruments on the craft itself are giving you any indication that would be the case. You would still have a gyroscope in there, or the artificial horizon. If it's supposed to be maintaining its position in free space, it would still be showing the craft itself pivoting as it goes around or along the surface of the Earth. So if none of the instrumentation is saying that, then the claim that it's just maintaining this equidistant curvature level path from the center is just a baseless assertion.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you go back 10 years now, back then some of the pilots were saying that gravity was actually grabbing the nose of the plane and pulling the nose round. That's exactly what the pilots were saying themselves. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There were lots of videos of that on the YouTube back then.
Yeah. Especially when, man, I'm telling you, when I get into the planes and they're like 30,000 feet up in the air and I just look at the water, I'm like, bro, it's super. It doesn't get any flatter than that. I'm like, come on, man. Where's the curvature? Nowhere to be found. You look at the Earth itself, it's flat. You gotta, try hard to believe the globe stuff. But as soon as you ask questions, they just give you like a theory, and then for that theory, they'll give you like another theory, and then for that theory that they just gave you, they'll give you like another theory. It just gets ridiculous. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. When you look at the expanse, you don't see the curvature there at all. So whenever you listen to the Globers, their explanations are generally convoluted and complicated and confusing. Yeah, that's what they do. So all of us who are aware of what's going on, it becomes a source of entertainment.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think about the moon landing in April 1st? That's gonna be funny.
Oh, are they going to be landing, or are they? I think they're going to be doing a flyby. From what I understand, I think what they're hoping to do is obviously take off and then fly around the moon and return. They're not going to be landing yet.
Oh wow!
Yeah, that's the plan.
They delayed it a couple of times already. I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be in March, right?
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Helium was leaking out. Apparently, that's the problem for the delay this time. Yeah. Had a helium leakage, and that's what shut down the mission this time round.
Wow. But yeah, I think the best argument for sure would be just like there's no curvature, because as soon as you press them with that, they usually starts talking about the sky, the stars. It's irrelevant. Like there's no curvature, therefore flat. It's over. I don't care what the sky does. It could be some factor that we don't know of, most likely, right? So it's like, dude, come on. If the land is flat, then the land is flat. It's really that simple, man. There's no getting around it.
Yeah, that's it. It's like I keep saying to people that, look, I parked my car down the road. I want to wash my car. So why would I wash my neighbor's car in front of my house when I want to wash my car? As if to say, why would I look at the sun when I want to prove whether or not the ground under my feet's curving? I'm going to measure the ground. Am I not? And when it's not curving, that's it. It's all over. Like you said, it's done. That's it. That's it.
Yep.
You're not measuring curvature.
The faking space stuff, like I've seen them use strings, and I'm like, if all this stuff is legit, why do you have to fake it, right? Because faking it is still real somehow. But if it were true, why would you have to fake it? You're getting all the funding and all these things. Why do you have to fake it on top? So it looks flat, and you're also faking it. I'm like, what the hell is happening? Clearly,
exactly. Yeah, they're desperate. They're trying to make it's like they've got a puncture in their hot air balloon, and they're trying to patch it up. And whilst we reveal another anomaly, and there's another hole in there, before you know where they are, they're in trouble. They're sinking fast. That's what's been happening, man. Their model and their story is just full of holes. They're drowning now. Okay, I posted the Faking Space series from the Apollo detectives, a guy called Paul on the Plane, and he takes on the images purported to come from space and subjects them to the latest photographic digital analysis software. Right, there are 3 types, and they're showing that the images are definitely photoshopped and composites and copy and paste. They've never been taken in space, and that's good. That's in the side chat. That's an interesting one.
But the funniest one is when so there's like 5 astronauts, quote unquote astronauts, and one of them is grabbing a ball and he just drops it, and then everybody's trying to catch it, and then they just look at it. They just look at the camera awkwardly. That was like, man, come on, that's so fake.
Yeah.
Oh my
And then there was another one. I've forgotten the guy's name. His name is Cassidy, something Cassidy, who was an astronaut supposedly on the ISS with two of his colleagues. And they're doing this Q&A, yeah? So they're meant to be on the ISS as they're speaking. And a man came up and asked, can you tell me why you wanted to become an astronaut? So this guy said, well, because he wasn't good at school and he hated reading and all that, he sort of like excelled at sports and things like that. Yeah, that's why he wanted to become an astronaut. He's since got into reading. I like reading now. And that all happened in a place called Maine, from where I'm talking to you from now.
Wow.
So he let slip where he was. He wasn't on the ISS. He was actually in Maine speaking. Right. And then the look on his face when he realized he had slipped up was golden. Okay. Yeah. And then his colleagues took over to try and do the damage control. Yeah. Tidy up the mistake he made. Yeah. It was a brilliant one, that one.
Stories themselves, they're pretty silly. Like, oh yeah, we went to the moon like 80 years ago, but somehow, we lost the technology and we lost the footage, come on, like come on. Like,
yeah, that's something children would say. That lie was childish from start to finish. That's what children would say when they don't want to tell the truth and trying to hide something. We've lost the technology and it's a painful process to get it all back. And then when you ask the head of the mission at the time, he says, we've even lost, we haven't got the machine. The machine doesn't exist as well. Bloody hell.
Oh, my goodness. It's ridiculous, man. I'm like, how do people fall for that? Like, it's pretty silly, man. The only reason I never looked into it, I just like, come on, it's like, whatever. I'm not interested in it, right? I want to play some Call of Duty. I don't really care. Then eventually, you grow up and, let's see what's up with this stuff.
And then there's another guy in the vaults where they supposedly keep the tapes. And he said, well, we've accidentally recorded over it. And we've also had to use some because we run out of these magnetic tapes. So we had to use them. I don't know where they are now, he says. He's in the vaults where the tapes are kept.
Yeah, they just lose everything, man. Like, what company does that? Like, come on.
Exactly. They're meant to be hermetically sealed as well. So you wouldn't make a mistake like that. You just wouldn't. You wouldn't. And they're getting, what is it? They were getting, at that time, they were getting like $67 million a day, right? Yeah. So there's enough money to be getting new tapes. You don't record over historical tapes. You just don't. You don't. I've got, ladies and gentlemen, I've got music from when I'm 64 now. I've got tapes from when I was 18, 17, when I used to go night clubbing. I've got those tapes here in Japan, and I lived in England. I didn't record over my tapes. Do you know what I mean? Please. You just don't. You don't do that.
Yeah, it's a really bad lie, man.
Yeah, terrible.
A lot of people want to be comfortable and stuff like that, so they'll never think about it twice. But man, at the same time, I don't really blame them because as soon as you come out the womb, they already got you with the ball right here. Look at the dinosaur, shit's on a movie. It's everywhere. So when you see the Globers being stubborn, I don't really get mad. I kind of understand them, right? Because you get hit with the stuff as soon as you come out the womb. The first thing you don't even see your mom anymore. The first thing you see is the globe. So
yeah. There is an emotional attachment to that, and I fully understand it, okay? But then some of us are walking, trying to keep it real. So when you hear something that challenges what you've learned, you look into it, right? And then you accept it as you've been duped, because you've got to be keeping it real. But there are others who don't want to do that, and, it's too much for them to bear, that they'll do anything to try and keep the lie going, even though they know they've been lied to. That's the one, isn't it? Wow, they're the ones that make me laugh the most.
They're like they have like a funny ego to them. Like what's this guy's name? I think it's Professor Dave. I'm debating a fact. And he commits so many fallacies. It's crazy. Like I mean, come on, like, man, wow.
Yeah, he should be called Professor Fallacy because that's all he does. That's what he should be called.
Fallacy, man.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Now, I started noticing these patterns. I'm like, come on, if this is so true and it's so proven, if you have all these millions of dollars and all these resources and all these years, right? You got all the smart guys. How come you guys have to do all these things and the Earth still looks flat, right? Come on, you got fake picture CGIs and all this stuff. Come on, it just didn't make sense. And then I looked into it, and I'm like, yeah, there's no curvature. You can't feel it at all. You can't see it. You can point the lasers. You go 100,000 feet up in the air, still no curvature. And when you see the curvature, it's a fisheye lens. Like, what are we doing? This is clearly below. And on top of the flat earth sensor, I'm like, yeah, this is baloney, man. This is baloney right here.
Yeah, when you look into it, you do begin to expose all the discrepancies, and there's just so many of them, and some of them do really make you laugh. And that there was one guy, Bart Sibrel was interviewing someone, okay, and this guy he was interviewing said, even if the astronauts themselves told me that they didn't go to the moon, I'd still believe they went. Now, what do you do with that? What do you do with somebody like that?
Oh, yeah, can't save that. You can't save that person now.
Yeah, that's it. That was it. That was the one there. I thought, wow, and we've got people like that to get past. Just leave them alone. That's it. What a joke this world we live in is.
Yeah. But it's so nice, the flat Earth, right? Like, it makes so much sense. You could you can experience it, right? Your eyes are not tricking you. Like, reality is reality. It's It's not like you're living like in a delusion where you're spinning in a ball 1,000 miles per hour, rotating around the sun. Living in this galaxy, which is also chasing the sun. And I'm like, what? You can't feel it. You can't. There's no experiments for this. How do I know? I just have to trust. Just trust me, man.
Yeah. I think it is most certainly a human right to be allowed to go to every facet of this earth, whether it's to the deep depths, as high as we can go up and get across the whole earth, go to Antarctica, go to the Arctic North Pole. We've got to do all of this before you die.
Yeah.
It was created for you, you see. Right? Go and visit the world. That's why it's there. But the fact that we're being restricted is a massive crime against humanity. Definitely. You understand? I want to see the ice wall. I want to be able to go there and check it all out and breathe the cleanest air you could be breathing. You understand what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
Right. But, they're restricting it. That's what's wrong, you see. Because beings should going to see this earth. You only live once. And like I said, that if it is indeed that design, where it goes 360 degrees, that will be so emotionally lifting for me. Wow, Yeah, that's what I want to see.
Yeah,
you understand what I mean? Yeah, that's really sending a message. Yeah.
Yeah, you only live one time, Yeah. It'd be really nice to go there and talk to Antarctica and, see what's up.
Every human being should do that, yeah. It should be a given that you do that.
Yeah. They don't allow you, though, I saw a guy who was trying to go there, and he got stormed immediately, man.
Yeah,
camera, take him down. But yeah.
I would most certainly love to go there, no doubt about that. That would be that. It should be a given right that at a certain time of your age, that's part of your life that the government sets you up to go and do. That's the role of government for me, because this stuff is such a special place. In this, that's what governing should be like. Not governing, but supports. You're being supported and encouraged by your elected leaders, and they should be setting you up to make those excursions through your life, and then and then your earth. That would be acknowledging the Creator in itself.
Yeah,
they're not doing that.
Much. Like, even here in America, you can't explore all of America. You can't go here. You can't go to this side of the park. You can't, you can't use this. There's so much control everywhere. I'm like, why do we listen to these people? Like, it's too many silly rules, man. I don't mind rules because rules are good, right? Don't murder, don't steal. But when it becomes like stupid, like you can't go left, you can't go right, and you can't really do this, like it's just silly at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. But I noticed some people are coming in and out, so let's give a warm welcome to the latest newcomers into the server. You've arrived at the Flat Earth 24/7 Discord on the English Hub. And if you have any questions related to the topic matter, that's the flat Earth or the heliocentric model and why you're going against all the scientists, please ask your questions. We are here. My colleagues and I are here to help you out. I'm Jin CBR1. Please go ahead. Feel free to ask your questions. Any question you like? Anything? It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be anyone's asking anything at the moment. Yeah. Well, never mind. At least we're there. We're there waiting for your questions anyway.
How long have you been a flat earther for, by the way?
Oh, I'm into my 11th year now.
Oh, 11th year?
Yeah.
Nice. What got you interested? Like, what caught your attention?
Well, is it the topic matter we were talking about just before, the moon landing hoax? That's how I actually got into it, you see. By the time I found out about the flat earth, I was into my 14th year into the moon landing hoax research. Right. And in 2014, it was being offered up at Flat Earth Videos, and I ignored them. And it wasn't until 2015, Boxing Day of December 26th, that I decided to click on one of these stupid Flat Earth videos. What could I possibly learn from these idiots? I thought. And here I am 11 years now on a Discord talking Flat Earth. There you are, 11 years now. There you are. Yeah, that's what happened to me.
Damn.
It only took me 5 minutes to realize that I was in error. Okay. And then I did an 8-hour binge watch of Flat Earth material because I'd been ignoring it for a year. So I was trying to play catch up, as if to say, wait for me, I'm coming. Hang on. Don't leave me behind, kind of thing. So I watched a lot. I informed my family that day, and I've been teaching it and talking about it ever since.
Did they believe it, or did they look at you like you were crazy?
Oh, my wife took 8 years to come round because she just simply didn't think it was important. But my children all had already uploaded Flat Earth Living. By that, I mean that their body and their brain had recorded living horizontally. And when I asked them to show me how aeroplanes fly or flew, let's say, they're showing me the plane flying level because they'd been flying on planes with me. We've traveled, you understand? Yeah. So they'd already uploaded Flat Earth existence. So when I told them, it made sense. You understand?
It just clicked.
It clicked like that, yeah, because they already knew.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And then when they showed me the images of the Earth from their textbooks, I said that because I didn't know about CGI until December 26, 2015. Yeah. So I didn't realize that there was such a thing as computer-generated images. Okay. Yeah. CGI. I didn't know that. So when I said to my children, that's computer-generated image, and I took a picture of them in a group right there with a smartphone, I said, well, that's a real image, isn't it? Right. That one is made by computer. So NASA doesn't have a real picture of Earth. Nobody has one.
Yeah.
The look on their faces.
And they admitted
it. Yeah.
Like shameless, they'll tell you, we don't have any pictures. It's all CGI. And people, funny, when you're debating like a Glober, they'll, look, we have videos, and the sources themselves will tell you, hey, it's CGI, man. It's not real.
Yeah. So it was very easy for me to get the children to understand, and they just knew. And as I said to them, Daddy's not going to lie to you. Maybe I might make a mistake now and again, but I'm not going to lie. This is, we can prove this. So let's download the Bubble app because we're going to be going to Guam, yeah? And Saipan and that. Okay, let's down, and we can check whether or not the plane is flying level. That's what I said. And we did that on my smartphone, iPhone 6 Plus. So 2016 now, we went off traveling to Hawaii and places like that. And every time we flew, we'd get the Bubble app and set it up on, smartphone, get it up and check. And then the cabin crew were asking what we were doing. And we said, we're checking to see if this plane is taking a curved trajectory or if it's flying horizontally, level. No. And if you can see in the bubble and the lady's looking and says it's in the that means we're flying level at the moment. Yeah, because you can imagine they're not thinking about that, are they? Yeah. Right. Yeah, brilliant, man. So the kids definitely knew that the plane was flying level, which meant the Earth is flat to them. Yeah, absolutely.
That's good, man. That's good.
Yeah. I didn't think twice about telling them because they need to know just as much as I've just realized the importance of it. They knew instantly. And then I said to them, ask the teachers if they've measured curvature. Maybe they know a system or a method that we don't know. So ask your teachers. And they came back and said the teacher didn't know.
Yeah.
I said, you know why they didn't know? Because the Earth is flat, of course.
Yep. Which in the textbook, they're not ready for the questions if you ask them. Just get mad.
Yeah. Just ask if they can measure the curvature. That's all I said, nothing else. And I also said to them that when you do your exams, make sure you put the answer that the teacher gives you. Okay, even though you may not think it's the truth, just write it down, pass the exam, and then tell the teacher later on that you didn't believe anything you put down there. Because that's what I would do if I had that knowledge at the time. I would definitely do that if I had that knowledge, because I didn't have it at school. Didn't have it. It was definitely totally, what's the word? Erased, or it was definitely removed from our education. Flat Earth.
Yeah.
It was ridiculed most of all. Ridiculed. Flat Earth was stupid. That's what I learned.
Yeah, people would use it as a joke back in the day, and they still do, of course. Eventually I looked into the joke, and it became it myself, right? Yeah, but
how did you get into it? That's the question I was going to ask you. Yeah.
I was talking to a friend late at night, and he was trying to convince me that 9/11 was fake, and then he showed me how a plane can't knock out a building like that, and then he said something about flat Earth. I'm like, you go make your case. And then he showed me how NASA was faking all the space and moon landing, all that stuff. And then I looked into it, and then pretty much it. I looked into it. I'm like, it doesn't curve. There's no curvature. Therefore, debate over. I don't care any. If there's no curvature, then the Earth cannot be a globe. It's just I don't care about eclipses. I don't care about anything. It's just there's no curvature. There's no globe. End of the debate.
That is the correct position to hold. That's it. The debate is over. There is no debate. Exactly. Right. No yeah. My way was I done the 9/11s. Everything I did all that first. And it was the last piece of my jigsaw puzzle was flat Earth. So I thought I had the best route to get to the truth in the end, because that was the capping stone, if you will. The last piece of the puzzle was flat Earth. But I'd ignored it for a year, remember, in 2014, because I thought it was stupid.
Yeah.
I got to a point where I thought my wife's computer was hacked. Because back in the day, if you go back to like the early 2000s, you'd be interested in something and you're researching, and suddenly a pop-up advert would come up. And if you weren't interested, you press the X, right? So I thought, what is all these flat Earth videos? What's that? Wow. I thought my wife's computer was hacked. That's how silly I thought this was a joke. Come on. There was a lot of flat Earth videos.
Yeah, man. I just never looked into it, and I just, didn't think that the government was lying for some reason. I was pretty young. I was like, what? I was like 17,
Right.
And then eventually one night, me talking to a friend, he a huge conspiracy theorist, and he put me onto these. And I'm like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And it was raps from there.
Yeah. And then I was just like a helium balloon. It was like the final piece to the jigsaw puzzle. Wow. So the Earth is indeed flat. It's not a spinning ball. And then I realized how stupid I'd been, because I should have realized that from the moon landings, you see. There's me sucking at research, because I should have joined the dots there. So again, I'm highlighting my stupidity as I'm being elevated free of the heliocentric model. It was good, really good emotional roller coaster ride, I have to say.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm still riding on it now, 11 years on. Yeah, literally, I'm still there.
Yeah, I love it, man.
Yeah, I'm going to take it to the grave, mate.
It makes you think, man. It just makes you think, and thinking is pretty nice. You feel like a true self, You feel like like I'm really an individual. I can think with my own brain. I don't have to be influenced by the crowd. And as a crowd disagrees with me, I don't care. I'm an individual at the end of the day. We don't have to agree. But
it's up to you.
I actually think now, I actually sit down, does it actually make sense? Is this guy committing a fallacy? What presuppositions have? And I didn't do any of that stuff before I came to this position,
Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah. I liken flat Earth as like a Rubik's Cube. So a kid might give you, look, can you help me out? So then you fix it, and then that's you've sorted out the Rubik's Cube for him. Another kid will come along and it's set up slightly differently. You understand? So you meet each people and you're correcting their mistakes.
Yeah.
So just like the Rubik's Cube, that's what flat Earth is. Good for the brain, as you said. That's my sentiment exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, man. As soon as you start thinking, the heliocentrism and all these things, all these presuppositions, because a lot of these guys they come in with a presupposition, right? They don't justify the supposition, and they build their argument, and they won't even tell you. They're sneaky with it. That's the thing. They're sneaky with it, right? So they'll build their argument on this unfounded presupposition, and they'll make it. They'll sound smart and all that stuff. But as soon as you question them on the fundamentals, it's over. It's wraps. Like, how do you know the Earth is 7 billion years old? How do you know that machine is correct? How do you know that it just
Yeah.
how do you know? How do you
You see? And then they start calling you the science denier. What you're doing is you're trying to confirm that the so-called science is correct, but you're a science denier because you've highlighted the anomaly, and that anomaly is you can't validate anything they tell you.
Exactly.
You guys want to hear something interesting?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, please go ahead.
So I'm not full on your side. Okay, I'll put that out on the offset,
Okay,
just so you can
thank you.
just right. But I was talking to AI about like black holes and the universe and stuff. And once I started asking about like the limits of the universe, what if you could get past it? Like, could you get onto the outside of the expansion and all this kind of stuff? Literally everything that they are talking about from like the top levels about their understanding of the universe, it maps 1-to-1 onto flat Earth talking points. Like they don't want to commit to like a specific size or shape. They don't want to commit to specific like latitudes or axes or like up, down, left, right, north, south, all that kind of stuff. So much of what they're saying about the and the perspective thing is the same too, right? Is because all of the flat Earth perspectives are all like local based. It's all like your earthly perspective. And because the thing that got me on it is it kept on saying, like, I said, what if you get to the edge? And it's like, you can't. It's just horizon. It's just more horizon. It's just infinite horizon. And it's like, well, these two things seem like this is the exact same argument, dude. I've heard all this before.
Right, exactly, because you can't validate that universe, but yet here on Earth you can actually confirm whether or not the Earth's curving. That's the thing, and we adhere to the highest level of scrutinization and integrity. They've given us the numbers. Let's just go and check it. It's that simple. Drop over a distance. Given distance, it's not there. You see?
Yeah.
We don't cheat. We don't hide anything. We do it in the public domain. They keep asking us for a model, and the model is the actual reality that we live in. That's the template.
Yeah,
the actual Earth itself. That's it. Yeah.
Model. I'm like, dude, you want me to map the whole world?
They're literally saying that the two ideas about the shape of the universe is either that the universe is flat or that the universe seems to be flat, but it's actually a 3-sphere, whatever the fuck that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's what they're saying, yep. That's in a documentary called The Principle, and that's where you hear them sitting down, all the so-called theoretical theorists, the prominent ones, and they're there arguing away and discussing, and they've actually said that the universe is flat and Earth is in the center, is what they've said, the center of the universe. That's what they conclude in The Principle.
You know what? That actually is literally what it's saying, because I was asking, like, okay, so like if you take the Milky Way, right, and you set the Milky Way with like it's it like spins in whatever direction, right? So you can just give it a north, south, east, west, and then 2 additional axes. If you observe in all three in like all these different directions, do you see the same amount of shit in that direction? Like, can you pinpoint the direction that the Big Bang occurred in? And they're like, nope, there's the exact same amount of shit in every direction. And if you keep on traveling, there's always going to be the same amount of shit in every direction.
There you are.
How the fuck is that flat?
Yeah. Yeah. But they said it's flat. That's what they said. And I think to myself, wow, we can't even go there to confirm anything. You understand? But there you are.
That's my biggest issue right there, is that we can't confirm anything. Like, you can't confirm it. Like, oh, just trust me, man. Just trust me some more. And yeah, just trust me some more, man. Here's this video for you. Here's some CGI. Shut up.
You know what else they're saying?
Me, dumb. But yeah, go ahead.
They're also saying, I was asking about like Schwarzschild radius stuff, right, and black hole stuff, and it was saying that apparently the size and density of the universe is like 1-to-1 maps onto the size and density of like a black hole.
Yeah, that's mental, days. For me, what gets me is that they give you this number of 92 billion light years of expanse. That's how much space there is at the moment as it's still expanding. You know?
Yeah, and how do and how do they know? That's the biggest. Once again, the biggest issue for me is how do they know this? And they'll be like, "Oh, because of calculations." I'm like, bro.
Yeah.
The thing they keep on bringing up, the thing I saw them bringing up over and over is cosmic background radiation, as somehow being a way of determining like where you are in the universe.
Yeah. Yeah, cosmic background radiation.
There's got to be. See, for me, I do believe in edges. You know, I love edging, and it's the same thing that I would apply to like a flat Earth. Like, okay, sure, let's say the Earth is flat. How far up and how far down can you go? How high can you ascend above the plane of the Earth, and how deep can you dig down into? Because if the Earth is flat, and presumably, like, is it also infinite in all directions, or is there an edge?
If it were infinite, you wouldn't be able to prove that because you'd never return. So it can't be that. That's the thing. Plus, we're in a container. Plus, our technology is going up. Like aircrafts are limited. If there's no air, it's not going to work, is it? It's going to just drop out and stall, right? So there are limitations. You know, and that's the thing. That's the beauty of the design of this Earth, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that our technologies fail after a certain limit in the air. You know, we can actually use it to circumnavigate and get across from one land to the next. But if you want to go straight up, you're not going to be able to do that for long.
Yep.
Yeah, that's because we're contained. The test is live on Earth and get on. You have no business in space. That area is just for decorative and for you to expand your mind and create something good for me. Is what God is telling you there. You will never leave. He probably laughs when he sees us firing up little rockets. Oh, they're at it again. Look, NASA, look. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah. What do you guys think about like the rocket stuff? Do you think how high up do you think you can go if you had the technology to do so?
Oh, wow. You know, I mean, for me, it's just going to be guesswork because I would have to be on that rocket to actually know for sure. But at least we know we can get up to 24 miles off the Earth's surface. It's definitely possible, isn't it? Because we've got helium balloons that can go that high. So we can go beyond that. But again, you know, I can't answer it. It would depend. It would be dependent on the amount of fuel, velocity, that kind of stuff. So mathematically, we can do it that way. But I haven't done the maths to be able to give you that actual value, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. But we can definitely go up 24 miles because helium balloon can go that high. You see what I mean? So it could be possible that they could get 60 miles off the Earth's surface, but we'd have to scrutinize that. Remember, whenever we see a rocket going up, it always tends to take a parabolic arc in the end because the air is diminishing. It needs the air to propel itself off of, you see. So I want to know I don't know what that distance is. I just don't know, but I know that it cannot keep going. It can't do that. It can't. There's no air there. That's something that I'm sure of. It's what we witness.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. For a lot of these things like beyond the sky and all, you know, we just don't have the answers. We haven't been up there, so you know, we don't know.
Yeah, it would be nice to know. Believe you me, it would be nice to know.
Yeah, you got to trust the scientists, man. You got to trust NASA. They know.
Yeah, trust them.
Science.
Trust
Get
them.
your vaccine.
Oh man.
Yeah, they've got it all sussed.
Yep. They know how the universe, they know how the world works perfectly, man. Just you got the math, man. It's over.
Yeah. You know, they've always pushed that angle, the maths, because when you start to look at the formulas here, well, you do get lost.
Exactly.
Everybody gets lost, you see. Right.
But they don't want to look
go on.
at nature and stuff like this. You know, as soon as you look at nature and like, this math is not mathing right here. I mean, you know. But
that's it. Yeah, that's what I always say. When you try to apply the maths in a practical sense and bring it to life now, you can't do it.
Nope.
Yeah, you can't apply it. Yeah.
And once again, their math is based on their presuppositions, but they can't even justify those presuppositions. So why should I use their math? We first have to justify, the the presupposition, the foundation of it, and then you could build upon it. But if you can't justify the foundation, then it's over. It's wraps.
Yeah, Nikola Tesla said it, didn't he? He tried to warn us and beware of the mathematicians and scientists who are using these formulas to the point where they're not matching reality. You understand?
Yep.
Yeah. And we have to challenge everything.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Yep.
And then Carl Sagan, in his last interview before he died, stated that, a belief without confirmation or validation is a mistake. You're leaving yourself open to be bamboozled, basically.
Yep.
Yeah, Carl Sagan, a man that never used the scientific method in his life, but yet he had the presence of mind to warn us.
Yep.
Because he was the man that used to say billions and billions and billions, of miles into the universe, Everything was theoretical, remember? But yet he did have the integrity to say to everybody that a belief without confirmation is a mistake. All right?
Absolutely.
Bamboozled, yeah. That was a good point he made.
Can't trust someone just because they're like an authority. That's just, come on.
Yeah, and that's what they do. You'll hear people say, "You MF, you're not a scientist, you MF."
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what they always say. Why should I listen to you, you MF?
Yep.
Yeah.
They teach you, like listen to this person because he's this person, or listen to this, because he's this person. That is, it could be that person. Like if a doctor told you the Earth is a triangle. Oh, but he's a doctor. It doesn't matter who you are. Actually, if it doesn't match reality, it doesn't match reality. Like you being someone won't make your statement match reality. It's that simple. But you don't get taught how to you don't get taught how to think in school. That's the problem. You just absorb it. So
yeah, exactly. I always ask those people that do I not have the right to question the scientists? Can I not question them and ask them and just double check? Because I've made a lot of mistakes in the past through believing them. Can I not check now? Yeah, let's check. Yeah, but you're not an MF. You're not an MF scientist.
Yep. Exactly. If logic was taught in school, they would not be getting around with it. There's no way. That's why
they'd be embarrassed to call themselves scientists. Yeah. They wouldn't be so readily in your face, Exactly. You understand?
Imagine they'd be hard. Kindergarten and stuff. Oh my god, dude. Holy.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be able to do this. That's why they don't.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah, I mean, my intellect level didn't kick in until later on, man. Elementary school days, I was just uploading everything they said and enjoying it, basically.
Yeah. The dinosaurs, man. The dinosaurs. Look at the fossils.
Yeah, I actually got bored of the dinosaurs.
Cool trips, man. Museums over here. I live in New York City, right? And we have like a museum with dinosaurs and all that. Dinosaurs, say that loosely. And they used to program. They had movies. They would sit you in the nice seats. And it was crazy, man. I was eating that thing up. I was super entertained. Can't even lie.
Yeah, back in the 70s, I got fed up with the dinosaurs because the names of them were becoming more difficult to pronounce. And it was doing my head in. And it seemed to be never ending. But my younger brother was well into it. He was actually making models and, out of clay and Play-Doh and all this. So he got into it, whereas I just said, nah, this is crap. These stupid names they're giving them and all that. I began to question the bloody names. Who's making the names up for these things? Yeah, honestly, I got fed up with the dinosaurs in the 70s. I stopped looking at them. I just gave up. But I noticed how they wouldn't go away. And then we're now into the 90s, early 2000s, and the Discovery Channel, together with the National Geographic Channel and the History Channel, and they're pushing out some CGI simulation of dinosaurs and how they lived. They created some serious stories.
Storytelling.
Look at what they're doing, man. Wow. What's going on?
They're good at telling you stories. 77 million years ago, this dinosaur ate this food. I'm like, how do you know this, man? Oh, because of its teeth. What do you mean because of its, like, what? Come on, man.
We tested its penis meat to determine its diet.
Well, yeah.
Oh, it has this dent right here next to his brain. Therefore, it must have been smoking weed. Like, come on. That's the argument I give you, and I'm like, how did people fall for this? You know, the reason I fell for it because I didn't look into it. It's just like whatever. These guys, they be lying to me. I don't really care. All right. And then, eventually I did care after COVID. They shut me down. They put you in your house for 2 years and over a flu, and it made me think a lot.
Yeah.
I think real quick now, after all the fucking Epstein shit coming out, the fact that they really stayed for 2 years, like when they build,
Yeah, your robot.
they building they wants to see.
Sorry, you were roboting right through that. Could you start again, please?
Oh, am I still a robot?
Yeah,
you're right now.
You're right now. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, what did they keep us indoors for 2 years to build?
No clue, man. I don't know what they were doing, but
it was exercising the control that they had. Clearly, that is obvious. Yeah, definitely. They were exercising the control they had.
A lot of people started to think,
Yeah, it was a miss. It backfired because a lot of people have woken up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, on the bright side, they know which people are going to be uncooperative, so the next time they make a disease and drop it, they can tailor it to our genomes.
Yeah.
You got it. Yeah. That's right. That's the fear, you see. But I'm not interested anyway. What's going to happen is AI is coming in. AI is coming in, taking the jobs. Then if you're going to get this national credit finance, because you've got no job now, that you may have to take an injection and other stuff before you get your money, you see. And that's how they get you. That's a scenario, isn't it?
So anyway, back to the flat Earth.
Yeah, absolutely. Back to the flat Earth, where we live.
Wait, are you guys actually able to maintain flat Earth discussions like throughout the entirety of the day and still have new topics to talk about and don't talk about other things?
Well, we try to, but one thing that we don't want to talk about is, vaccines and.
Oh, of course we don't anyway. But you're right.
That.
Yeah. We can sustain this 24/7 literally, because each individual comes in, it's coming in with their own baggage of knowledge, well, so-called knowledge, and then we unpack it, and it's interesting. Sometimes it's repetitive, some of them have similar, and then there are different things. There's never a dull moment. That's the word I'll use. Never a dull moment.
I did initially come in. My initial plans when I first joined, I came by maybe like a month ago, and my goal was just to stay quiet, listen in, find out what you guys think, so that I could pretend to be a flat Earth to troll my friends. And then, I was just asking questions because every time I pretend to be something, I get questioned, and it's like that's the devil's in the details, right? But there's some actually pretty fucking good points. I'll be I'm not entirely converted, but the fucking that oil rig thing, that oil rig picture is pretty fucking compelling, gotta say.
Right. Thank you very much. Yeah, the Black Swan, as it's called. Remember, you've only just got to go and measure the curvature. You don't have to sweat it. You don't need a PhD for that. It's very simple.
Yeah, they're saying that there's because I told you about that AI conversation I had. It was saying that there's a 0.4% curve to the universe of the observable universe.
Yeah, supposedly. Let's get that correct.
Quick
Not
question.
being confirmed, remember?
I was going to ask you, how do they?
Yeah, go ahead.
Their argument for gravity
against it?
What do the globe believers say about?
It's just it's an attractive force that mass has. When you got a large enough mass, it gets a bigger attractive force.
How do they prove it? What experiments?
I heard there was some experiment they did with 2 rods that are supposed to come together in a vacuum, but then I mentioned that in here, and then they said, and then I did some research afterwards as well, and it's it turns out that experiment goes wrong as often as it goes right.
Damn.
You're talking about he's talking about Cavendish, but Cavendish himself said it had nothing to do with that. It's two vertical rods. There's nothing that isolates gravity in that observation whatsoever. And I noticed you mentioned that it's an attractive force between masses, and then you'd have to get into what is mass, and are you ascribing to Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity, or one of the 80 theories that are out there right now? So everything doesn't obey the 9.8 meters per second downward trajectory. Gases don't follow that whatsoever. So it's just an idea that can't be proven because gravity has never been isolated to prove that it is the cause of the observations we make.
I'll wait until they figure out some kind of like gravity drive, and then I'll believe in whatever gravity like theory is the one responsible for that breakthrough, if it ever comes.
Well, in order to isolate it as a cause, you need to isolate it in a scientific experiment as an independent variable as the cause. So whatever anyone says is really irrelevant. We would need to see it proven, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a word, you know, we have specific gravity and it's a word that just kind of gets thrown around. But organisms, related to what you were saying, I mean, most people don't know anything about gravity. They just, you know, you ask them, what's the proof that gravity is the cause? And they say, drop a pencil, right?
Yeah.
So it's, you know, they misascribe what we all observe to having a specific cause, which is not proven, you know?
I didn't know there was like 80 theories. So that's, they don't really know.
Anybody can make a theory. Right? Anybody with a PhD.
Well, exactly. That's the point. Until something is actually proven, it's just a theory.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of, you know, people will lean on math and say, oh, well, we have the math. But math, like you were mentioning earlier, math doesn't prove anything, right?
Yeah.
Math is just a tool. It's just a language. We can use it to describe something, or we can use it to you know, think about something, but it has to comport to reality. Otherwise, it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
What about those places where gravity works sideways?
That's magnetic.
Oh, is it those weird locations?
Yeah,
where,
that's They call it that, but it's just there's magnetic
don't they
deposits.
have wooden structures though?
What, in the earth I'm talking about?
Oh no, I'm talking about like there's supposed to be these places where gravity operates in like a funky way. They're like tourist traps.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. It's magnetism that's affecting things. I mean, you can post something in the side chat, but it's still watching something behave a certain way wouldn't prove a cause regardless, you know?
Yeah.
And most certainly won't be proving a shape either.
That's very good. When you search Gravity Tourist Trap, it directs you to an episode of Gravity Falls called Tourist Trapped. That's what I was looking for. Oh, good. It's all Gravity Falls.
Oh, an organism, I just want to tell you briefly, says who came on to, but the reason that we don't discuss certain topics in this room is because we are live streaming to YouTube and some other places. And so we don't want to run afoul of their terms of service.
Yeah, no problem.
So he's not telling you that this isn't a topic we are interested in. We're just saying this isn't the time or place to discuss it because of that. It's beyond our control.
Oh, you guys are streaming this?
Yes.
Oh, what's the is it on like Twitch or Rumble?
If you if you click on the 24/7 the bot in there, there's a couple links. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we get a lot of listeners there, and it's helpful also to record things because unfortunately we have people claim they didn't say things or they did say things, and so then we have receipts.
Oh yeah, I got banned from one of the other 24/7 I think it was a connected one because a guy told me to like go to the bottom of Loriana's Trench like without equipment. So then I told him to kill himself because he told me to kill myself, and then I got banned.
Okay, well, I just server muted you. That's exactly an example of the kind of thing we don't do here, and that's a Discord TOS violation. So it makes sense why you were you were banned. So I'll just leave you on mute for a little bit. Organism, how long have you been digging into this topic?
I first believed it was 4 years ago, but recently I'm like, let me further prove it. And but I've come to I came to the conclusion that the only thing that really matters is just is there a curvature? If there's no curvature, then whatever is happening in the sky is just we don't know because I don't know because I haven't been there. But yeah, there's no curvature, then there's no curvature, then it's no longer a ball. And because I was I believe it, right? I believed it, but I thought that I just kept it simple. And recently, I want to add more arguments and more arguments, and that's how I am, right? Like further fortify, and I'm like, and I came to the conclusion, yeah, the first simple argument that I had back in the day is just that's the best one. There's no getting around that one. But yeah,
and you're right. The reason to learn all the rest of it is because all the rest of it is what globe believers are going to try to throw at you to distract you from that basic fact. So, and it's also interesting just to learn. I find that the more you learn about this topic, the more you realize you don't know about our world and the celestial bodies and everything. And so it is really fascinating. But you're right. It just comes down to the ground. Have you been on any of our other servers, or I'm not sure if I've seen you in here before or not.
No, I don't think you have, but I've been here. Yeah. I was talking to Jim the other day. But yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome in. It's always good to talk with new people. And I sent you a link to those other 2 servers, and there's pretty much everything you could possibly want on this topic or related topics. And if there's something you don't know or you don't see it, somebody will know. We have people who are pretty much experts in every facet of this topic. So if you want to talk about GPS or satellites or get into any of that, celestial navigation, there's going to be at least one, probably more people that can really get a deep dive into that with you.
But yeah, I was really about it. I just wanted to get better, and yeah, if there's no curvature, then debate is over. But yeah, it's as you said earlier, it's pretty much you don't really know much, right, about the sky, how it works, the stars, and yeah, it's pretty interesting. Like I'm shocked about how much I don't know now, because back in the day, it made you believe that you had all this, you had all of it figured out, but you actually don't. But it's pretty humbling, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's the key. With a lot of people just lack the humility to admit that they could be wrong, even though they're not the ones who came up with this idea on their own, right? It was taught to them. But you have to have a degree of humility to accept that. And you also have to be comfortable knowing that you don't know things, right? Yeah. And like I said, the more you learn, the less you know. Because so much of this is just really fascinating. So, yeah, good to have you here. And I hope you do visit the other 2 servers I sent you and take some time to poke around and learn.
But.
And yeah, we're here 24/7. If we're not in this room, sometimes we're on politics. And, the lobbies are always open on the other 2 servers. Sometimes we're in those rooms too. But we're usually here.
But thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody see the footage of the fireballs over Texas? There's like 3 objects in the sky that look like fireballs.
No, but I bet they fly horizontally, right? Like on a flat Earth.
Yeah, they're flying horizontally. I've seen a fireball in the sky before. It was like 2006, but I only saw it for like it was in the sky for maybe 10 seconds, and then it went behind the tree line. But these fireballs over Texas, people were saying they saw them for like minutes.
Right.
I think the official narrative is that it's a meteor, some sort of a rock from outer space.
Either way, they're flying horizontally on the flat Earth.
No, I don't know if it was horizontal. It was more like a downward angle. I wouldn't say horizontal, but I mean the angle at which the fireballs fly don't have anything to do with the.
Yeah, I don't really chase those. I don't chase the fireballs, so I haven't seen anybody like bring any evidence. So it's been pretty bad.
Any evidence of what?
Of a meteorite that just landed, like immediately. I'm talking about.
Yeah, that'd basically be impossible to prove. I mean, you'd have to have like unedited video of a meteor flying through this or something flying through the sky, and then follow it all the way to wherever it hits. I don't think it sounds pretty much impossible to me.
Yeah, they've been pretty hard to get a hold of.
Because
only an
the
arc
surface
section
of the
you
moon would
get.
be curved, right? It's a curved surface. It's not a piece of paper. I mean, if you want to say the moon's flat and it's the shadow of the Earth, that would work fine. You mean the flat moon society?
I mean, I
But how
guess
are you going to work it out anyway? How are you going to work it out anyway? You only have an arc section. Unless you think that the Earth's shadow is perfectly fitting the angular size of the moon.
Yeah, and this is where the empirical evidence comes in, right? So there's observations that are made in nature that falsify the three-ball idea of an eclipse. Namely, there's eclipses that are observed. Yes, so Over the Fence is posted in the chat demonstration. So there's eclipses that are observed that are geometrically impossible. Namely, that the sun and the moon are both visible above the horizon, and the shadow of the moon, the quote-unquote shadow of the Earth, is moving down the surface of the moon toward the horizon. But the sun is also above the horizon. So how can the object that's casting the shadow be coming down when it's under your feet? It's coming down towards you, but the Earth is under your feet. That's geometrically impossible. There's sunset eclipses that have been recorded, which is also geometrically impossible. There's all sorts of problems with it. They don't tell, like the globe. You got to think of the globe as kind of like someone selling you a used car. They're like, freaking man, it has a great engine. Freaking the stereo's freaking awesome. They don't tell you that the brakes are going, that the clutch is gone, right? That freaking smells like cat piss in the fucking trunk. They don't tell you all that. They're selling you the good points. They don't tell you all the things that don't work. There's a lot of things that don't work. And that's kind of what we do. We say, hey, we're not trying to convince you there's a sweat. We're just going to they say the Earth is a globe, and then they say there's certain things that are observed in nature, and we checked, and it don't check out, bro. Like, that's all we're saying. This shit don't check out.
I see. Okay.
I mean, we take it at face value that it would check out if we checked. And nobody checks, right? We just assume, like Eddie Bravo used to say, Google, what's the distance to the sun? 93 million miles. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How'd they do that, right? No one ever asks how'd they do that in checks. They just take it at face value that it's true. And, I mean, I understand. People are also taught that to figure this stuff out, like, you have to be some sort of freaking super genius nerd astronomer and freaking buy a freaking 10 by 10 blackboard and 10 boxes of chalk.
Well, I'm not a scientist.
Oh, yeah, I'm not a scientist. Yeah.
Well, we're here every day. I'm not a scientist. I couldn't possibly know that.
Yeah, you can't figure it out because you're not a scientist. But then on the other hand, you're dumb for not believing it.
Yep.
How does that make sense?
Exactly.
How can you be dumb and like dumb and just like ordinary at the same time?
Yeah, and they say that too in the same breath, right? Talking outside two sides of their mouths. You're just too stupid to understand.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a scientist, so I couldn't possibly know.
Only smart people automatically believe smart people.
Yeah, you got to be smart to believe smart people. Dumb people don't believe smart people because they're dumb.
But you're not as smart as the smart people. That's the other thing.
Are those smart people smart because they believe other smart people?
Yes.
Infinite progress.
Yeah, it's human centipede.
Oh, God.
There's some psychology for your ass, cowboy.
Oh man, nice choice of words.
I mean, you want to do a psychological frickin'. You want to have you want to see some psychology, man. Chill for a fucking week in here and watch the people that come in here in the absolute absurd psychotic rage this topic brings them.
Oh no, I know. I used to host Crit knows we were on this server together and I used to host these really large talks
Like we get like 300 people in on these like things called stages, and then these I'd have people come on like a couple at a time. We might have 6 or 7, maybe 8 people on stage at once, and I would allow, like let's say we're doing flat Earth, I'd allow like 3 flat earthers on, 3 Globers on, and then we'd all talk. And there's some pretty interesting discussions. I kind of get lost when the flat earthers like go down the whole the dinosaurs were placed there rabbit hole, and like the Catholics are incubating a bunch of babies and trying to and miseducate everybody, like shit like that.
I get it, dude.
That's science
like what we call esoteric flat earthers. We're not in that group, bro.
I told him that earlier. I was saying that
we were
too.
talking about that earlier. Yeah.
That shit infuriates me, all of that.
But I like to come to it. I'm like, okay, what do we
listen,
know?
Cowboy, on interrogation, you'll find out they're not actually flat earthers. They're just they're just fucking edgelords.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because if they cared anything about information being told, they would care more about how it's investigated, how people know what they know. Like, is it something that could be substantiated, that could withstand scrutiny?
Mm-hmm.
That's something you should be looking for if you have a talk with somebody. Be more concerned with how they got to the point of a conclusion of the information they're presenting you. And if they can't do it, then what are they saying? They just have another belief system? Like, that's not going to work. Yeah, we're trying to get people out of the muck and mire of just believing everything, and not putting things to the test. So in order to do that, we need to have some sort of foundation for them to begin their journey, not just give them another thing to believe in. Well, there's a map of the Earth on the moon, guys. Like, that's stupid. Why the hell are we going to do that for?
A lot of people come into Flat Earth with other ideas, right? Like ether or like aliens. So like, how do I plug all this in, right? Like I'm not letting go of that stuff, as it's got to work with Flat Earth now, right? So next thing, you got outer lands that the aliens come from instead of other planets. Right?
Yeah, we'll move the reptilians underground, guys.
Yeah, the Masonic reptilian overlords. Dude, I swear. I don't know.
Yeah, it's infuriating. I think Nathan Oakley nailed it when he calls it the feast of nonsense. If you're interested in flat Earth, there's a veritable feast of nonsense out there being perpetuated by people who call themselves flat earthers. And they might be more numerous than us here in 24/7, sadly. So the general public sees all this crazy bullshit and thinks that that's what we think. So Globers come in to argue, and they're surprised to find out that we don't subscribe to any of that nonsense. And they think we're supposed to. And then they think we're being disingenuous. Like, what the fuck?
That's crazy.
This is your map, and you're supposed to believe in the ice ring Antarctica and lands beyond it, and toroidal ether and all of that. What do you mean you don't believe any of that?
Like Professor Phil.
You're supposed to believe that gravity's electricity.
Professor Phil, after all this time, we've been saying that that's not what we're saying. Will still come in here and repeat the very same thing he does, like the same antics he did the last time. So you guys are saying that the ice wall, and it's like, dude, we've been over this. I don't know how many times with you. We're not saying that. Like, it's doesn't change.
Right. I mean, there may be some weird shit going on beyond our realm of knowledge. And that's fine if you want to speculate, but I mean, to hold yourself out as a flat earther and then these are the things that make you a flat earther is just absolutely batshit crazy to me. Yeah, Indio nailed it, man. These are edgelords. At the end of the day, you talk to them, you find out that they're either here trying to rage bait people and win online arguments, or they're here to here to try to be a guru and offer some really mind-blowing perspective on a new cosmology. And then meanwhile, 24/7's hanging back here, and we're like, no, man, we just want to talk about what we see and what's real.
They've uncovered the secret maps that are hidden in the basement of the Vatican. So they're here to kind of like tell the world about it. They come in here with like this little angle or secret knowledge that no one else has, and like, yeah, well, you guys never thought of it. Like, that's dumb.
Have you guys ever interacted with an individual who goes by Pickle or Newt?
Yes, dude.
I want to see what you guys think about him, because he had good things to say about y'all, and I love Pickle. Like, me and him go back and forth.
Dude, they were
used to.
Let me say this: they were touting him as the debate god. Before, when we got into this channel here in politics, everybody's like, "Dude, you need to watch out for Newt, man. He's like the best of the best. Like, that guy is top tier when it comes to debating." And we were like, I was like, "Yeah, okay." Really like to have a chat with him to see what he's like. I mean, dude, that was far from like the expectation that I had, because of the way they built him up. They built him up to be some sort of like superior, like debate king. You know, it was not that.
Yeah, isn't that where Heretic is like, hey, our plumb line straight lines, our plumb line straight lines? Was that the guy that he was doing that with?
No, that was Great Angelo, and he's an entomologist. No, that.
What was that?
What's an
So do you have any
oblique spheroid?
Oblique?
The shape of oblique. I don't know how to spell it.
Oh my
Oblique.
goodness.
You know what oblique means, right?
It's that if you ever wonder how like little kids, they hear a word one time and then they try to repeat it. He heard some kind of word about ob something and he's like, oblique. Oh yeah, it's an oblique sphere. That's like art.
Yeah.
That's like painting or glass.
It couldn't be
or
It couldn't be OBLATE by any means.
Yeah, I'm sorry for spelling it wrong. Oh Jesus.
Oblate. Yeah, that's all right. Okay, so Earth, oblate spheroid. Is that your stance? Is that your position?
That the Earth's a sphere, yeah.
What's the size of the Earth?
You want to give me the you want the radius?
Radius, circumference, diameter. I pick and choose.
I'm pretty sure. Well, hold on, this guy posted it. 3,959 mile radius.
Awesome. So, with something that size, you think we could calculate like drop over distance?
I would say on a local scale you could calculate probably small amounts of drop over distance. Yeah, but it'd be difficult to do on like a.
If you're 6 foot tall and you look out over water, how far away is the horizon?
I'm not sure. How far away is it?
Surely we could calculate it, right?
Yeah, you could calculate that. Yeah.
I mean, a quick Google search will confirm it, but it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height and peak. So take the square root of 6 and multiply it by 1.22 to get your distance to the horizon.
So it's about 3 miles away. If you're 6 foot tall. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, it's not. It's further. When we go out to test this claim of a geometric horizon that should be at that calculable distance, the horizon does not appear in this location. In most instances, it appears much further than it should do.
Okay.
What do you think about that? If it's further than that, if it's supposed to be in a certain location, but it's not, and it's further, what does that tell you about the shape of the Earth?
It doesn't really tell me anything, really. I mean, there could be multiple explanations for that.
Well, it can't be bigger, because if it's bigger, that means the story they told you about how far away the moon is and what it's doing in the sky is wrong. Like, everything's wrong. The whole story's wrong.
I mean, how far away do you see it then if it's supposed to be further?
Well, hang on a sec, bro. Because in order for you to have a reason why your globe doesn't look like a globe, right, you'd need to know it's a globe in the first place.
So, did you ask how far we see?
No, I didn't actually ask anything. These guys asked me to start talking about the horizon, so.
Okay. I thought you asked how far we do see, like from a flat Earth perspective. But I apologise if
No,
that
we were
wasn't
just
the question.
talking about how far away the horizon was. If you're 6
So-
foot, and that's about 3 miles.
Yeah. So the horizon distance is going to change, and that's going to depend on two primary factors. One, the technology you use. You understand that you're probably going to be able to resolve things in the distance better with a telescope or binoculars or a high-powered zoom camera than you are with your eyes, obviously. And the other factor is going to be the weather that you're looking through, right? The meteorological conditions, like fog, rain. If it's clear out, for example, you're going to be able to see further. Now, these are really, apart from how high you are above the surface, these factors are going to determine how far the horizon is going to appear to you. The problem is we're told that the horizon should be at 3 miles away if we're at 6 foot. We can see a horizon with good optical conditions and good high-powered zoom technology like cameras and stuff. We can see a geometric horizon well beyond 3 miles. In some instances, it appears to be about 30. And that's just from about 6-10 foot above the surface of the water.
And what technology would you be using to see that?
So a high-powered zoom camera, so P900 or 1000, you can use high-powered telescopes. You can actually see further by changing the spectrum of light. We can use the infrared spectrum, which kind of mitigates for the atmospheric hazing effect that we get with distance. So we can cut through that with infrared. And when we view in the infrared, we see much further than we do in the visible spectrum. It's because we have more clarity. That's why.
Yeah, then you find out that the horizon is due to. You find out that the horizon is due to the convergence of perspective, not because of the consequence of curvature.
Yeah, but the zoom of the camera doesn't break the curve. It just enlarges what refraction would let through.
We
refraction
understand.
never brings back the parts hidden behind the curvature. So.
Well, let's try this one then, real quick, Jedi. Before you go into it, because I know you want to talk about it. If you lower yourself down to 1 foot of observation height, right? 1.22 times the square root of 1 would give you the distance to the horizon. Maybe we should talk about that kind of an observation.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, how far is the horizon from a 1 foot observer height?
Do you want me to search that up?
I mean, what's the square root of 1 times 1.22?
Man, I'm not good at maths. I
Square root of 1 is 1. 1 times 1.22 is 1.22.
Okay.
Cool. So the distance to the horizon for a 1 foot observer will be 1.22 miles. You just you get the square root of the observer's height. So 1 foot in this instance. So what we can show you, and I'll get around to it a bit, I've just got to deal with this quickly and I'll come back. What we're told is the claim that we can Google to the distance to the horizon. Now, when we go to confirm this claim, we don't see that horizon where it should be. That's the point. You brought up earlier about getting a distance to the horizon. That's kind of hard to do. So we'd have to use like known landmarks to estimate a distance to the horizon. Let's say, for example, we had a landmark out to sea that was 10 miles away, and we could say it was beyond it or in front of it, showing it was less than or more than 10 miles. It would be that type of measurement. You understand?
Yeah.
Cool.
What I would like to say, if we're talking about the horizon here,
Yeah.
let's say we're looking out towards the horizon over water, and we're watching the sunset, and we're standing at the beach with a telescope or something like that, and we're watching the sunset below the horizon, and we're looking through a telescope, and we see it start to set, and then if we get up to a higher altitude, like a hill or something like that, and then we can still see the sun. We can see it again. What would you say about that? Because that's really only possible on the curved surface.
No, one. Right. So we have to understand that when we're making observations, we're using our eyes or an optic. Eyes and optics have limitation of what they can resolve at distance. Quite simply, that's the angle, angular size of the object. So it's the reason why that mountain far away looks small and the one that you're standing next to looks really, really big, right? It's really simple to understand. Things get smaller in the distance. Same things apply to the Earth that you look across horizontally. Eventually, with distance, the angles that you can perceive are going to be too small for you to resolve. This extinction limit is known as the horizon, the limitation of what you can perceive of the surface of the Earth. Now, when you change your angle, climb a mountain, climb a tree, you've changed your angle. That angle with distance opens up because you're further away from the object. It's like putting your hands close to your face. You can't see the entirety of it until you move back a little bit. Same thing like with a huge surface that's thousands and thousands and thousands of miles. You can only perceive 3 miles when you stand up. You can perceive more when you get further away from it. It's like when we were down close to the surface. Like put your face down across the floor, and if you've got a tiled floor, like black and white squares, you'll notice the ones in the distance appear really, really, really small until you can't distinguish the difference until you stand up. Doesn't mean that your floor's curved, just means you've changed your angle. Want to know why you can see the sun again? It's the same answer. You've changed your angle.
Yeah, but where would the sun be going? I don't think it moves away.
Away. Now, again, this is just going to be perspective, as why the sun in the distance appears to go down, where earlier on during the day it was above your head, more or less. So the reason why it appears to go downwards is due to perspective. This is convergence, right? The same reason, like when you look down a hallway or a corridor, the walls appear to get closer together. The ceiling and the floor appear to get closer together. The ceiling and the floor aren't actually getting closer together, right? They just appear to do so. Same thing with all objects that are above your eye line. When they move away with distance, they will appear to you to descend downwards towards the horizon. So that's why the sun appears like it's going down. It's not.
Okay, even if we're standing on that beach and we're watching the sunset, if the sun were just moving away, it would shrink into a tiny dot as it gets farther. But that's
sometimes
not
it
what
does.
It stays. No, it doesn't. It stays the same size all day, and then it drops
Oh my
below the
gosh.
horizon.
This guy's seen every sunset, apparently. So you've seen every sunset on Earth.
What's that got to do with it? Like, I can go out and watch the
Because
sunset.
you're saying nuh-uh, because your experience is that it never happened when you were paying attention. You don't realize that there are other situations. I know you've not seen it. Other people have seen this.
Other people have seen the sun go into a tiny dot.
Hey, do me a favor. Look in the side chat. I'm gonna post a GIF for you real quick. All right.
Oh yes, my favorite form of evidence, a GIF on Discord.
I know, right?
But
It's just a video made into a GIF. It's just a time lapse video made into a GIF. A girl is
And where's the
painting
video from?
on a high.
Oh, let me guess, YouTube.
A girl is painting while a sunset is happening. She's not a flat earther. She's just painting while the sunset is happening. The sun gets smaller as it moves away.
This is all nonsense, anyways. Though, I mean, if you're going to affirm the consequent with sunsets and sunrises, then you've already lost. At the end of the day, the Earth is flat because everybody measures it and uses it that way. That's how it is. It's measured to be flat. There is no Earth curve measurements. Who cares about the sun? Has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Well, how do different countries see different sun angles at the same time then?
Hey, does that have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is curving? Does that have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is curving?
Yeah, because it works exactly on a curved Earth. It
I'm
doesn't work on flat Earth.
sorry,
Whenever the
it
UK
doesn't.
sees sunset, the New
I'm
York sees afternoon, and
sorry,
Australia sees morning.
dude. You can keep chanting, but you and I both know that
Well,
that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
The
because
Earth
are you
is
telling me?
measured as flat.
Sorry, Cesar. Yeah, but are you telling me though? Right. Okay. So if you're closer to, let's say, a tower than I am, that we'll both get the same angle to the top of it on a flat surface. On a flat surface, let's say you're closer to a tower than I am, and we both measure an angle to the top of it, and we're on a flat surface, right? Are you saying that we'll both get the same angle?
Oh, I'm saying, I'm saying.
Okay.
Your version.
So from different positions on a flat Earth
doesn't work.
Right. So from different positions on a flat Earth, you can get different elevation angle measurements to the sun.
Sorry, what version of flat Earth are you strawmanning us with? What have we presented you?
Well, the Earth is flat, so what version of flat Earth are you talking about? I mean, it's
the Earth being
the one
flat. You said
outside
the version.
or anything.
The one outside.
What
that
model?
version.
Yeah, the Earth under your feet. Yeah, it's flat. It's measured.
Let me ask you, B-Man. The B-Man, right?
Yeah.
Is the surface of water in a swimming pool flat?
It's level.
It's flat, right?
I wouldn't call it flat.
What would you call it then?
I would call it level.
Level is flat, right?
No, level's not flat.
What is level to you?
Level, I believe, is. What was the definition of it? I think it's to do with
having no point higher or lower than another one. That's the definition of level.
It's a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
What's horizontal?
Having no.
What's a plane? What's horizontal? It's all flat. It's perpendicular to plumb.
So what's your point?
So my point is, water on the surface at rest is always flat.
At rest, it's flat. Okay, well, level would mean perpendicular to gravity, not
Right.
not
perpendicular.
Yeah.
You can't have perpendicular to a ball. There's no such thing as perpendicular to a curved surface.
Yeah, there is. Because
Right.
on a globe,
Call it gravity
pulls
if you
towards
like.
the
Right?
center, so level curves around the Earth.
Right. Perpendicular would be 90-degree angle. Right. Perpendicular to vertical would mean 90 degrees. Yes or no?
I don't know what degrees it is. I just know that
It would be
the center.
a right angle. Perpendicular would be a right to vertical would be a right angle And if you're saying the surface of water or liquid at rest is perpendicular to vertical, then you're telling us that the surface of that liquid is flat and horizontal, because perpendicular to vertical is horizontal. But horizontal is not curving. Okay? So you're agreeing with us.
No, because you're saying the surface of the water is flat. But it's
Yeah,
not
so are you.
flat.
So are you. If you say that the surface of the liquid is perpendicular to gravity, then you're calling the surface of the liquid horizontal.
No, perpendicular just tells
Yeah.
you the angle at one point. A surface
Yeah,
can be
90
perpendicular to
degrees.
gravity. It can be perpendicular to
Dude,
gravity
you can't
everywhere.
have
and still
you
be
can't
curved
have an angle
overall.
to
You
the
see what
surface of a
That's exactly
ball.
what
You
sphere
cannot
is.
make an angle to the surface of a ball. Try something else.
No, just because a surface being 90 degree to gravity locally doesn't make
You
it
can't
flat
have
on a
90
global
degrees to
scale.
a curve. You can't put a
Yes,
stick onto the
in a
surface
really
of a
big.
ball and call
Have
it
you
an
seen it?
angle.
Have you seen a really big circle? If you
Dude,
zoom in
what's
on
the
one of the
angle
lines, it'll
between a
look flat.
basketball? What's the angle between a basketball and it's sitting on your table? So your basketball's now sitting on your table. What's that angle?
I don't know. You tell me.
Exactly. There's none.
Well, you can
Well,
if
you're
you're
begging
using
the
a
question of the
basketball.
ball anyway. There is no sphere Earth. You'd have to have a curvature for that. So if you don't have any curvature of Earth, I'm sorry, you just stuck with flat water, perpendicular.
No, hold on. You're saying you're talking about the basketball, right?
I wasn't talking about a basketball, but someone asked you about the angular relationship between a flat surface, or you could use a stick. Put a stick and put it on top of the basketball and tell me what angle you get.
Yeah, that's the same exact thing.
Yeah, so saying perpendicular means flat is like saying
We're comparing a sphere
every point
to
on
a
the
flat.
basketball is 90 degrees to the
Hello?
center, but the whole surface is still curved.
Comparing the surface of a sphere to the surface of to a flat surface. That's the comparison. Whether we use a basketball for an analogy, a baseball for an analogy, a soccer ball, or the earth, just know that we're talking about the sphere and the lack thereof.
Right. If you have two lines, right, that meet, right, can you have an angle between them if one of those lines is curved? One or more? Is there an angle? Can you measure an angle between the two lines?
I don't know, can
you? No, you can't. An angle will require the intersection of two straight lines. At least two straight lines.
Okay, well, tell me this. You guys believe the Earth is a flat plane? Yeah.
Here we go.
Negative.
Now we're going to talk about something else.
What do you believe in?
It's not a belief.
No, sorry, it's not about belief. The Earth is measured to be flat by everybody. We know that the Earth is measured flat by everyone. There is no curvature measurement whatsoever. The Earth is not a sphere. It is indeed flat as it presents itself to be.
So where's the edge, and why has no one found it?
What edge?
Well, if
What
it's
edge are you
flat,
talking
then there
about?
must be an edge. Or there
Really?
must be
Says you? Well, you okay? Well, then you tell me where I should find it.
I don't know. If you just circumnavigate the world, see what happens.
Earth is not floating with your other planets in space. So where's the edge at now?
What's going on? So what's going on then? Where? How can it be flat and there be no edge?
Because it's the floor. It's the floor of the universe.
It's the floor of the universe. What is that?
I'm just curious why you think it has to have an edge. Where would this edge be at?
Are you fucking stupid? Have you ever seen something flat? You talk about basketballs and shit like that.
Let me tell you about my floor right here. Are you standing on a floor? Is there edges of your floor in your house?
No, listen to me. If you get the top.
No, listen to me. Have I ever seen something flat? You said, have I seen something flat? Yes. Okay, so I got this flat floor in here. Where's the edge of my floor at?
Whenever it meets the wall.
Oh, okay. So it meets a wall. Okay.
Yeah, where's the fucking
This
wall
one.
in the globe?
Is that an edge or is that a limit?
Sorry, the flat Earth. Where's the wall? Where's the limit? Where can you?
Oh,
Where's
I don't know. Where do you think I ought to find it? I don't know. Where do you think I should find it?
You guys don't know shit because you can't we've circumnavigated the Earth.
Circumnavigation is in a circle. It's not about going to the limits of anything. It's going in a circle. You should probably think about the words that you use before you say them.
Huh? Yeah, well, if you go from one point on Earth and make a complete circumnavigation of it, and you return back
You'll
to
be
where you were,
it's called a circle.
you'll be at the same point. You're not moving around.
Yes,
Can you walk in a circle on your floor?
Wait, you're not moving around something?
You're moving around the fucking.
Can you walk in a circle? Can you walk in a circle around your floor and not see your wall and not run into your wall? Can you walk in a circle around your floor?
Yeah, you can, but where's the wall that you guys are talking about?
I don't know. Nobody here said anything about a wall except for you. You brought up the wall. You tell me where it is.
Yeah, because you asked me a question. You said on a flat plane. You were talking about your floor, and I said, "Where's the edge to that?" And I said, "The wall." So how come we've never found the wall? We've explored the entire.
Have we? How do you know?
So dude, you brought up the wall then, just like you said. We didn't bring up a wall, just like you said.
Yeah, I know. I'm bringing it up. We've explored.
I don't know about any walls. We didn't make up a wall. That's on you, dude. We can't answer your question you made up.
So, let me get this straight. My interpretation of something being flat is there either has to be a limit, or there has to be an edge.
Okay.
Or something. Okay. Now hear me out.
Where
We've explored the entire planet, minus maybe like a large portion of the ocean. Yes.
You don't have any evidence for that.
Every single fucking landmass we've discovered. I mean, come
So,
on.
What did you discover?
Yeah, tell us about what you discovered.
I discovered anything. I'm talking
Well, you
about
said we.
everyone fucking else in human history.
Okay, what are
we
names?
pretty much dominated everywhere.
Okay, great. What are their names, and can you tell us where they went and they found the edge?
Oh, I am not. No, what I'm saying here is I don't know their names. You know, Christopher Columbus, the likes of those sort of guys. You know, Alexander the Great, who went around
yeah.
dominating everything. And we've been to every fucking island, every little nook and cranny of the planet.
Did you know that we discovered 7,000 new islands off the coast of Japan? Right off the coast of Japan.
Yeah, he didn't know that they found 7,000 new islands off the coast of Japan because he thinks everything's been discovered already.
7,000 new islands?
Yeah,
that's correct.
Let me see these islands. Hold on.
This is going to be a surprise to him. He says we already found everything, whoever we is.
Well, flat earthers are stupid.
An undersea volcanic eruption created a new island in the Pacific in late 2023. So, yeah, it created a new island.
One island?
We're talking 7,000 islands, bro.
Hold on, 7,000. Let me see this. 1, 2, 3. Japan did not discover 7,000 new islands. What the fuck are you talking about? There's literally no proof of this. Where did this happen?
Oh, he's a skeptic now. Okay, so let me be a skeptic. How do you know we found every piece of dirt on the earth?
1 second, I'm reading into this Japan thing.
He's reading AI. Whatever AI makes up about it.
ENN travel. Yeah, there's multiple reasons to why these islands have not been occupied.
Well, that's probably the only ones that have been. That's probably the only ones that we don't know about, right?
Because of different.
Yeah, I'm sure those are
territorial disputes and shit. But I'm sure someone discovered it at some point in time.
Now he's sure. You hear that?
Oh,
he's sure of it.
1 second.
Just bloviating, dude.
No,
I'm sure somebody went went to your edge at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, so
say, okay, you guys are right.
Okay, so the Earth is flat. I'm sorry.
because they discovered 7,000 new islands.
Yes, because you said everything's been discovered already because we live on a ball. And we said, no, the Earth is flat and they discovered 7,000 new islands. And you said, bullshit. Then you looked it up. You said, they did discover 7,000 new islands and
Oh, here you
the
go.
Earth is still a ball for some reason. And that doesn't
Want to
make
know
sense
why they
to us.
discovered 7,000 new islands? Because most of them are just small, barren fucking rocks that go underwater half the time. Yeah,
Wow, I can't believe they didn't find those before.
There's still some shit that
So now
pop up
you're
here
giving
and there.
excuses as to why they didn't find them, even though your argument was that we've discovered everything, and now we found out that we haven't discovered everything, and you're giving excuses for that.
See,
How pathetic.
These are little pathetic islands, okay?
Right, little pathetic islands that we didn't discover.
We've discovered all of the major land masses, and I'm pretty
Okay, sure, no problem.
a wall
I need your
surrounding
evidence for
the
that,
fucking
please.
Earth or an age would
Can you
be
give me
a
the
pretty
evidence
major
for that,
land
please?
mass.
Sorry, I don't know why you're still talking. I just need the evidence for that, please.
The evidence for that we've discovered all the major land masses and continents. And
Yeah.
Look at a map.
Nope, that
Okay,
doesn't
so
work.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
No.
No,
I'll
look
tell
at
you why.
Pacific
Why doesn't it
Ocean.
work?
Pacific Ocean doesn't have any land in it.
Yeah, because it's an ocean.
Prove it.
Prove that it's an ocean? Are you stupid?
No, I want you to prove that that's been all explored.
Okay, so let me go to the Pacific Ocean and search for some fucking islands and shit like that. What's in the Pacific Ocean? Like, what does it matter? Where's this big, massive, fuck off wall surrounding the globe? I'm pretty sure.
There's your wall again, dude. Your wall, dude. Your wall. You brought up your wall again. Your wall. It's your wall, not ours.
I'm not saying
we didn't make up the wall. You did. Why do you want us to talk about your wall?
So what's going on then? I'm just saying, in my reality, on a flat surface, I'm looking at my desk right now. It's pretty flat. There's an edge to it. I'm looking at the floor.
Okay.
The only thing that
How do you know it's flat? How do you know your desk is flat?
Of the floor.
How do you know your desk isn't curving?
Measure it. It looks flat.
Sure, why not? Measure something, goddamn.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But once I go to the other side of my room, I see a wall.
Okay.
There's a.
So you think the Earth has a wall? Okay, well, where is it?
You're the guy. You're the people that believe this shit. If the Earth is flat,
No, I didn't. Did I say that the Earth has a wall? Did I say that?
If the Earth is flat, if the Earth is flat, if the Earth is flat.
Okay, finally.
No, we just said it was flat. Like, we didn't make any claims after that. We just said it was flat.
Yeah, you're saying it needs to have a wall or an edge.
The earliest historical charts of the Ice Age.
That's
in
enough.
the Chukchi Sea.
The Ice Age? How long ago was the Ice Age?
Talking about Ice Age. Not talking about that dumb shit.
That was one of you guys that posted that. So.
Sorry, do you think that we say that there's a ring of ice around the world? Is this what you've seen in like media and so on?
No, I know you guys don't believe that shit anymore. So what is surrounding us, or what is stopping us from reaching the edge? Is what I want to know.
A dense
No
hydrogen
idea.
ocean prevents anything from leaving the Earth.
Okay, that's interesting, and also a claim that can't be validated. The more honest answer is we don't know.
No, we could definitely make a scientific conclusion that it is a hydrogen.
Really, based upon what hypothesis and experiment?
Okay, so on the Earth, we can take hydrogen and get it to
Is this going to be a hypothesis and an experiment?
Right. But the difference is my hypothesis.
Go ahead and talk to the other guy. That guy's retarded.
Cool, fair enough. I thought it was.
Argue with each
Yeah, don't give up on Phil Platt so soon. I just checked him into our home server.
Oh
my gosh, poor Phil Platt.
He's got to take his turn.
So
I mean, I'd rather talk to Phil Platt than B Man. I mean, he's been
Yeah,
around
for
here
sure.
so long. My
B-Man gave
goodness.
up a long time ago. Yeah, B-Man should just listen
I
now.
haven't given up. I haven't given up. Fuck's it now.
Let me explain it before you dismiss it. I mean, what you're doing is literally what pagans do. If you tried to convince them their worldview is ridiculous, they'd wave you off and say their authority and consensus disagrees. So just listen first before you dismiss.
We're not trying to convince anybody.
Right, but I'm not trying to convince anybody either. I'm just trying to state what I believe it could be, and it's being hand-waved immediately before I even finish.
Oh, yeah, because we don't want to hear about belief systems.
I'm not talking about belief systems. I'm talking about something you
about
could
what you
do
believe.
yourself.
You said you were talking about what you believe. You're not saying that that's not a belief system. Hold on. I don't want to get off, my friend. I don't want to get off on the wrong foot with you.
Scientific process, right? You understand that observation, measurement, repeatability is what declares
Obviously
empirical
doesn't want the
validation,
olive branch. No problem.
right? You understand that, though. That's the empirical process.
Okay.
The question was.
So get on
just
with
for
the measurements
brevity,
then.
All right. Well, this is what I'm saying is that if we can observe a pressure gradient, then we have to look at the scientific laws. What does a pressure gradient require? It requires containment. Right. So now when we look at the containment, we can see our pressure gradient has hydrogen at the top. There's no reason to assume that hydrogen doesn't continue past the magnetic field. And we know
What
that
measurement is the hydrogen claim based on?
hydrogen claim, I don't know. I could use hostile witnesses all day. None of your model is claiming that hydrogen isn't at the top of the atmosphere. They agree.
What model?
The
Yeah, we don't have a
heliocentric
model.
Are you telling me your heliocentric model doesn't leave
hold on.
a density
Hold on,
gradient
my
in the
friend.
atmosphere?
My friend, yeah, we talk about gradient. You were talking, sorry,
Is there a
specifically
density
talking about one particular gas, hydrogen.
Right, and there's a special property about that gas, and it's a special
Hold on,
property
before you run
that
off.
is a big
Hold
deal
on,
in its location.
my friend. I don't want to get off on the wrong foot. All right.
I know. I'm
Right.
trying to explain to you an empirical fact, and you're dismissing it as if it has nothing to do with my
No,
final.
not dismissing it. I'm trying to walk through it slowly. That's why I keep
Right.
kind of mumbling and trying to interrupt because you're going quite fast. So
Right,
slow
okay,
down.
We'll slow it down then. Do you agree with me
So
that,
back to my
that the
question.
atmosphere has a density gradient, and at the higher an altitude
That's not in question.
But we're
Pressure
talking
and
about the
density
firmament, so
gradient
it's important what elements exist around the firmament.
Is your foot constantly down on the accelerator, or do you think you can just ease it off a little bit?
I don't understand. You're interrupting me, and I'm just trying to explain
I've
something.
already told you I'm trying to slow down and go through this step by step. That me
Right.
trying to interrupt you is trying to slow you down because I want clarification before we move
Right.
on.
Yeah, I made the
So-
claim that it's probably a hydrogen ocean, and then I was trying to explain why I think that, and that's what you keep cutting off.
Someone else can try.
Phil, take a deep breath. We're trying to communicate with you, but you don't have to keep talking over us. Just you say something, and then somebody else will say something back to you.
Right,
It's
but I
that
didn't
simple.
get to say anything.
Okay, go ahead. Go right now, and then stop when you're done.
Okay, what I'm saying is that it would be a hydrogen ocean. We can objectively confirm that we live in a pressure density atmosphere, and that the higher in altitude we go, the lighter the elements are. Hydrogen, under a scientific framework, you can test it in a lab that under extreme cold temperatures, it gets really dense and it liquefies. And the properties of liquid hydrogen is diamagnetism. It is repelled by magnets. And so literally, if outside the magnetic field is a dense hydrogen cold ocean, then it would be at the bottom of an extremely dense ocean, creating a pressure from the magnetic field meeting that diamagnetic hydrogen ocean. That would create a pressure bubble that we exist in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Right. No, that is empirical.
What's empirical? Because that's what hydrogen does. We can do that right here on the surface.
No.
That's great.
No.
Hey,
What
fuck
we mean
you.
by empirical is, hold on. What we mean by empirical is so far, lovely story.
you,
I think we're all, I think we're all kind of nodding along, but at the end of the story, we want validation for it, don't we? So have
What do you
been
mean by
there?
validation? What aren't you
Have you
agreeing
been,
with?
but have you been there to confirm that your hypothesis in this instance, or theory, is probably better, is true?
That's a fallacy. Science is about scalability. Yeah, it's about scalability. The fact that you say I'm not allowed to
hold
prove
on. I'll
anything
try
because
to
I
add
can't
more
go there.
clarity if you'll allow me. Thank you. So at the moment, like I said, we're all nodding along, right?
Right.
We still want verification that this is actually the reality in which we live.
So basically,
far, sounds like
flat earthers just deny everything because their whole point is that they don't have the resources.
I'm really trying my best to communicate with you, sir.
You're telling me I can't say a word because I can't travel to the firmament.
No, at the moment, I'm really trying to make my point.
Yeah, but you understand that theories can exist in science, but the point is that can't contradict empirical laws.
Yes, I agree that theories exist in science if they have undergone hypothesis verification through experiment. You can then base your theory.
I'm just saying you would agree that the heliocentric model saying gravity prevents entropy, it contradicts the scientific law.
Dude, right, I'm literally trying to hold out an olive branch to you. If you let me say more than fucking 15 words, you'd agree that I'm trying to reach an agreement with you and hopefully add some clarity. Now, so far, you've given, and I'm like, trying my best to steelman you and give you a good representation of what you think you're trying to give. So give me a moment. So far, I'll agree. You're giving me what is probably a good scientific hypothesis. A good scientific theory based on a few hypotheses that have been demonstrated to be true. Like you require a container for gas pressure, the observable reality that there is a gas pressure gradient. You're hypothesizing a cause for this, something that you could probably do in a laboratory and say this does cause that. But until you observe the reality and go there, you can't verify this theory of yours to be true, right?
Right. I'm not saying that's why it's a theory. If it was more than a theory, I'd be calling it law.
Yeah, so it's a good idea. I don't think anybody would say that it isn't a good idea.
Right, but I'm not saying it's law. I'm saying it's a theory. You can have theories as long as they don't contradict law.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just glad we have this conversation so we could add clarity to what's being said. There's no need for us to think that each other's being hostile. We have agreements here, but we also have limitations. This place that you are in at the moment tries to deal with what's empirical. When we get to theories that can't be tested, we must admit that this isn't empirical and underlie it as a good speculation or theory to a probability, an idea.
Right, but a hypothesis is just that. You take your theories and test them against empirical law. If I can
you need to get this order. Sorry, sir. Sorry, you need to get this order right. Scientific theories are based on an accumulation of scientific hypotheses that have been demonstrated to be true with verification through experiment. You've basically got to complete the scientific method, have an experiment, and then you can base your theory upon what you've proven to be true, which is what you've done. You've conglomerated a few scientific hypotheses and are basing your theory upon that. Now, at the moment, we must agree that it is just a theory, something that you can't actually demonstrate to be true until you go there.
But I could demonstrate the science behind it. That is my point.
Yeah, this is why I said we were all nodding along. Yes, we observe a gas pressure gradient. We were agreeing with you, right? Now, the cause in your supposition, the cause in your supposition, we would also nodding along to, right? Hydrogen in this state, it acts like this. It could be the limitation to our gas pressure and maybe our whole environment. Okay. So it's a nice idea, like I said, but we can't go there to verify this theory.
Well, because what I'm understanding is, I heard the question where somebody asked, "What could be the firmament or whatever, and I'm trying to give a theory that replaces the debunked theory that gas prevents entropy.
I get you. Okay, maybe, and I'm not being hostile. The question was more specific about the ice wall, the Antarctic ice wall, as in when you go out horizontally. But I will concede eventually you would meet where the sky reaches the earth. So if this is what you were speaking about, yeah, okay. But again, we must caveat it with this is a speculation. And dealing in conversations in this channel where we try to deal with empirical truths, things that we can validate to be true or not, then speculation must be underlined and pointed out.
Oh, sure. I'm not claiming that this is fact. I'm claiming that this is this can replace the defunct theory that gravity prevents entropy. That just objectively can't be true.
Well, we don't need other speculations to replace the already existing speculation of gravity holding gas to the Earth.
But that is the exact scientific process. You create those speculations, and they hold if they don't contradict. And there's just
no, that's not the scientific process. You're that's completely false.
I want to ask Phil this. I want to ask Phil a question. Phil, do you think your hypothesis could happen over a flat surface as well?
Yes.
Well,
yes,
then.
in fact, I look at the Earth as a microcosm, macrocosm. I think it's a direct macrocosm of the atom itself. And hydrogen atoms bond to each other, and they would create an inertial plane in between them.
Phil, you don't have any hypotheses.
Well, I'm just saying, you asked me if I believed it could happen over a flat Earth. I told you what I believed.
No, that was a different question. I'm talking about your whole hydrogen ocean.
Yeah.
You don't even have a hypothesis yet. It's not scientific at all.
Well, what do you mean? I can take in a lab and I can take hydrogen, liquefy it, and I can create a magnetic field and watch it repel.
Nobody cares. It's not science. It's not science.
It's literally science.
No, it literally isn't, because if you're going to use the scientific method in natural science in this situation, you would have to have a naturally observed phenomena. Can you give me the naturally observed phenomena?
Yeah, the magnetic field of Earth. And
okay, so
that exists at the top of the density gradient.
No. We're dealing with your original observation. You observe, apparently, in nature, a magnetic field. So what?
So science is about recreating conditions.
That's false.
Right.
That's
to
false.
be specific,
it's not about recreating conditions and then manipulating the variables.
Specific, when we ask you what you see, and you say the magnetic field of the Earth, the next question, because we've got the observed phenomena when creating a hypothesis, is very simply what caused that.
What caused the magnetic field?
Yeah.
The Earth. What do you mean? Like, are you saying the Earth doesn't have a magnetic field, or we not?
No. Listen, we're agreeing with you that you see this electromagnetic, right? Compasses follow these lines, for example, right? If you're saying that this is the phenomena that you observe, the method's very strict. If this is your independent variable, your dependent variable, then the independent variable, the cause question must be answered, right? So what caused that? What you observed?
You're asking me what causes the Earth to be magnetic?
Yeah, because that's what you gave as your phenomena. Like I said, maybe you should, hold on, my friend. That's why I asked you. Maybe you want to give a different phenomena, because that one's not going to fit into your hypothesis, dude. Not the one that you're trying to give.
Are you saying that magnetic fields are like personal, like they're different? Like if I create one magnetic field and another one, that they're somehow different?
All right. Okay. Right. And I'm English, and I know my English is British to you, but I know that everybody else understands what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand why you don't.
It's it's about science and doing experiments with scalability.
Okay. First step of the scientific method is the naturally observed phenomena. When questioned about that, you gave the magnetic field of the Earth. The next step is to answer the question, what caused that? Now, you said science. That would be the construction of a hypothesis that we're going to test for experiment. I think so. This isn't a thing that you're trying to talk about.
Well, let's put it this way. Isaac Newton came up with the equations to describe the laws of gravity. He literally said that he can't tell you what causes it, but he can tell you the laws it must abide by. So are you saying he didn't follow any scientific process?
Yes, that's exactly what we're saying.
So the guy that's responsible for every piece of infrastructure that ever existed on Earth didn't even follow the scientific process to come up with that equation.
What equation?
Scientific process to come up with an equation. The only way that you can come up, hold on. The only way that you can come up with an equation, which is the use of language, which is math, to express what has happened within the scientific experiment.
Isaac Newton came up with.
So we need the experiment then.
Gravity must follow. He said he doesn't know.
So what was the experiment then?
What was his experiment?
Yeah, what was the experiment the formula or equation were gained from?
Observation, measurement, and repeatability. He took physical objects.
So what's the hypothesis?
With their gravitational.
So what's the hypothesis? So what is the hypothesis that Newton gave?
He gave his a mass equal, or I'll look it up so I don't get it wrong. But he definitely gave you a hypothesis.
Okay, when you said you were going to give me an equation, a hypothesis doesn't come in the form of an equation.
Use him as an example. I'm not here to argue that, but I can look it up and argue Newton. I'm just saying that he literally says he doesn't know the cause, but he can tell you the laws that it must obey.
Dude, you're rattling around like one of them balls when they draw the lottery. You got to stick to one thing.
I'm telling you. But you're telling me that I must tell you the cause before I tell you the laws. And I'm pointing out that one of the most prominent scientists ever literally did not do that.
No, you're claiming hydrogen water in the sky, right?
I'm claiming hydrogen is in the sky, and I'm saying that hydrogen at extremely cold temperatures will be dense and it will liquefy. And we can produce that right here on Earth, and we know its properties.
Cool. So act as a container for the gas pressure, right?
Right.
Cool. So that's not the magnetic field doing that now, is it?
No, it's the magnetic field meeting the hydrogen ocean.
Oh, okay. So you now need to observe this phenomena.
Right. You can create that in a lab.
No. The phenomena in the natural world.
See, you're pretending like I have to.
I'm pointing out.
The Earth has a magnetic field. It's objective.
Yes.
I don't have to tell you what causes it to say that it has
Phil,
a magnetic
I'm gonna steelman you real quick. I'm gonna steelman you, Phil. What you're saying is the magnetic field is encapsulating liquid hydrogen around the outer edge of the atmosphere.
Yeah, a good way to put it is like, I know this is a silly way. Think of like SpongeBob with Sandy under the ocean with her dome. She's inside an ocean. Picture that ocean as a hydrogen ocean, and that the dome is a flat dome, but a magnetic field repelling it.
You have no evidence for it other than just a hypothesis and what you think might be going on in your mind.
Right, that's what I'm trying to give you, a hypothesis, and I can test the hypothesis.
It's not a hypothesis.
I didn't verify it.
It's not a hypothesis.
That is exactly how science works. You create a hypothesis.
No, it isn't. You can't just make it up as you go. You're making up stuff as you go along.
No,
Give me the naturally observed phenomena, and then I'll the independent and dependent variables. We're not going to do this anymore. Give me the naturally observed phenomena, and then give me your hypothesis.
Magnetic
we'll see if it's any good.
And hydrogen at the top of the gradient. Those are
okay. So that totally incoherent. Your magnetic field is apparently your observation in nature. You see natural magnetism, and now you're going to claim that the cause of that is what?
Why would I have to explain the cause for it to be real?
Oh my God!
I'm not asking you whether or not it's real. That's not what science adjudicates. It adjudicates cause and effect relationships. So the effect that you're observing is the magnetism. Exactly. You're observing a magnetic field. What causes it?
I'm not talking about the magnetic field. I'm talking about that is affected by an existing magnetic field.
Nothing else is being affected by it right now. You would have to show me liquid hydrogen being affected by an electromagnetic field or a magnetic field in this scenario.
Yeah, that can be produced on a smaller scale. Why wouldn't you be able to scale it?
Yeah, you can do this on a small scale on your countertop. That's fantastic. We're talking about the grand scale of the Earth, and you don't observe this to be happening. The only thing that you can point to as a naturally occurring phenomena is the gas pressure.
And the magnetic field that the Earth has.
Spot on.
And you cannot connect the two.
I don't have to tell you the cause of something that exists if I'm not
Yes,
trying
yes.
to
Hold
explain
on.
to you what
Hold on.
causes it.
Hold on, my friend. You were giving us a claim to the edge of the Earth, right? And I use the term loosely, as in what contains us.
Right.
That would be the cause of the gas pressure, wouldn't it?
The cause of the gas pressure, yes, and that is
You're saying. So I know we all follow. You're saying that the electromagnetic field of the Earth meets hydrogen at a high level and creates this container. Yes?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Lovely hypothesis, but every single time we ask you for the phenomena, you don't observe it. We've gotten past it's not the electromagnetic field. The phenomena needs to be the electromagnetic field meeting the hydrogen that you claim.
Right.
Because
So
that
I'm
would
not
be the
saying
cause
that
of the gas
magnetic field
pressure.
creates the containment. I'm saying that hydrogen ocean creates the containment. It's being repelled by a magnetic field.
Yeah. So you would need to observe this as the cause for the phenomena of gas pressure.
So you're saying, though, even though I can reproduce it on a smaller scale, that I'm not allowed to scale that up like normal science works, but I'm just supposed to just say it's not a case unless I can travel there?
No. We will reach the conclusion that the gas that's under pressure requires a container. We can't reach a conclusion as to what that container is.
But we can create hypotheses, and that's what I've done.
We can make theories, best guess.
Let's get sure. Why can't I have that?
You can have your best guess, but it's not proof.
Right. I didn't.
Here's the thing, Phil. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You create a small scaled down version of that on your countertop. How do you go about proving that up in the sky?
Scalability.
No. You still have to go up to the sky and verify that that's still the thing that you think it is.
Yeah, you need to make 14.7 psi at gas pressure when you do this. Also, don't forget about that.
How can heliocentrists make that claim when Albert Einstein made his assumptions like in 1905 when they didn't even claim to send a probe up?
Dude, he used to stick his tongue out. So don't go by his word.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like the heliocentrists, they have this idea like they're allowed to make all these hypotheses and theories and nobody's allowed to
No, they're not.
them.
We already threw them all out.
Oh, then what are we? Oh, we're talking. Well, I'm just creating a theory and a hypothesis. If these are flat earthers, I'm just giving you ideas.
You're not.
Yeah. So sorry, right?
It's definitely scale.
Yeah.
The claim that gravity can prevent entropy. Like you can produce an experiment right here on Earth that proves that's not possible.
No, you can't.
Yeah, we know.
No, if you create the conditions at the edge of the atmosphere that heliocentrism claims, you can recreate that in a chamber. And then you can put a chamber right on top of that with a vacuum that's not even nearly as strong as the claimed vacuum of space.
No, you can't.
See, now that's just ridiculous. You're just denying the scientific process.
Okay, so let's try this again. Hey, Phil, can you show me that someone has taken a big giant vat of liquid hydrogen and then they've taken some kind of magnetic field and created some kind of magnetic force field to hold back the hydrogen ocean on a small scale? Can you show me that?
I mean, it's producible. There's lots of citations that talk about it.
Just get me the study that they did this, please.
Okay. Give me a minute. I'll look it up right now. I mean, this is how I came up with my hypothesis, was looking at this stuff.
Right. So you saw a liquid hydrogen ocean with a hemispherical bubble inside of it created by a magnetic field, did you?
In a lab. You can produce it. Yeah. You can take hydrogen.
I want you to show it to me. I want you to show me this exact thing.
So let me get this straight. Are you a flat earther or are you a globe one arguing?
Okay, I could be an anybody. I could be a flat earther, I could be a glober. And
Well,
this
I'm
would
just
still be a
wondering
great
because
question.
you either not understand the scientific process of scalability, or you don't understand what's
I'm
behind.
not worried about scalability. I'm talking about cause and effect relationships, which is what
Yeah,
science is all about.
listen, dude. You didn't observe an ocean of hydrogen that you're going to scale up to. So
like a cup of water
you're
is
already
small.
done.
An
You
ocean
lost
is
me
just a
at
cup of water size.
ocean of hydrogen.
A cup of water is just a cup of water. If you scale that up, you can scale it up to an ocean. It's
Great.
Are you denying the scalability of
Phil, don't try to run away from this point. I want you to show me a small liquid hydrogen ocean having a force field of magnetism inside of it, creating a bubble. Let's see that.
So you're denying that liquid hydrogen is diamagnetic.
I haven't seen anything to deny yet.
Didn't deny that at all. You're taking words and twisting them around and making it seem like I'm denying something.
Okay,
I'm asking you to reproduce the thing that you are claiming is happening.
Trying to steel man here. Or that if you're saying that, I know what you're asking me to do, but I'm trying to understand why you need to see something
You're
that's
not going to be able to figure me out. I'm asking you a specific question about your claim. I've made no claims. I want to see your claim in action. Show it to me.
Well, that's the beauty about my claim is me showing it to you is irrelevant. You can produce it yourself.
Okay, great. How would I go about doing that? Because no one's done this so far, so I'm going to be the pioneer, I guess. You know what? Maybe you should do this.
Liquid hydrogen was diamagnetic.
I didn't ask you anything about the properties of the liquid hydrogen. I asked you to reproduce the thing that you are claiming is happening.
Yeah, you can reproduce it.
Okay, show it to me then. If it's so easy, why don't you just go ahead and show it to me? Don't try to run away from this, Phil. You're not going to be able to filibuster. Show me the thing that you're talking about. I don't want to hear any more words out of you. I want to see the thing that you're talking about.
You're either denying.
Are you still not even steelmanning me? You don't even understand what steelman means. You need to get me the evidence for the thing that I asked for.
So if magnets repel liquid hydrogen, how can you not scale that? How can you not make a stronger magnet?
And I just need you to go ahead and show me what it is that you're talking about, since it's so easy.
You're just avoiding.
No, it's totally relevant. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and talk about your claim again. Let's see how relevant it is. Were you claiming that there is a hydrogen ocean? This is your quote unquote hypothesis or theory, that there is an ocean of hydrogen being held back by a magnetic field of the Earth, creating a bubble that we can live in, like the squirrel and freaking SpongeBob SquarePants? Isn't that your claim?
Yeah, I tried to explain it with an analogy that was as simple as
What I need you to do is, on a small scale, get that demonstration for me.
Yeah, you can just look up any citation about liquid hydrogen. And
No, I'm sorry. This is you providing it for me, since it's your claim. You make the claim, you provide the evidence.
You can independently verify it yourself. I'm not a monkey or an authority. These are things
Hold
you
on.
can independently.
2 seconds. 2 seconds. All right, my friend, you new to the channel. All right. Now, we welcome you, but we have standards here. One of those standards is if a person makes a claim, they provide the evidence, especially from the flat earth side, right? We don't turn around to people and say to them, go and Google it. You should research yourself. If we make a claim, we're going to provide citation and demonstration. Now, so we all move forward in a good manner. Just remember that, right? If you're going to make a claim, someone, whether it's a flat earther or a globe earther, would probably ask you to provide evidence for it.
Can I ask a quick question? What's the order of the word? Give me the terminology of what I'm supposed to look up. I just looked up liquid hydrogen diamagnetic, and I'm not finding a damn thing. Like, I'm finding videos on diamagnetic demonstration, but it's not creating or producing a bubble or anything like that.
It seems to create a streaming amount of bubbles.
It's got to create a bubble with 14.7 psi inside of it, and then you guys got to measure that too.
This is also a problem when someone says you should go and research it, because people are going to find not what you're talking about, and then you're going to have to wade through the minefield of not what you're talking about. It's easier for you just to provide what you're talking about.
I'll provide you something here in a second. Give me a minute. Somebody just knocked on my door, but I'll get it in a second.
No problem. If people need time, 5-10 minutes. That's cool.
Open up, FBI.
I knew it. They busted him for knowing that the sky is liquid hydrogen.
Yeah, he let the secret out. We probably all are in danger now.
I mean, when I look up the liquid hydrogen diamagnetic, like hydrogen is laying flat and level in the petri dish that they're using to test, or the bowl, or whatever. So I'm confused.
How come the bubble just stays there?
What bubble? I don't even see a bubble. Are you talking about when they produce a frequency and then like they got the little drop to hover?
No.
I'm confused. Which bubble? I'm not seeing a bubble.
He says you can use frequency or magnetism to create a bubble in liquid hydrogen. Where's the bubble go?
I want to. That's what I'm trying to look up. Like, give me the exact phrase that I need to look up in order to get this.
You gotta look up. Just Google. Let's make shit up. That'll.
Remember, wink, wink. Somebody
Timbo
came to the
coming in
door,
hot.
so he's probably looking it up right now. He's having ChatGPT put it together for him.
Is there a problem with asking GPT to provide any citation for something I'm looking
As
for?
Sorry. You can ask ChatGPT anything as long as you actually provide that reference and citation, not just what AI says. So you can use it to find stuff, but that stuff better be the reference material where the citation comes from.
I mean, there is a fun little test that he could actually perform. I know it takes a lot of energy to essentially turn hydrogen into a liquid. So if he could just go ahead and get like a small glass of it, right? Just a glass of liquid hydrogen, and then take a magnet that is 0.5 Gauss, right? So that's the strength of the magnet. It's the same as the Earth's
When we go out and take long distance observations, we can see orders of magnitude further than you should be able to see on a globe. Okay, so if we go to say a 20-mile lake, for example, okay, there should be 293 foot of curvature over 20 miles. Okay, that's quite a lot. So we can go to a 20-mile lake and perform different types of observations and laser tests and things like that, right, to try to find that curvature, right? We're looking for things being hidden by the curvature of the Earth in the distance behind what would be the geometric horizon. Okay, so the horizon should be at a certain distance, and then you should have obstruction of things beyond the horizon due to the curvature of the Earth. When we go out and take these observations, it doesn't match up. Now, I have to go in a second, so I can't present much, but I can post a few videos in the side chat that you can have a look at where, you know, people have done the long distance observations. They go over all of the mathematics, all of the details and everything. So
I don't know, us just casually going out, and you can't have these types of observations just with the human eye. Also, we're with our height, we're too low to the ground to discover anything.
Yeah. So we're using high-powered optics for the observations, right? Or we're using high-powered lasers for the laser tests. Okay, and we can calculate how far away the horizon should be. Okay, if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be at 3 miles. Okay, so we can go and test for that horizon that would have to be there at 3 miles. Okay, and it's not there consistently or ever.
But where do you get the info from? The S3 model.
Okay, so these observations are logged, right? High definition videos, PDF files, right? These are logged, right? And anyone can go and reproduce these themselves. I've done a whole series of long distance observations myself, right? Just to clarify it for myself. But I'm gonna post some for you now, and you can watch the videos if you want, right? And come to your own conclusion.
What is the starting point and ending point of flat Earth? Like if it is flat, there should be a starting point and ending point.
Well, we're not claiming
on the land.
Yeah, we're not claiming. We're not. Okay, so you got to remember that flat's not a shape. Okay, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. And what most people do is they try to replace the globe. Okay, they picture the globe model, and then they try to replace the globe with a flat planet. Okay, that's incorrect. Flat earthers are not claiming that the Earth is a flat disc-shaped planet floating around inside the globe Earth version of outer space. It's completely different system, different way of thinking about this system that we live in.
Okay, do you believe in gravity?
How long is this flat bed?
Yeah, I don't know the size of the Earth in entirety, right? We're just testing the surface and not finding any curvature consistently. Hold on, you're both asking questions. It's hard to answer both at the same time.
Okay.
And look for this video. Right, so in the side chat, this is a really good video. Okay, Dr. John D. Check it out when you have time. Right, this observation is impossible on a globe.
I have two questions. First is, do flat earthers believe in gravity, and what about you?
Gravity is something that's required to have a globe. Okay, so you guys need to be able to explain how you can have a globe in the first place. Okay, floating through space, spinning in all of these different directions at the same time at 1.5 plus million miles per hour. You need to be able to explain how you can have oceans sticking to the outside of a spinning ball. You need to be able to explain how you can have gas pressure on a ball, right? On the outside of a ball that's inside a big giant deep space vacuum. Okay, so all of these things, you guys are going to need some kind of explanation for all of these things that seem to defy logic and common sense. So you have gravity to try to explain all of those. We don't need to have such a thing in reality, okay? Because we live on a flat, stationary, enclosed system, okay, where we don't need gravity in the sense that you're thinking of gravity.
Exactly. Then why does stuff fall down rather than any other direction? Like, why?
Well, not everything goes down, right? So we have the air, right? That's what everything's in, the medium of air. Okay, so air is a very light medium. It's not very dense. And most objects are more dense than the air. Okay, so if you pick up a rock, it's more dense than the surrounding medium of air. So if you let it go, it's going to sink down to the ground. If you have a helium... Well, let me get to that. Okay, so if you have a helium balloon, it's going to go upward because it's less dense than the medium. Okay, now why is down, down, and why is up, up, right? These are like two primary directions that things will go, whether they're more or less dense than the medium. Nobody knows why down is down and why up is up. Nobody. Not from the globe side, right? Not from the flat Earth side. But we can easily test and validate, why things are going, why something will fall and why something will rise without knowing why down is down and why up is up. Okay, down is down for every single person is the same direction on a flat Earth. Whereas on a globe, down is a different direction for everyone depending on where they're located on the globe, and up is a different direction for everyone depending on where they're located on the globe.
Okay, I have another question. Okay, so it's either one of us, like the flat earthers or round earthers, is being gaslit, okay, and scammed, or whatever the word is. Why do you think that? Like, what's the benefit?
Well, I don't think that. For the most part, I think people that genuinely believe the Earth's a globe are not lying. For the most part, right? Like your teachers, your university professors, most scientists, most people that work for the government, even most people that would work for NASA or SpaceX probably genuinely believe that the Earth is a globe. And they're just repeating the information that they were taught, right? And they probably never actually went out and empirically tried to validate that, right? They just, they were just taught that from a young age. They've probably never been presented a solid alternative argument for something else that could be, right? Because they experience the Earth as flat and stationary, but they get told from a young age that, hey, you're just too small. Okay, so you don't see any curvature. You see the Earth as flat, and because you're so small and the Earth's so big, you don't feel it moving. Okay, so everyone experiences a flat, stationary Earth. Most people just believe that they live on a globe because that's what they were taught. Okay, it's a theoretical mathematical model or a concept that most people just blindly believe in, and most people don't really know much about it.
Can you talk about the moon? I don't know how to come up with the question, but like I feel like the moon should say something. Like, why is it just floating there? You said you don't believe in a globe, or like space. Like, what is the moon?
I try not to make claims about things that I can't empirically validate, right? Such as things that are too high for me to test, too high for me to validate, or too far away for me to reach. Okay, so when it comes to the sky, right? Everything in the sky moves in a particular cycle, like a big giant clock in the sky. Okay, so we see the sun, the moon, the planet, the stars, right? All taking particular cycles in an east to west direction over our head and resetting back into the same positions for all verifiable history. Okay, the Earth there's no evidence that the Earth is moving, and the celestials are taking a particular motion above our heads. Now, exactly what they are, what medium they're in, what size they are, what distance they are, etc. I don't think anyone can empirically validate that. So it's going to be speculation, and we kind of try to stay out of speculating about things, right? So I don't know, and I apologize. I don't have a counter explanation for every single claim that the globe side makes. I'll stick with what I can empirically validate, like the surface of water not having curvature.
So you're saying, since you can't reach it, you just don't know if it's denser than air or like lighter than air. Thus,
well, I don't know anything about it, right? I don't know anything about what medium is it in, like what medium is up there. I'm not sure personally. I'm not sure how far away it is. I'm not sure what it's made of. Now, I'm not agreeing with this, but there were actually scientists in the 60s saying that the moon is made out of plasma. I'm not saying that I agree with that, but mainstream scientists were saying that back then. There's different interviews with them talking about that, saying how it's not possible for anyone to ever go and land on the moon because it's plasma. So I'm not sure. People can have different theories about it and different models, right? But what we need is empirical evidence to back up these speculations about the sky.
Alright, who's behind all of this? Like, who's the mastermind to make us all believe that it's rounded?
I have no idea who the mastermind is, right? But it was first proposed, right, by the ancient Greeks. And it was It was more conceptualized into existence rather than empirically measured or tested. If you look back in history, you need to learn about the way that they viewed the celestials, right? And the way that people observed the sky. And eventually they made a coordinate system out of the way that they viewed the sky, right? The celestial sphere. And they envisioned the heavens as, a big spherical system, okay, where the stars were on the inside of this big giant dome-like sky, right? A way of conceptualizing the way that we view the sky. And later on, they inverted that, right? They said, as above, so below. So the earth must also be like we see the sky, right? So they inverted that spherical celestial sphere model, right? That they envisioned the sky as a concept, right? And they turned that into a terrestrial sphere. Terrestrial meaning the earth. Okay, and that's how the globe came to be. And it's a lot more technical than that, but I don't have time to go over all of the technical details at the moment because I'm just about to head off. But yeah, if you have any more questions.
I have a question. So, if the land is flat, how can we have so many different time zones when it is morning in America? Why it is or night at any other place? It should be day every time for every country.
Well, if you, that's what I was talking about at the start, right? If you try to picture the flat Earth inside the globe model, where you've got a 93 million mile away sun that's really giant, yeah, that wouldn't work. It would always be daytime, right? But that's not what flat earthers are claiming, right? So if you were to speculate that the sun is much smaller, right, than the 93 million mile away globe Earth version of the sun, right? Okay, much smaller sun, much closer sun, taking a particular observational path, right, over the surface of the Earth, it would be lighting up different sections of the Earth at different times. Okay, taking a particular cycle, which would create day and night and seasons. So when you just say it's midday in Australia, right? The sun's going to be directly above you in the sky when you're at, standing in Australia. At the same time, it would be nighttime in Europe. Okay, and then the opposite. Okay, so 12 hours later, it's going to be the opposite of that. Okay, so it's midday in Europe. You're going to see the sun directly above you or close to, right? And you're going to have the opposite in Australia. It's going to be nighttime. So the sun is taking a particular cycle above the surface of the Earth, just like we see the sun move across the sky east to west. Okay, we see it rise and set within our field of view due to perspective, right? The way our eyes work. And it moves away from you. And when it's moving away from you, it's taking its light with it. And it's the light from the sun is not able to push through the density of the atmosphere, right? Because a medium like the atmosphere or a medium like the ocean, right? It absorbs light. And then as the light moves away from the source, we also have the inverse square law of light. So the intensity of the light quickly diminishes as it moves away from the source. Okay, so it sort of gets eaten up by the air. Think about this, 200 meters deep into the ocean, it's pitch black. You can't see the sun. You can't see any light from the sun because the sunlight gets absorbed by the medium because water's quite dense. Okay? And the sun can't travel forever through the medium. Now the air is also a different medium. It's just not as dense as the water. Okay, so it still happens. The same thing happens, but on a larger scale.
So what you're saying is the sun moves further away when it's night and comes closer when it's day. Is that right?
Yeah, the sun's moving over the surface of the Earth and lighting up different sections as it travels overhead.
I have a question, okay? Now, based on my observation and probably any other person listening to me, you can see the sun every day directly to your side or like in front of you, where in your the way you said it, you're only supposed to see it above you or like diagonally going further away, but still above you. But I can literally see it in front of me,
Yeah, so as things move away from you in the distance, they're going to appear to converge with the horizon due to the way perspective works, whether it be a cloud or a bird or a street light or a plane. Okay, as things move away from you, they're going to look like they go down, 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 and then eventually they're going to converge at the vanishing point, which is going to be at the horizon.
Oh, that has never been the case with clouds and airplanes.
Yeah, it absolutely is the case with clouds. I actually have a really good video to demonstrate that. Okay, so in the video that I'm gonna try to find it in a second.
Bro.
Okay, so we have a guy. Okay, listen, just for a second, just with the clouds. Okay, so we want to use the clouds as an example. Okay, so when you see clouds in the distance, they look like they're going down and converging with the horizon. That's just due to perspective, and I have a video that proves that. Okay, so in the video that I'm going to find, we have a pilot in a very small plane, and he's standing on the runway, and when he looks down the runway, we can see the clouds in the sky, and we can see the clouds, they look like they're going down and meeting at the horizon. Now, what you'll notice is that he keeps filming, and he goes up into the sky with his plane. When he goes up into the sky, you'll see those same clouds that looked like they were going down completely flatten out into a completely flat deck of clouds, because when he goes up to the height of those clouds, he doesn't have that perspective convergence issue anymore that makes the clouds look like they're going down. Similar to the way when we look down a hallway, it looks like the ceiling of the hallway is going down and the floor is going up, right? And then they meet at a vanishing point, which is a point of convergence. The same thing happens on a larger scale with the clouds. So I'll just try to find a video that shows that exact thing happening. Old Dude just posted a little diagram in the side chat just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. So you'll see some lines. It's called perspective convergence. It's just the way our eyes work. I'll just try to find this video quickly. Right, so here's just an image, right, while I'm still looking for the video. So this is a hallway, okay, and it's overlaid over a picture of the ocean. Okay, so you can see that you can relate the way that perspective makes you see the hallway, and then apply that to the same way that you see the clouds and the water at the ocean. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of images that basically explain what I was saying in the side chat, right? I'm having trouble finding the video at the moment, but I'll find it shortly. Does that explanation make sense?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, you just got to learn about perspective. Like, look at this last image I posted. Okay, so this
sorry, if I compare.
You go ahead, man.
These two, if I compare the way I see the sun move, okay, and change perspective. If I compare that to the thing you're trying to explain, it's not the same, and I think that we can see the difference, and I think it's different. It's really different.
Well, it's actually not that different. You know, if you just scroll up a little bit, you know, scroll up to 57 minutes after the hour. Now, obviously, the sun is much, much further away. Okay, and you're seeing glare, and you're seeing you have a lot of atmosphere between you and the sun. Okay, so it's going to behave different than something that's very close to you. Okay, like looking down a hallway, right? You don't have much atmosphere between point A and point B, right? You don't have a light, right? You're not looking at a light like when you're looking at the sun. So yeah, it's not the same thing, but it's the same concept, right? Still perspective. Okay, have a look at this example. I'm just going to put an example in the side chat. Okay, so here's a straight line. Have a look at what I posted. Okay, so it's someone set up a string going horizontally across their kitchen top counter. Okay, and he's got the camera up at the height of the string. Okay, and you can see that the string is straight. Now what he does is he actually puts the camera down on the ground to represent how we would see something up in the sky based off perspective. And now have a look, right? That straight line that he was pushing that little light across to represent the sun, all of a sudden it looks like it's going downward. Okay, and it looks like that sun's going downward. But it's not. It's just perspective that's making it appear that way. There's a video that shows this entire demonstration with the sun and the countertop, but I'm sure you understand what I'm talking about.
Do you like argue that how do you justify the seasons, the summer and winter?
The seasons, like you know, I was explaining before how everything in the sky moves in cycles. Okay, so the sun also moves in particular cycles. Okay, so the sun's going to be taking a particular cycle over different sections of the earth during different times of the year. And that's what's going to be creating seasons, right? So if I'm in Australia and it's summertime, the sun's going to be taking a path where at midday, the sun is directly above my head at midday. But during winter, okay, at midday, the sun's going to be much lower in the sky because it's taking a path over a different section of the earth relative to where I'm standing in Australia. So at midday in summer, directly above my head. At midday in winter, it's going to be much, much lower in the sky. Now, during winter in Australia, when I see the sun much lower in the sky, in the north, where, say, Europe is, okay, so someone's standing in Germany, when it's midday for them, the sun's going to be almost directly above their head at midday. Right? So it's moving in a particular cycle, but when it's winter in Germany, right, they're not going to see that sun directly above their head at midday. It's going to be much lower in the sky because it's taking a slightly different circuit over the surface of the earth, or a different path, a different apparent path. It might be hard to wrap your head around at first because I don't have a diagram really to show you. But old dude just put, you know, it's like a kind of like a time-lapse photography of the analemma, which kind of explains what I was just talking about.
Then why don't the Antarctica ever get sunlight?
It does. So in the north, sometimes, you know, we have the 24-hour sun in the north, and then sometimes we have the 24-hour sun in the south. But when we have the 24-hour sun in the south, it's 24 hours of darkness in the north, right? Because of the particular circuit, or not circuit's probably not the right word, the particular apparent path of the sun, right? It changes. So let's say we're in the north, right? In, say, Iceland. Okay, so when it's winter in Iceland, when it's summer in Iceland, the sun will be taking a particular path that's very close to the north. Okay, so you're going to be able to actually see the sun in the sky for 24 hours during the day. And then And then it would be at the same time in the south, it would be dark, right? In the far south, like in Antarctica, it's going to be dark 24 hours a day because the sun doesn't go close enough to that particular area for the light to reach it, right? To light it up. And now I'm just explaining. I'm just explaining what everyone observes. I don't know I'm not making a definitive claim about exactly how the entire system of the sky works, right? I'm just kind of explaining what everybody observes and giving you an idea of how it can work over the top of a flat plane. How do we know the plane is flat? Because we go out and we can consistently test the surface of the Earth for curvature, and we can't find any. Right? That's the basis of the argument, is if you have a globe, you have to have curvature. And when we go out and test for curvature, there's zero curvature.
Are you talking about the average, everyday, when you say go out and observe like any person, or like you're talking about scientists or people who do tests with equipment and stuff?
Yeah, people that go out and do tests with equipment. It can be anyone from a scientist to just a general person, right? It's not difficult. Okay, so you just need to find a large body of water. Okay, and if the Earth were a globe, you can calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance of water, and then you can test for it, right? Because if it's a globe, then let's just say we have a 10-mile body of water, a 10-mile lake, or a 10-mile section of the ocean. If the Earth's a globe, there has to be 66 foot of curvature over that 10 miles. Okay, so we can go to a 10-mile lake and try to find that curvature. 66 foot's quite a lot. That's 22 meters of curvature. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to set up a camera on one side of that lake and then zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? Because it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But we can do that. Yeah, we can go consistently to this lake and we can zoom in and we can see things that we shouldn't be able to see.
Oh, sorry, you said 66 over how long?
Yeah, 66 feet over 10 miles. But it gets, yeah, you can look that up yourself. You can go on ChatGPT or anything like that. Look, this is what you would do. Go on Google and type in Earth curvature calculator, and there's a huge amount of Earth curvature calculators. So you can put in the height of the observer, put in the distance, and it will tell you how far away the horizon should be and how much should be hidden over that distance. So over 20 miles, right? It gets bigger as you go further. Okay, so 20 miles, say we have a 20-mile lake, there should be 266 feet of curvature over that distance. So if you're standing at a 20-mile lake on one side of the lake, okay, and the Titanic, right? You know the boat, the Titanic that sunk? Okay, just say the Titanic was docked on the other side of the lake, 20 miles away. You shouldn't be able to see it if the Earth were a globe, right? It would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth because the Titanic was 175 feet tall. But over 20 miles, there's 266 foot of curvature. Okay, so if you're standing 6 foot tall, you just wouldn't be able to see the Titanic, right? It would be hidden behind the horizon, behind the curvature of the Earth. But when we go to a 20-mile lake, we can zoom in across the lake and we can't see any curvature. We can see flat water all the way across the lake.
Hey, what should I type on Google again?
Earth curvature calculator. I do have to go in a second. I'm sorry. Appreciate the conversation. Come back another time, or maybe I think someone else can pick up the conversation. So yeah, I appreciate chatting with you guys. I'm gonna head off.
All right.
All right. Have a good evening or day wherever you are.
For me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You too.
Nice one, DJ. What's up, fellow flat earthers?
Yo, guys, he's a nice guy, okay? But please don't believe him, okay?
Don't believe him?
Go
Believe what?
research.
What shouldn't we believe?
I said, I understand that he's a nice guy, and
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
I see honesty in him. He truly believes the Earth is flat. But
Well, he just said it measures flat.
I have to believe him.
But he said it measures flat, so if it measures flat, how could I not believe that it's flat?
Do your research.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He says it measures flat.
Okay.
So if it measures flat,
All right.
how could it not be flat?
If it measures flat, then it's flat.
Yeah.
But he says it measures flat.
Yeah, well, it does measure
That
flat.
is not facts. Doesn't have to be facts.
No, it's not just what he says, though. It's how the Earth is measured when anyone tries to measure it.
Okay, guys. Cyclone is also seems like a nice, honest guy, but guys, don't believe these flat earthers.
I agree. Don't believe me. Don't believe me. Believe the Earth. Go and check with the Earth.
Listen, if it's not meant to look like a rounded, sphere.
Oh, so you believe the government?
Like it.
You believe the government, right?
Not
That's who you're believing. You're believing NASA, but not nice old DJ there.
It's rounded. It's not only NASA, bro.
Yeah, it is NASA. They're the one telling you it's a globe. The U.S. military. So that's who you're believing. Not harmless old, polite, honest DJ. The U.S. military. Famous invaders of poor people. Blower-uppers of children. That's who you're believing. I bet DJ's never drone striked a child.
If they say the sky is blue, you're not gonna believe them, right?
Well, if I observe the sky to be blue, I don't have to believe it. I can just observe it, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
But then if they tell you, actually, we're the US military and we're telling you, although it looks blue, the sky is actually green, you would believe that, right?
No.
Yes, you would, because they've told you the Earth looks flat, but it's actually a big ball, and you believe that.
No.
And you've never seen the Earth looking like a big ball. You've just seen it looking flat. But you believe them.
Okay, they probably sometime in their lifetime said that the sky is blue, and you still believe them.
No, it's not a question of belief. I just explained it to you. You observe it. But they've told you that what you observe isn't true, and that you should believe their story instead. And that's what you're doing. You're believing a story over your own God-given senses. Why are you doing that?
It just makes sense. It just makes
No, it doesn't make sense because your senses don't detect it. It's nonsense. It doesn't. It's not sensed.
It's logical, bro. It's just more logical.
It's not logical though. It doesn't conform with even your base senses, so it can't be logical.
I bet flat earthers think it's flat because when something
Because it's observed, measured. No, because it's observed and measured flat. Like, why would you believe you are 5'9" or whatever you are? Because you're measured to be so. That's it.
But the Earth is not measured flat.
Oh, okay. Is it not? What about a lake? What's a lake? Is that not flat?
It's supposed to be.
Okay, so the lake's flat.
It doesn't.
Yeah, so the water is flat. So the majority of the Earth is covered in water. So the majority of the Earth must be flat.
No, it doesn't have to.
Well, if the water's flat, it does.
Bro, do you comprehend how big the Earth is?
How big do you think it is?
I mean, it's big. It's big.
Well, I agree with that, but I mean, that doesn't really mean anything. What does that mean? Earth is big, okay? Big and flat.
Oh,
You think saying it's big means it's a ball? Come on, dude.
bro, you think if the floor in your house is flat, the Earth is flat?
No, I think if the floor in my house is flat, then the floor in my house is flat. Whereas I guess you think it could actually be curved, even though it just looks flat and measures flat and is used flat. It's actually curved. That's your logic. Come on, dude. Because the U.S. military told you so.
Listen, like the floor in my house looks flat. Sometimes
Are you like under your bed sheets right now or something, dude? With a little flashlight?
listen. When you take a closer look, sometimes you find curvatures. Even though
Nah, no one finds curvatures. The Earth has no curvature. That's why we're here.
as we're here.
That's why we're here, because there's no curve. If the curve was here, we would not be here. But the curve is not here, so we are here. Understand?
Okay, what if there was curve and gravity?
Well, if we imagine the fairy tale globe story is true, then what? Then it's true. No. I mean, you can imagine the globe is true, but when you actually go out and measure it, you'll find it's not true. So you can keep believing it, but why would you?
Okay, that's the same thing with you. Like, why are we here? If the floor, like, if the Earth is flat, like, we could just fall sideways or like
What?
upwards.
Fall sideways from upwards. What does that even mean?
I said or upwards. Like,
We could, if the ground that you're on is flat, you could fall sideways or upwards. Is that what you just said?
yes.
That makes no sense at all, dude. So if you stand on a table that's flat, you could fall sideways or upwards because it's flat. Think about it. What are you talking about?
Bro.
You're just saying shit.
You can only fall down because the gravity is under you.
You don't have down on a ball. You don't believe in down. You believe in inwards and outwards.
No, it's the central point of the.
No, which way is down? Which way is down?
There is no down, yeah.
There you go. So why are you saying down if you don't believe in down? See how the globe fucks you up? You can't even say down anymore. You can't even operate in reality and say up and down. That's how messed up the globe is.
Common sense and not scientific.
Yeah, your common sense tells you that the Earth is flat and motionless. Have you never heard them say it's too big to see the curve? And you can't feel the Earth spinning or moving? So yeah, your senses tell you it's flat and motionless. Then the government tells you it's a big spinning ball.
So, when you're in a train, right? It's
Oh, here we go.
100 miles per hour, and you have a glass of water. Why doesn't it just spill? Everyone goes.
Because it's in a container.
No, even if it's open.
How does that water stay in its container?
Because it's getting, I don't know, but
Because it's contained, isn't it? Water needs to be contained. The surface will be level.
like,
Yeah. Just think about that in reality.
why doesn't everyone just fall
Why doesn't everyone just fall? What, just fall into the ground?
when, not fall backwards, when the train is going forward 100 miles per hour?
Because you're in a container. You're in a train. Try sitting on the roof of the train.
No, actually, that's the same thing.
No, it wouldn't be the same thing. So why they don't let you sit on the roof of the train unless you're in India or something?
But what about, like, roofless cars?
Yeah, same thing. You're in a container. You're shielded from the outside air that you're traveling through. But on the globe, you're supposed to be not in a container, are you? You're on the outside of the object that's moving.
Okay, so you would have to see the container in order to know you're in a container. what if the container was built out of stuff that are not like seen, like not solid, like air or whatever it is. Like I'm not too advanced with these stuff.
I don't know, dude. I think you're trying too hard for the globe. You should just be looking for some evidence for it. I mean, I get it. You believe in the globe, but it doesn't sound like you've actually got any evidence for it. And that's what you'd need. Because we're not just here to believe shit. We want some evidence.
So I have one last question before I go to bed.
A bedtime question? Okay.
Yeah, before I go to bed, I got one last question and I'll go out. So why does the sun set completely below the horizon instead of just getting smaller and fading away?
Well, it depends, because sometimes you can see the sun appearing to get smaller and fading away. It depends where you are and what the conditions are of the air that day. But yeah, you can observe the sun appearing to sink into the horizon. This is an optical effect. Things will decrease in apparent altitude as they get further away from you. Like, if you're on a long street and you see the street lights, over a distance, it'll look like the ones further away are lower down, closer to the ground. They're actually the same height, but because of the way your vision works and perspective works, everything moves towards the horizon, the vanishing line. And eventually, that light won't be able to reach you. The combination of your perspective and attenuation of light in air means that the light can't travel forever through the air. It eventually blocks it out. It's a combination of things which can result in what looks like the sun sinking down beneath the horizon. But that doesn't tell us the Earth's a ball.
Yeah,
So
no,
you are telling
I
me.
don't think he understood because
So you are telling me.
because Cyclone, you're
Hey, dude, raspy dude who's hiding under the bed covers. That guy was asking his question. Let him finish.
no, bro. You're explaining a different thing because he's saying.
No, dude, we're gonna let this guy. This guy needs to go to bed.
Jay usually presents this. He's one of our regulars, and he knows all about this one. But he often explains it that there would be as much curvature as the size of the Titanic. So if the Titanic was sitting at the end of that lake, yes, the Titanic would be obscured from that distance. But sorry to interrupt, Jemsy. I just wanted to get that out.
No. Appreciate you.
Oh, it's all good. So good. Thank you for that.
Okay. All right, and I'll let you at it.
Yeah, we have the new people. What do you guys think about the information being presented? And do you have any more questions relevant?
That may answer VSH's question, So we used lasers and tested the surface of the Earth to see if there's any curvature, and there isn't any. So the Earth is not a sphere. Hope that answers your question.
Well, there are different types of lands, to be honest. Because also, if you say, wait a second, yeah, there are different parts of Earth, because there are flat parts of Earth and curved parts of Earth.
Sorry, no. We're measuring over water. 21 miles over water.
Well, I don't see any water in this picture you've sent here.
Yeah, that's one example. We've also got, if you scroll up in the side chat, there's a video there of a laser test 21 miles over a lake, right? Water. So we're measuring over water. Water's supposed to be curving along with the surface of the Earth. It's not doing that. So, the Earth is not a ball.
Well, if you say Earth is flat, wouldn't water be falling on the sides of the Earth?
Why would it be doing that? Why would you think that?
Because what stops that? Or based on your statement, if you'll keep going like non-stoply, you'll keep going straight, you'll fall at one point over there.
That's the ice wall, though, isn't it? That's where
No, there's no ice wall.
No. No ice walls, and I certainly don't think that anybody believes that the water's falling off the edge. Off the edge into what?
Nothing, doesn't think. Based on your statement, that will happen.
Nothing. No, we're just talking about the surface of the Earth, man. We're not talking about edges. Why would you bring up the edge?
Well, based on your statement, if you keep going in a straight line, you could come back to the same point that you started from because the Earth is rounded. If the Earth will be flat, you'll just be falling over.
You realize that circles don't necessitate.
There are no straight. He said that you can have a straight line on the surface of a sphere. That's just that's not even possible.
Yeah, that's silly.
Your logic doesn't follow. You just said that if you go on a straight line, you're gonna end up in the same place because Earth is here.
Oh, I get what you mean. Why isn't that logical? If you put yourself on a point and you go directly,
because you're gonna have straight lines on a globe, and we can actually measure the Earth, the surface of the Earth, to not be curving. So if he's asking about going on a straight line and reaching some edge that he doesn't know if it even exists. So he's trying to listen. He's strawmanning. He's creating a version of the Earth in his head, and he's saying this version of Earth doesn't make any sense in his head. So now he's protein that into people in here, and he's like, "This is what you guys believe." His imaginary version of a strawman version of the Earth, and he's burning that and saying, "You guys believe in that nonsense, and that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about the version of Earth in his head. It doesn't work."
But if you say the Earth is flat, yeah, why does airplanes fly in a curve to get faster instead of a straight line? They do. They
don't.
They do.
Okay, can you show that? How do you gonna prove that? Can you prove that to me?
Majority of that you could see on a fly radar that airplanes just fly on a curve because of the Earth rotation. Majority of airplanes they fly in a curve because of Earth rotation.
I've never seen
agree with you.
Yeah, wow. Okay.
I agree with you, dude. All planes fly in a curve. They take off, then they slowly get higher, then they go down again over a flat Earth. There you go.
Yeah, because you can do an arc over a flat surface. Like you on the flat surface, then you go up little by little, up, and then you go down, and then you land. And that's kind of like a curvy trajectory that you took. Yes. Yeah, it works over a flat surface, yes.
Can I say something about what you were saying a second ago? About when he was talking about walking in a straight line. So if the Earth is flat and you did keep going straight and you stayed directly on one path, what do you believe that you're gonna reach?
You can't do that. No. I mean, guys, he's asking to walk on a straight line.
I mean, fair.
Well, hypothetically, say you did.
But you're gonna reach so if you're walking on land on a straight line, you're eventually gonna reach water. Like you're gonna reach shore.
There was a boat.
You won't be able to walk anymore. You're gonna have to get on a boat or something, right? You won't be able to.
That's what I mean. I meant travel. I meent travel in a straight line. So walking, and then if you need to get on a boat, you get on a boat. Hypothetically, you're in a straight line.
So even to get to the boat from your point, you won't be able to walk straight, right? Because you're gonna reach private properties. There's gonna be fences.
No, right. I know. I just mean hypothetically. Let's forget the private.
Then you reach the boat. You get on the boat, and the boat will navigate across the water. That's not gonna go on a straight line unless it's dead reckoning. But eventually, where you're gonna reach more land. After the water, you go on the boat straight, and then you're gonna reach land. And then you get on the land. You measure that the what you travel with the boat across the water. There's no curvature there. So let's say 10,000 miles.
No, I'm not on about measuring it. I'm just saying. Right, what I'm saying is, right. Forget the private property and obstacles.
The only experience we have is that you reach water, then land, then water, then land, then water, then land. That's what other experience you have.
So doesn't that mean?
Karen, you can circumscribe us if you were able to go perfectly straight, quote unquote. You would just be drawing a circle around magnetic north.
Well,
that's not straight, though. It's not. That's actually not straight.
Well, right. Yes, that's what it would.
We need to establish what he's talking about
around the magnetic north.
If we're on a flat object, if we're on a flat object, and hypothetically, you go directly in a straight line, you must reach something past what we already know to be Earth, all the countries that we know. There must be something there waiting at the end.
Yeah, possibly, but we don't know. We can't access all of those areas, right? You can't just like go to Antarctica and keep going.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So is that what you think's at the edge? So there's a big ice wall all around us, and we're in like a boat.
I have no idea.
Yeah, we
No
don't
idea.
know. We don't know. I mean, there is a wall of ice, quote unquote, in Antarctica, but we don't claim that that's like the beginning of the edge of the Earth, or there's continents beyond, or any of that, because we can't empirically prove any of that. It would just be fun speculation.
Interesting.
I know you're trying to get an idea. Go ahead.
We had a friend here earlier today who told us his story. He was researching the end of the universe. Like, what happens if you just keep going in a direction and you reach the end of the universe? He was using the Chat GPT to tell him. And the Chat GPT was basically saying, well, it's unknown, perhaps unreachable. And it started giving him answers that were essentially unknowns, which is the exact answers you're getting from us, because nobody's ever been to the perimeter of reality, either the universe or the flat Earth. That's the answer.
Yeah, it's speculation because no one in here has like a first-hand knowledge. I wouldn't be able to go to court and argue this is the case. I have first-hand knowledge, and this is what happens when you keep going straight in a line. So I can only speculate about it and tell you my ideas. Maybe you reach the staircase to heaven. I don't know. Maybe God is waiting for you over there. I don't know. We're speculating. Maybe there's military people that doesn't let you pass a certain point. And maybe, right? So we're only speculating at the moment, and we really can't entertain that, but to a certain limit, because we like to stick to empirical stuff,
Why couldn't we do this? Why is it that difficult just to get a little team together and travel?
Well, I'll tell you what. Where do you think we should go to find this limit? Which direction?
Try all the directions: north, south, east, west.
Okay, well, if that's easier said than done,
are you? Sorry.
Well, start with one then. Start with north first. We just
you end up underneath the north and celestial pole. Go south, you'll end up underneath the southern celestial pole. Go east and west, depending on which pole you're going to be circling around. You're just going to be circling around one of those poles.
So no matter which way you go, you end up at the same place.
If you go east or west in a circle, yeah, because it's a circular direction around a pole.
Fair enough, but he's not talking about that.
Yes, he's asking about straight line going from, yeah.
Well, yeah,
Look,
if I go north, south, east or west, if I go north, I'll end up underneath the celestial north. If I go south, I'll end up underneath the celestial south, and east or west are directions around poles. I made that clear.
So you're saying no matter what direction you walk in, you end up at the same place?
No. No, we're talking about once we get to these places like the north or the south, we're going to sort of start to lose our references as to which ways we're going.
Why is that? Why do we not why we're not able to tell we're still going straight?
Well, that's the whole point. So you need to have some kind of reference to know that you're going straight. So if we lose our references, or we reach the limit of the reference system, then what are we going to use?
Is there not some sort of technology that can determine this? Some sort of compass, an advanced compass, or?
Well, the compasses are using magnetic north, which does move, interestingly enough.
And they follow field lines. Sorry,
Going on the azimuths to try to intersect north is just going to take you to the center of a coordinate system at best. It's not really going to tell you anything about the extent of the Earth. So you'd want to go anti-north or away from that center point. And the further you go out, colder it gets, and the worse the waters get. And in fact, if you do some research real quick, you'll find out that a lot of people who go down there, they get stuck, boats get damaged, the government turns them away. You need special permissions. You need millions of dollars. Like it's just not really feasible for the average person. Even like Admiral Byrd, it took him 30 years to chart the Antarctic region. And he had the full force of the government's purse behind him and their permission, which none of us have. So, for example, Kidd tried to land a plane in Antarctica because he wanted to land his plane on every continent. As soon as they found out he landed, they went and arrested him. The other guy, Jarl Landehoy, tried to go down there without permission on a boat. They shot his boat and killed one of his crewmates. So this idea that we can just go out, Soroborean, out to the south, so-called, that just doesn't happen. I don't have $1 billion, and I'm certainly not going to risk my life to go out to a cold, desolate world where I have to bring fuel with me. I have to bring food. There's nothing to eat. You can't drink the water, by the way, because you'll die. So you have to bring fresh water with you. Exactly, dude. It's death. It's death incarnate out there, my bro.
No, I understand what you're saying. I understand that it's it's a mission and it's difficult to do.
And check this out, my bro. I have no reason to know how much journeying I have to do to even make it worth my while to even begin. I'd much rather spend my life with my family. Wouldn't you?
I don't know. Seems like something I'd like to do, to be honest. Find out.
Well, fair enough. Hey, bro, if you're an adventurer, you might want to try it, man. I'm down. I'm down for supporting you if you want to try it.
Right,
yeah, Kirian,
sorry, go on.
I can fully appreciate your desire to kind of understand the limit of the realm, right? Or to get an idea of the size of it, the overall construction of it. That's fair enough. However, let's say that you do reach an end point, okay? Then what?
I guess I'll have to come to that bridge when I cross it, when I find the end.
Like, have you ever conquered a video game?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, right. So you won. What a great victory. You feel awesome. You know, how many hours of sweat and Mountain Dew did you have to go through to get to the end of that video game? Then what happens? Do you have to find another video game?
Truth.
Yeah. So
actually, in many video games, if you reach a certain limit, you die. Cannot pass certain limitation. So yeah, it's maybe the end of the world is your death.
Or maybe it's so far away it will take lifetimes to get there.
Well, my answer to that is, I guess the only real purpose of doing something like that then and leaving your families is for the people like us asking all the questions for the truth.
You're going to need a real curious mind and a scratch you just can't itch to go and want to do that, mate.
Do you know why? Do you know why they say you can never make it to the end of the universe?
Because it keeps expanding away from you.
Because it's expanding faster than the speed of light, which means even if you could reach max speed, you could never catch up. So even if you started now, you'd never catch it. So the edge of the universe is forever outside of man's reach. It will never be known to mankind. Never. And that's something that people that believe in that paradigm have to accept, that the fundamental nature of where we are in reality is limited to a boundary that we can never ascertain what it's like. Never.
But I suppose you could reach the point, though, where you've gone so far that you've gone too far for the Earth. Like you've discovered area that hasn't been discovered.
You might.
know that the Earth is bigger than.
You might. Yeah, you might find more territory. Sure, I would agree that that's a possibility.
How would you know?
But I truly believe that if you just keep going south, you just keep going south, and you never stop going south, or you end up back at north. Those are your options. And either way, it doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. So no matter what, it's a moot point.
Yeah, Kieran, I've posted 3 videos on the topic of Antarctica and the adventure you'd like to take. One of them is where they're at. There's three of them in a boat, and then one of them ends up leaving because he couldn't take it, and then the other 2 carried on, got to Antarctica. It was hard all the way back, okay? But it drives home how dangerous it is, okay, the endeavour. Jarl Anderhoid, I mentioned him earlier on, so I posted 3 videos, and please watch them. Because it tells you...
Red Dog Truth and the... I've got 2.
Jin CBR, yeah, I'm going to post the 3rd one right now. Okay. I do apologise, I'm going to get that done right this second.
Don't apologise, mate. Don't apologise.
Yeah, there we go. Knocking that in there now. There you go, mate. Okay, that covers all the Antarctica. That one where it says denied, it's telling you the things you would need to do in order to go. All the loops you have to walk through, the legal loops you've got to go through, and they're jumping around and documents all over the place. You know?
Yeah.
Right.
We don't travel everywhere on the Earth. Even with the amount of billions of people that we've got, there are vast swathes of the oceans that men have just not really travelled across. We've seen from far away distances. Has anybody heard of Point Nemo? The furthest point we're told.
Point Nemo, yeah, I heard of it. Yeah,
yeah, that's where they dump rockets and stuff, and where they drop international. Yeah, exactly. But I'm just pointing out there's hundreds of millions, millions of miles of water that we just don't sail across. We think we know everything about the Earth. We hardly travel across most of it. Flight corridors, shipping lanes, and we're primarily a land-dwelling species. And the surface of the Earth is like 70+% water. We don't travel over most of it.
Too many people. Hello, guys. Assalamu alaikum.
How's it going?
I'm fine. What about you?
Yeah, wa alaikum salam.
Yeah. So, guys, sorry for interrupting your conversation. Which topic you discussed to each other about it?
Well, we're discussing about the flat Earth and how the Earth is flat, stationary, and not a spinning ball hurtling through the universe. And then we have a young man here called Kieran who is asking about Antarctica and how do we get there, can we get there, etc., etc. And we're helping him along.
Oh,
where are you from? Where are you
I'm
from?
from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in Middle East.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Look, I hope you're looking after yourself. No missiles coming your way yet, then. Okay.
Yeah.
But so welcome to the server anyway. Do you have any questions?
No. I'm just want to listen here.
Okay, right. I'll go back to let Jedi get back to it. And there you go, Jedi. Your turn, matey.
It's all right. If the guy just wants to listen, we'll get back to our original conversation. I think we were trying to put a pin in that, though, right? The edge of the world and where that is, and our limited ability, and so on and so forth. Was there anybody else who wanted to add any further to that, or should we move on to another subject?
Yeah, what about the things that we can do? We can't.
Well, yeah, for a small fortune, you can go to Antarctica if you go through the organised tours. The cheapest I've heard was $17,000, but you don't get to go to the ice wall or whatever that is. You only get to this place where the emperor penguins are and a couple of disused sheds You have a little walk around there. You know, the going there is the adventure. Then you get to go onto these speed boats, and then you end up having a little walk around, say hello to the penguins and that. You know, that's 17,000. Then if you want to go for something in the region of 30 to 40, 50, 60,000, that means you're going to be there for a week, right? You know, you might be there a week or two, and then again, you're not able to go wherever you want. You know, you're escorted everywhere. Okay, so you can have some fun there. Yeah, you know, Union Glacier, for example.
As well, if you do go, I read up that it takes months of pre-planning, and you have to get loads of
sandwiches.
Sandwiches. You're gonna get really hungry. Not like licenses and things and something.
Why are we going to Antarctica?
Pardon?
Why are we going to Antarctica?
We're gonna cross the ice wall together. That's why.
Oh, because of the edge of the Earth is in Antarctica. I remember.
Yeah, remember the air pressure, right? That we were talking about. The young lady was giving you the full understanding that we have to be in a container for air pressure, so you would never be getting to the edge. The creator of this Earth hasn't made it so that you can get to the edge and fall off. You see what I mean? Yeah, that would be a bit silly, wouldn't it? In the design.
So
what happens? The edge of the Earth is in Antarctica.
Well, there must be an edge. There must be some sort of edge that we can reach.
Well, I mean, we'll give you this. Logically speaking, if you were inside the system, you can point any direction, and that would be the limitation of the system. Up, down, and any horizontal direction. What the limitation to that system is and how far away it is, I've absolutely no idea. But you are right. If you're inside, just point in any direction outwards, and there's the limitation to the system. Maybe there's no more three-dimensional reality the further you go out horizontally, the edge of the known world or universe or three-dimensional space. Who knows what that experience is like, dude? We've no idea. You are right, though. Point in any straight direction and you would reach the limitation of the environment if you were within the environment. The only reason what we were talking about north, south, east and west is because they're direct travels of direction that are within the Earth system. Two poles and travelling around circles of those poles. You're not going to reach the limitation of the system using that directional system.
Okay.
It's not in Antarctica, though.
So no one is speaking right now?
All right now. How you doing?
What do you want to?
Actually, I have some questions. I have to go somewhere.
Okay.
So, may I ask these questions?
Of course.
So, are you one of the Flat Earth team?
Yes.
So, you guys believe in outer space or not? Or you guys believe in outer space without the infinite vacuum?
Yeah, without the vacuum bit. The only problem we've got
There
is the
space, but no vacuum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there must be more planets.
More planets.
Yeah, like Jupiter.
Okay. So yeah, Jupiter's a thing. I don't know what it is. And there might be more of them up in the sky. Yeah.
So just the Earth is a flat planet, or all of the planets and stars are flat?
The Earth is not a planet.
So what is it?
It's the floor that you stand on. And the things up in the sky that look like spheres, the ones that you call stars and planets, like Jupiter and the Sun, they're in motion above the Earth.
So Earth's a platform, right?
Platform, that's a good way of putting it. I like that. Yeah.
So all of the other planets are platforms too?
No, all of the other planets are planets.
So why is Earth is flat?
Because the Earth doesn't fit into category of planet. It's like what? It's like asking me why the floor isn't shaped like a tree when all I see growing out of the floor are trees.
So is there more platforms like Earth?
I don't know. I've only been to the Earth.
So the Earth is the only platform.
Yeah, maybe. There may be others. I don't know. I've only been to the Earth.
So why is there can't be other platforms?
I didn't say there couldn't. I said I've only been to the Earth 3 times.
And everything that we have
know,
observed, everything we've measured seems to be oriented around an Earth-based perspective, Earth-based frame of reference.
Wait a second, I can hear you. I must
Mic check.
It's to use Discord on phone. Yeah. Yeah. Can you say it again?
Mic check. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Huh. I digress. Sorry. Go back to what y'all were talking about.
My friends, you do hear our AG speaking, don't you?
So, am I correct? The Earth is the only platform we know, and there is other planets, but the other planets are not platforms, they are globes.
Yeah, to keep it simple.
So, the only platform we know is Earth.
It's the only place I've been, yeah. I've only been on the floor, and then there are the lights on my ceiling. My floor is not like the lights on my ceiling. I don't know if there are other floors with other lights above on the ceiling.
So there could be more platforms or not, right?
Yeah, there could be.
But we don't know that too.
I don't know.
So there is actually so much things we don't know in flat earth theory, right?
Oh, yes.
I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows. Medic.
Oh, and don't understand me. I'm correctly. I'm not arguing with you guys. Not anymore. In Turkish we say huylu huyundan vazgeçmez. Huylu huyundan vazgeçmez. It means if a person wants to believe a thing, you can't make that person believe another thing. This person will believe its own thing for his eternal life.
Yeah. Maybe you should ask me why I think the Earth is flat.
So actually I'm thinking Earth is a globe because there are so much experiments. But you guys have experiments too, and I actually find that really good. So you guys are not saying just Earth is not a globe. You guys have experimented this.
That's true.
Right?
Yep, that's true.
So yeah, there is so much theories on Earth. Even the joke ones, like the Earth is a banana.
What experiments prove that the Earth is a planet?
In the globe Earth theory, the most believing theory, the humans mostly believing this theory, the Earth is a globe, and in this theory, the Earth is in the planet section, and all of the other planets must be globes because of the gravity rule in the globe Earth theory.
Okay. I know that the theory asked what the proof was. You said experiments. So I know the theory. What proof is there for the story?
Yeah, actually, globe Earth theory has proofs for itself too, like flat Earth theory, like your laser tests or the I just can't remember the other tests of
That's
this
fine.
flat Earth theory, but I remember the laser tests.
Cool. I appreciate you remember our proofs.
Correctly.
Yeah,
The
no, I
laser
appreciate. Sorry, I appreciate you remember our proofs. I asked you what the proofs were for the globe.
Can you repeat that?
The proof for the sphere, the planet, the globe, not flat Earth. I asked you what the proof was that the Earth was a planet.
There's so much proof for that for the the persons
Okay,
believing
well
the Earth is a globe.
I've got all night. Let's start at the beginning.
Yeah. Give us your top three. What are your top three on the top of the list? Best proofs for the globe.
There is some ways to calculate it in globe Earth theory, and some ways to measure it, some ways to observe it from outside or inside the Earth, like the my English is not that good, sorry.
Take your time. It's okay.
Like, you can measure it, you can observe it, you can do tests like pendulum tests or laser tests, different version. And you can like launch a camera to the outer space and take some pictures and take back to this camera, look at the pictures, and you see it's a globe in globe Earth theory, they say. I never experienced it myself before, but I want it real much. Like, I really want to launch a camera to the space and take that camera back and look at the pictures it got. It's actually, if Earth's flat, it's actually a good view. At least I got a good view.
I appreciate that. Yeah. You said different versions of laser tests. What did you mean by that?
If I remember that correctly, the different version says if you put two holes in a distance like 30 miles away from each other and point a laser from inside one hole, you can't see it from the other hole because Earth is a globe. And if you do this test in a much distance, so the Earth's globe shape.
You think you could link us to that?
And you can see the laser.
Check that out.
Yeah, I actually never experienced that too, but I want to experience it too. I want to experience all of the flat Earth and globe Earth theories experiments. Yeah, actually, I'm going to do it in the summer, actually.
Fair enough, man.
So when did you guys start believing and thinking the Earth is flat? Hello?
That will be when you're born.
No, you. When did you started thinking that way?
Well, that will be when you're born because you have to be balanced, right? When you know you're kind of like leveled on the table in the hospital, wherever you were born, and your body and your senses are already following the axiomatic fact that the Earth is horizontal frame of reference and also motionless. So since you're born, you already know because your body knows, even though your brain doesn't comprehend it yet. Your senses are already there with it.
Motionless, right?
What was that? You know you have fluids. You have fluids. Listen, you have fluids in your body, right? Like water, fluids, and you also have your vestibular system. You have a liquid in your inner canal. You have a liquid, and that liquid is level, water level, to the horizon, to the horizontal, to the water of the world, right? And that's actually has you level to the level of the world.
Sea level. The water in your body actually is in your blood and in your everything has water in
Your
it. So
vestibular system.
Yeah, but you don't.
It gives you a reference of level.
Have water. You don't have.
It's almost like you ask a question. It's almost like you ask a question and you don't want to hear the answer because you start speaking in the middle of the reply sentence. It's almost like you don't really want to hear the answer. So go ahead, keep speaking.
Sorry. So bye then.
Well, thanks.
Ah, hello. Yes. What's going on?
The other guy, he left. Oh well.
Well, he doesn't want to hear what's being said. So yeah, that's why he left. The new people got any questions, any comments about the conversation on the topic? You're welcome to open your mic and ask.
So at least we got something pretty cool out of that that guy, because he's talking to Jedi, and Jedi said platform. Yeah, I guess that's a pretty good word for it. And then AG like looked up the etymology. It's like mid 16th century from French plateforme, ground plan, literally flat shape.
I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, that's cool.
I remember when people were
is a
talking
good way to
about.
describe it. Sorry, go.
I remember when people were talking about video games and how video, just making a joke like video games are flat, and I was like, yeah, video games are built upon a platform, an engine platform, and platforms are flat.
Yeah, they even call some platform games. That's a genre of video game.
You found the etymology that adds up to it. The platform.
And maybe I better do something so I look a little bit more like a didgeridoo player. Stand by. Stand by. So I got a pair of scissors and I made my crew shirt into a real musician didgeridoos kind of attire. And so I can play my didgeridoo now. Orbital didgeridoo, didgeridoo, didgeridoo. I'm done. Orbital didgeridoo, didgeridoo. I'm done. Melodious notes from our orbital didgeridoo. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Pure sine wave tones and delightful oscillations. We cobbled one up from the space station vacuum cleaner hose. I can play my didgeridoo now. I'm done. We're on the International Space Station with didgeridoos and oscillation of spheres of water. Melodious notes from our orbital didgeridoo. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Pure sine wave tones and delightful oscillations. I'm done, Pettit. I'm done, Pettit. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Delightful oscillations. I'm done. Pure sine wave tones. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo.
Oh, now it's Bongulator. Bongulator. The Earth is flat. You knew that, though, right? Lemon Bird has disappeared as far as I know. I have not seen Lemon Bird in quite a while. Hardcore ether believer. Rusty, you've been around so long that you've been exposed to Lemon Bird. That's cool. Meanwhile, the Earth is flat. Hello, John. Welcome. Hello, Pato or Pato. How are you?
Hello, my brother. I'm good. And you?
Not bad, man. What brings you in today?
Why?
Why brings you in today?
What?
What brings you here today?
Ah, é complicado, cara, vou te falar.
English only, please.
What?
Where am I from? God.
God?
No es complicado, es simple.
Ó, esse cara aí sabe falar português, mano.
No, fala inglês. You gotta speak English. English channel.
Ah, you speak English?
Cierto.
You don't speak Portuguese?
Yo hablo español y inglés y comprendo un poco de portugués.
Cara, tu tá sabendo muita coisa, vou te falar, hein?
No, but it's an English channel though. That's the issue though. I mean, that's not the issue. That's the case.
I know little English. No,
Zero
I
English.
understand.
So you guys want me to translate or you want to keep it English 100%?
Keep it English, but if Portuguese in España or Espanol is Earth es plata, is it still good in Portuguese?
La tierra es plana.
La tierra es plana. La tierra es plana. Okay.
Maybe él comprende portugués. ¿Qué dices?
É português, ó, português. Ó, listen. Portuguese is from Brazil.
No, Portuguese is from Portugal.
See.
No. My Portuguese is from Brazil. You understand? I speak Portuguese.
You mean you are from Brazil, so you learn Portuguese in Brazil.
You learn?
You were born in Brazil. You are from Brazil.
Yes, I'm from Brazil.
Yes. So your Portuguese, the Portuguese language that you learned it in Brazil.
Yes.
Yes, correct. Yes.
Correct.
Yeah. In Brazil, in Brazil,
yeah.
there's many people that know that la Tierra no es un globo, ellos saben que es plana. En Brasil, muchos brasileros son flat earthers, muchos, millones.
Yes.
I just told him that in Brazil, many Brazilians, probably, I don't know, I said millions, but I don't know if it's true. I said many Brazilians know that the Earth is not a globe and it's actually flat. That's what I told him.
You might be close. You might be close with millions, yeah. I know a good amount of Spanish, not a whole lot, but I'm following.
Yeah.
Okay, I follow you. Come here. Wait. Hello. Follow me, my brother. Follow me.
Where?
In Discord.
Oh, you want a friend request? You want me to send you a friend request?
You speak for me?
You
With
said
me?
follow me? Follow me in Discord?
Yes. Follow me Discord. AD. Wait. My brother, my English is bad, bro. I don't.
Your English is good, it's just that you gotta practice. This channel is advanced English, so you are beginner. Usted está empezando a aprender. Usted está empezando en el principio. Este canal es avanzado. So usted está principiante usted. En el lenguaje. Sí.
Sí. But I go here for learning. Listen.
Sí, exactly. You're here for learning, yes, correct. I recommend that usted haga lectura sobre el tema y así aprendes. I'm just telling him to maybe read some information about the topic so maybe he can learn, maybe advance his wording a little bit, and then maybe later probably can, communicate a little better about the topic. So usted, si quiere leer sobre el tema, yo le puedo enviar información y usted puede mirar la información y luego si tiene preguntas, usted regresa.
Isso que eu ia falar, pô. Isso que eu ia pedir é get pra você, né? Me passar uns arquivos aí pra mim estudar. Learning. Study English.
Exactly.
You understand?
See, that's what I'm saying. You just gotta learn the English to have this conversation first. So, con links de información, usted puede mirar. You can look at the links of information and learn about the topic. But to have the conversation in the VC, para tener la conversación en este momento, va a ser muy complicado. Porque usted está empezando a aprender.
Yes.
Yeah. I just tell him it's gonna be difficult to have the conversation in the VC because he's learning. So it's not gonna be too easy to do it.
Eu tenho poucas perguntas, entendeu? Tipo, what are you doing? What do you do?
Usted puede preguntar. You can ask me sobre el tema. Y si usted me hace pregunta, yo trato de contestar. Y lo traduzco para todos. If you have a question for me, I could try to answer it for you, and I can translate your question and translate the answer. I mean, I could try this with him a little bit, but if there's other people, we'll definitely move on, though.
No, you go ahead, man. You go ahead.
So, si usted tiene alguna pregunta, yo puedo traducir para ellos la pregunta que usted pregunta sobre la Tierra, el globo. So, You let me know, bro.
Aqui é pra falar sobre terra, é? Terra, se a terra é plana ou redonda?
Sí, ese es el tema. That's the topic. Yeah, la Tierra o el globo. Ese es el tema.
I know what. Eu acho que a terra é redonda.
Esa es la misconcepción que usted cree que es redonda. Usted aprendió en la escuela, en los libros de la escuela. Follow?
Yeah.
So I'll tell him that's what he learned. That's what he learned in school. That the Earth is round. He learned that, and that's what he's saying. He believed the Earth is round because that's what he learned. Pero usted tiene esa información desde niño porque usted no sabía. Pero ahora, como adulto, usted puede mirar nueva información, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Y aprender.
Sí.
So, con la nueva información, usted puede confirmar o falsificar si la Tierra es un globo o no.
Sí.
Yeah.
Welcome,
With
Ferry, by
new
the way.
information, he can check and verify or falsify if the Earth is a globe or not.
Eu acho que a terra é redonda.
I just want to interrupt really quickly.
Go ahead.
Real quick. We have Theory in here, a newcomer, so we're going to try to switch over to Inglés.
Yes. Go ahead, Ferry. Un segundo, amigo.
What English? No, what do you speak?
Yo hablo, I speak English, I speak Spanish, un poquito de portugués.
No, he.
Me? Mostly English. Inglés. Yep.
You from USA?
Los Estados Unidos.
I want to live in USA, my brother. I am program development. I work in the USA.
You work in the United States?
Yes. What do you do?
Yeah.
What do you do?
Oh, what do? I work on cars mostly. Automobiles.
It's okay.
Yep.
Can I leave your house?
Can you live at my house?
Yes.
Sure.
It's okay, my brother. You is the better. You is amazing.
Best. You are numero uno. You are the best, Sesu. You are the best because you're gonna let him live in your house. Yes.
Yeah.
You are the best. I go there. I go there. No.
Yeah, no problem. God says I'm supposed to welcome the sojourner or the foreigner in my land. So if you need a place to stay, I'll give you a place to stay.
He said that God commands him. Él dice que Dios lo comanda a dar hogar a gente de otros lugares.
It's okay. No, amazing. I like the God. My God is stronger. God is stronger. I love God.
You love God, yeah. Amazing.
Yeah.
Amen.
Amen.
You're a man of God. That's good.
God.
Usted es un hombre de Dios.
Word redonda. God created.
Eso será, eso es incorrecto. Dios te dio tus sentidos, tu tacto, tu vista, tu equilibrio, ¿verdad? Y es basado en la tierra siendo inmovible y plana. Dios te dio tus sentidos para operar en la realidad, en la tierra. Y tus sentidos. Dios diseñó la tierra horizontal, plana y no movible, no se mueve. He said that God made the earth round, and I'm trying to tell him that God actually, made the earth horizontal, flat, and his senses were given to him to operate in this on God's design, which is the earth being not in motion and horizontal. I probably shopped it up a little bit, but that's what I told him.
Welcome. Where's mine? We're talking about the Earth being flat, in case you had any questions. But we're trying to bridge the gap in language with our friend here, Pato, who speaks Portuguese. He is from, I guess he's from Brazil?
Yes.
Okay. Anyways, okay, so where's mine? If you have any questions, please ask. Otherwise, we're just talking about the Earth being measurably flat and stationary.
Right.
Yep. So in the Bible, and how do you say Bible in Portuguese or as La Biblia? Okay, so in La Biblia, the Earth is described as flat, stationary, and enclosed. And so enclosed in Spanish, I don't know that one.
Contenido, cerrado.
Contained.
Cerrado.
Yeah.
A terra, ele falou que a Terra era... Que está escrito na Bíblia que a Terra é redonda? Que a Terra é plana?
No, en la Biblia está escrito que la tierra es inmovible, no se mueve y está contenida. ¿Contenida? ¿Contenedor?
Where do you... No. Where are...
¿Y estás preguntando dónde leer en la Biblia? ¿Dónde leer?
Where are right? Read.
The writings?
Como é que fala? Yes, escrito.
He's asking for the scriptures of this topic in the Bible. He's asking.
Okay.
Any scriptures?
I'll look some up for him.
El amigo va a buscar y te lo vamos a pasar para que usted lo busque y lo lea, ¿ok?
Nah, it's okay.
Okay.
I wait.
So he's gonna pass it to you. He's gonna look it up for you. He's gonna post it, and then you can look it up yourself in the scriptures.
Cadê? Eu parado no bailão.
You said redondo. You said in the Bible it says that it's round because dice del círculo de la tierra. Pero el círculo de la tierra no significa la tierra es un círculo. Es como el vehículo tiene una rueda, es la rueda del vehículo. El vehículo no es la rueda.
Não, certo, mas tipo assim.
I was trying to tell him that the Bible verse that he was referring to is that saying they was talking about the circle of the earth, right? Or there's something like that in the Bible, the circle of the earth.
So that would be in Isaiah.
The circle of the earth is not the earth, right? I mean, like a car has a wheel. That doesn't mean that the wheel is the car, right?
Right. You may tell him that circles are flat.
Oh, sí, amigo, los círculos, el círculo de la Tierra, círculos son planos. Ya, los círculos son planos. Usted hace un círculo en un papel, en la mesa, puede tener una mesa redonda, es plana. Let's double check on the new people. It's rough to do it like this. Let's see. Snowflakey. Who's Snowflakey? Never seen Snowflakey. Oh wait, is that you?
He's been around for a while, I guess.
Maybe a different. Maybe
I don't know if I've talked to Snowflakey.
Rusty. Okay. That's fine. Where is
so I'm gonna
where's
post
mine?
Where's mine is new.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to unmute themselves, so in the side chat, I'm going to post multiple verses from the Bible that describe the earth as not moving.
Did he drop out? What was his username? I think he dropped out.
Pato.
You said Paso? Oh, I'm sorry.
Pato, P-A-T-O.
Pato. That means duck. I mean, I don't know. Probably in Brazil it means something else. Pato. It's like a duck. It's a duck that wants to be a swan. That's a pato.
A duck that wants to be a swan? Okay.
Yeah, pato is a swan wannabe.
Okay. Like a goose. So, you are from Mexico. Most of the people that I got to work with, like if I was landscaping or if I worked at a restaurant, I spent a lot of time with people from Mexico. I spent some time with a guy from Guatemala as well. But I asked them sometimes, I said, okay, so Latin, when it comes to the Mexican Spanish, how easy is it for you to speak to somebody from, let's say, Portugal or Spain or even like Brazil or Chile or any of that? Is it difficult or is it pretty close?
So first, I'm not from Mexico.
Oh, you're not? Oh, I thought you were.
No, it's just that when I speak Spanish, most people say, "Oh, you're Mexican," just because I speak Spanish, right? That's kind of like a meme thing that people do. You speak Spanish, you're from Mexico. That's it.
Right.
So, or if you're an immigrant from a Spanish country, that means you come from Mexico, something like that.
Yeah.
But then
I know better than that. I thought you were from Mexico for real. So
I'm from Puerto Rico.
Oh, okay.
Caribbean.
Okay.
Yeah. So when people that speak Spanish communicate with people that speak Portuguese from Brazil, Portuguese, we kinda can communicate between each other, but it's not 100%. There's some caps that have to be filled somehow.
Right.
But we can communicate, yes, in the basics. But then, if someone from Mexico speaks with someone from Spain, which is two different parts of the world, there is like so many similarities that are they can speak to each other no problem. But in Mexico, I can use a Spanish word to name something like a fruit or maybe like a tool, and in Spain, the same item has a different Spanish word to describe it or to atomize it. Yeah. Same thing in Puerto Rico or South America, in Colombia. The Spanish is mixed with a lot of local words that people name things as. Yeah.
Would you think you could compare it to, so, if I'm talking to Jedi or even somebody who's from, let's say, Ireland or Australia or whatever, in English, they're going to, so if on a car, so the trunk, you know what a trunk is. So in the trunk, they're going to call it a boot. So if they say boot, I'm going to have to ask them, what do you mean by boot? And they're going to say, oh, it's the back of the car where, the rear hood or the rear deck lid closes, and I'll say, "Oh, okay, so it's the trunk." Is it kind of like that?
Kind of like that, exactly. Yeah.
Okay,
Like that,
okay,
exactly.
okay. Well, that's not bad. You can get through it pretty easily then, I would imagine. Close enough.
Yeah. I think the issue with the English, like if you think about it, the Spanish countries, I think if you add the numbers, I think the populations kind of are huge, and like the northern countries, I don't know, like there's so much going on, like in South America, there's so many countries, so many different, like foods and I don't know, like fruits and the tropical weathers, and then there's so much that one fruit can have 5, 6, 7 different names depending on the country.
Oh, okay. So I've been to Puerto Rico. My wife and I took a vacation there, and so we didn't spend that long. Maybe like 4 or 5 days. We liked it. I mean, I enjoyed the beach there, even though it was pretty rocky and like it's not the white sand. At least where we were at, it wasn't the white sandy beaches. It was lots of shells. And I don't know. Are you in the States or are you still there?
I'm in the States.
Okay. So one of the
I
things
know a lot about the island, yeah.
Right. How old were you when you moved from there?
Real quick, is Medic trying to say something that I see his? Is it me that I see his mic triggered?
I don't know.
Medic. My bad, bro. I was just checking if he was trying to say something because I saw his mic.
Medic was here the other day. He has a hot mic problem. Medic, you're hot micing, bro.
Okay. What was your question, Cecil?
Okay. So, or Medic, if you're trying to speak to us, can you get closer to your mic or speak up? But I remember the other day you had background noise, so I'm trying to avoid that. But anyway, when we were there, how old were you when you left Puerto Rico?
I was an adult. I mean, I was a young adult.
Okay.
So most of my life I was there. Yeah.
Okay. So one of the foods that they hoped that we would like try and enjoy, because we went to a restaurant, was mofongo, which is just plantains, mashed up, and I think I would compare it to like having potatoes here, where you just add a lot of butter and salt, and it was pretty good. But I was just curious, if mofongo is as big a deal as they made it out to be. Do you like plantains?
I actually do. I do like plantains. Mofongo can be made with the green plantains or the yellow plantains, which it will change the taste from not too sweet to sweet. And then you can also make it with cassava or yuca, they call it in some places, cassava and yuca. And they also mix the three things. They mix the green, the yellow, and the cassava, and they make the trifongo. And
trifongo.
The trifongo, yeah. And you add like whatever meats you want. I like it with seafood or steak or a mixture of all of those things. Mostly seafood. I like the mofongo, but I actually, when I eat plantains, I just eat a little bit. I don't eat that much because the mofongo, they'll give you a lot of like a huge plate of plantains smashed together. I try to get more meat and just a little bit of plantains. That's me.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, for whatever reason, I either, you caught me. I either assumed or I thought at one time somebody said you were from Mexico, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I get that. But you're from Puerto Rico. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah. The Mexico thing is a joke. Every time you since my accent, a lot of people recognize it like a Spanish speaker because of my accent. They're like, "You Mexican? Right. You're Mexican."
I thought you were Cuban.
Yeah. Okay. That adds a lot more context. And I'm not good enough. Yeah, I am not good enough to recognize accents, and then just call me a cracker white dude from the United States, but I couldn't pick up necessarily any subtleties of accents from like Mexico or Puerto Rico or Guatemala or anything like that, because I'm just dumb and white. you know, whatever.
That doesn't. That, you're white, but no, doesn't mean dumb.
Well, I know the stereotypical American where it's like, oh, I hear that accent. You're from some sort of Latin American country, and I'm going to assume Mexico. So I'm guilty. Yeah. Yeah, Puerto Rico's beautiful. We really enjoyed our time there. Lots of mountains, and it was nice.
Yeah, I grew up. I was born in a shore town near the sea, but then I also had family up in the mountains, and I grew up for a long time. I was raised up in the hills, and yeah, the hill. You could be up in the mountains, like you could be in the tropical forest in the highest mountain in the island, and 30 minutes after you are like at the beach drinking coconut water or eating seafood. Yeah, it's like the island is like 100 miles wide. I mean, 100 miles long, 35 miles wide.
Yep.
100 by
35. Are there any really like? So the place that we were at, you know, like I told you, the shoreline was like pretty gritty. It was. I wouldn't say it was a white sandy beach in any way. It was kind of rough to walk on, actually, and there was a ton of hermit crabs. I remember that. I could find hermit crabs everywhere. But is there any place where there's kind of more like the white sand beach, or is it pretty coarse everywhere?
Oh no!
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, you'll find all kinds of beaches and sand. You just gotta find the best ones, and there's many of good ones that are clear. There's like islands next to the island, little islands next to the island, so that are part of the territory. So the one is called Vieques, and it has a beach called Flamenco Beach, and it looks like a half a moon. It's like that, like a curve, like a moon, almost like a half a moon, like that. And it's like white sand and super clear water. There's many examples of that, but that one is the one that I remember the most. But yeah, there's many sand beaches that are clean sand, like. You'll find this all, like you're saying, you're gonna find the hermits, the crabs. You're gonna find areas that are full like of birds and animals, and like you said, the crabs, and then other areas that you're just gonna find long beaches that are cleaner and don't have any of that. Mostly don't have any of that stuff.
Okay. Yep. Cool.
Yeah.
Theory, welcome back. Did you have any questions at all? Just hanging out to listen? Maybe you'd like to know why we say that the Earth is flat? Maybe practice your English? It's up to you, man. Well, okay then.
Okay, keep all of your secrets.
You got me thinking now. I want to know where this beach was that I was at. So I don't know. I mean, it's 100 miles long, 35 miles wide. I imagine you saw, because if you were there until you were a young adult, you probably saw most of that island. Yeah.
Oh yeah, my dad used to travel a lot around the island, and he will take me and my brother with him, and yeah, we went all around it.
Okay.
And up and down the mountains as well. Many towns.
Wow.
And there's like I think it's like 70 towns or 70 something towns. I gotta check again. I think I forgot the number, but each town has like their own kind of like festivals and different celebrations during the year. So yeah, there's many things to do all the year round. If you check the schedule of the festivals and celebrations of each town, you'll find like good things to do all around the place.
Sure.
Yeah. And most of the weather is good unless there's a Category 5 hurricane or something.
Yeah. Have they
raining nonstop for many days? Like rains can be really bad there.
Right. So do you have any family still back
Oh yeah.
on the island? Yeah. How have they? I know it took them forever to recover from. I mean, there was a hurricane. I don't know, maybe 10 years back that just kicked the crap out of them. Have they recovered from that, or are they always just kind of fighting with hurricane damage and power outages and stuff like that?
After a whole year after the storm, there was many thousands of people without electricity. There was a lot of people that lost their houses to just the water washing the house out, the sea coming into their little towns near the sea, and the sea washing the homes. So after years, still people didn't got homes or electricity. And they got like a federal funds from the government to fix the electric system or whatever. But instead of upgrading the grid, they built it out of the same crap again, like cheapest, baddest materials that you can use. Instead of making something better and upgrade it with all the money went to so many different contractors. A lot of contracts were kind of like lost money. And a lot of corruption. Like the money was just wasted in corruption, and now the grid system is broken. It gets broken all the time. So they fix it, but didn't fix it in reality. It was just patched up,
Yeah, that's bullshit. Makes sense. I mean, but it's still bullshit.
Yeah, the corruption is big there because there is. Puerto Rico is tricky because Puerto Rico is a United States territory that has federal tax exemptions, and a lot of companies and a lot of powerful people kind of like move the pieces from Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
The pharmaceutical companies are huge there. And a lot of foreigners have come to the islands to buy a lot of properties. Like right now, there's big companies and big money buying most of the properties in there. And there's actually laws from the local government that have been passed to incentivize foreigners to come and take property and make it difficult for the people from the island to actually own property.
Jeez. I mean, I believe it, but I hate that.
Taken over,
Man.
Yeah. Still, you know how people are resilient, and they keep, doing what they do and being, being families and friends, and there's a lot of amazing people and amazing things going on there. And it's not all bad.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we were in, probably I would say, I mean, they knew we were tourists or whatever, but I mean, they were very friendly, kind people nonetheless. Everywhere we went, they were very kind, good people.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a good spirit in there, in the island. There's an amazing, like, God-guided spirit in there. It's just that there's also I think there's also the evil that roams and can move the pieces around. So that's like any other place, I think.
Yep. I like Discord because I can meet people from all different areas of the world, so like I was asking T-Dub earlier, on the news or even on the internet, YouTube, alternate media, they're talking about, there could be energy lockdowns and all this other nonsense, like in Australia and New Zealand. And I thought, well, I know T-Dub, so T-Dub won't steer me wrong if any of this is true, if they're freaking out over there. But he says, nah, not really. So I don't know what to believe anymore, quite frankly.
How about what's happening in information that you get from places sometimes, and whatever people are saying? Because in the TV, they say something, and then people tell you something else. Yeah.
Well, so I never watch anything mainstream, but most of what I get is from the alternative media on YouTube, and even that I really don't buy because they're just trying to do the same thing that the mainstream is doing, which is create clickbait and make a headline that seems really interesting or provocative or make you want to click on it. And so I watch it. I'm like, well, okay, energy lockdowns. I guess that would be not very ideal to deal with, but and I was also told, and maybe T-Dub could tell me if this is true or not, but they said that there is no gasoline refineries in Australia, and I thought, man, that sounds crazy.
It's crazy, yeah.
But they get all of their gasoline and everything from an exterior source. And that didn't make sense to me. So T-Dub's telling me that, no, there's no shortages. I'm sure your gas is more expensive, like it is here in the middle of the United States. But
okay. Yeah, so look, they've said there's been a couple of been a couple of delays and stuff with some of the ships coming in and that sort of thing, right? I think it's been dramatized though and over exaggerated. The shortages at Bowser's is because of panic buying. So they're not due to, so that they'll sell out what they thought was going to be a weekly supply in a couple of days, and then they have to wait to get more fuel in, right? Yeah. And all this price gouging and shit is just totally off the charts, man. It shouldn't be happening. I mean, there really is not a justified reason why they're doing it.
Yeah.
Besides just media hype and it's just greed. Yeah,
it is greed. And I mean, I think even here, people get freaked out because they'll watch the news and then they do panic buy. I think that's a real thing. They're going to fill up a bunch of gas cans. They're going to fill up all their cars. That's going to be on the increase. And then the prices will go up. But it's like I'm sure you've seen this movie before where they threaten, World War III or whatever. And if you just relax and don't overbuy gasoline, everything's probably going to be fine. You won't have a shortage if you don't freak out. But people can't do that.
Well, after the storm in Puerto Rico, people will make 6-hour lines to get gasoline, though.
Man. Now, for them, that makes more sense because it's a small island. You guys, in Puerto Rico,
refineries. There is a refinery in there, so
yeah.
Well, you've got to wonder what's going on because you tell me why 84 other countries besides Australia are suffering extreme price rises at the Bowsers, right? When only allegedly 20% of the world's fuel is being affected through that because of the war in that strait at the moment.
Exactly. 20%.
20%. It doesn't make any sense.
Nope. Doesn't make any sense. But I think my gas prices have gone up where I live by about 25%. And America is supposedly, sort of energy independent, and yet 25%.
Oh, that's to help, the costs of your boys in greens and blues over there fighting for your freedom.
Yeah. I guess I'm not really feeling that freedom yet. In fact, all of it I've experienced, and I think pretty much everybody on the earth can attest to this, that we've only experienced less freedom every time something like this happens. So eventually somebody should figure it out that it's all nonsense.
Another topic they've been touching besides the gas prices is the mandatory military service in the U.S. Have you heard that?
Like a draft? Like mandatory?
Yeah, like a draft, because the war, we had war, and they kind of like considering putting numbers up in the military, mandatory recruitment or whatever. draft?
Yeah, they raised the age for eligible enlistment. So they say, okay, well, if you're 18 to 23 or 25, we're going to bump it up to, and I don't even know the number. We'll bump it up to 30. But I know that they also don't really like to do that because one thing that I used to hear, which I think is true, if you ask an 18-year-old to charge the hill, they're going to say, yes, sir. If you ask a 30-year-old to charge the hill, they're going to say, why? So I don't know if that's really going to help their recruitment numbers. And I'm pretty sure, as what I'll consider myself maybe I'm not an average quote unquote American, but nobody here in the States, as far as I can tell, is really excited about this conflict, this illegal war, if you were. So if they impose a draft, there's going to be not only people saying no, there may be a revolt because nobody's really interested. We don't like the idea of going over to Iran to be put in a meat grinder for no good reason other than apparently the orange Karen decided to do this. It doesn't make any sense. So I think if they were to announce something like that, it will get really ugly because no one's going to send their 18 to 25-year-old to do that. Period.
What do you mean Trump is going to send Barron in the front lines, though? Barron Trump.
Oh, sure.
He's going to lead the attack.
Yeah, just like his old man did,
Joke.
Yeah.
I mean, not funny, but kind of like a joke. I tried, even though it's not funny. I got young friends, young family that they might be kind of like drafted if something like that happens. Because they were talking about draft, but I was hoping this stuff is not as big as I'm logically thinking about it. I'm like, I don't think the war is gonna be like that type of war that you need like millions of people, troops on the ground. Hopefully not.
What about on the home front? I mean, U.S. soil.
Oh, in the U.S. we have more guns than we have people.
Oh yeah, that's true.
We have more guns than we have people that know how to use them.
That is true.
And a bunch of Karens.
That's true too. Yeah, but there's a discussion about false flag event here. Homeland terror attack, I think they're calling it. And get ready, it won't be pretty.
Yes.
Remember that CDC report like a year ago? I can't remember the exact numbers, but it was 2 weeks of power outage, so many millions dead, 2 months power outage, 10% U.S. population, 6 months power outage, 90%. Don't quote me, it's something like that. But yeah, it was
There was a
dramatic.
Deagle. It was called the Deagle report or something. The Deagle, I think it was.
That was different. Yeah, that was done in 2005 or 10. Forecasting.
Okay, there's a newest one then.
Yeah, this was a CDC estimation of power outage only, projections for long period of time. It was about a year, maybe 2 years ago. It was unrelated to Daigle, but I know the Daigle, yeah, for sure. That was 90% of population reduction by 2025. So they're a little bit delayed, but most government programs are.
I don't know, but you can go to many places and you see a lot of empty buildings. I think those numbers probably are kind of like, maybe it's not happening by a war or a great emergency. It's just the live birth of people. The live birth today compared to the past is probably very low.
Yeah, that's true too. That's true too. We are experiencing a birth crisis, I guess is what they call it.
Yeah. But Eagle was predicting like from 300 plus million population in the US to like about 100, going down from 300 to 100 or something like that.
That's right. That's what it was. 90 million from 350. Yeah, I remembered 90. I said 90%, but it was 90 million. So what is that? 2/3. Yeah.
Which is pretty crazy that they will consider something like that.
Yeah, and every nation had similar forecasts. Europe, Asia, they were forecasting all nations, and no reason, no provocation, no, that wasn't their game. They were just about statistics and forecasting. Yeah,
I mean, imagine like how many million of diabetics are in the US, right? And the power grid goes down, no insulin production. That's like how many million of diabetics just die? No insulin, right? The people that need oxygen machines to survive, no electricity, they die. The ones that don't have oxygen machines anymore.
Excellent point. Yeah, I'd say they're doomed. Yeah,
like
once
type 1 diabetics like myself, I mean, no electricity, I'm done.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Yeah, that's it, man. I know it. It's a very serious issue. This fuel and food potential of fuel and food crisis. So, supply chain. If fuel diminishes the supply chain, I mean, that's pretty much all she wrote. It's going to be ugly, like you say, insulin, anything really. It's going to get serious. And I don't know if you guys have been watching, but Philippines just declared emergency. China cut off all shipments of fuel to Australia, I guess New Zealand. I'm guessing on that one, but I heard 2 to 3 weeks reserves. Japan Jin shared with us this morning that Japan is opening up their strategic reserves to keep prices down. Well, that means there's a constriction of inflows or whatever term you use of supply coming in. Prices here in the U.S. are getting crazy. I mean, for us, I know in Australia they're paying a lot more. Canada's getting up there. I think they're $1.50 a liter. I was talking to some guys up there. So, yeah, it's going to get serious.
So so our government is being beseeched to reduce the levy on their fuel by 50%, by half, right? And and that should drop the Bowser price by 25 cents a litre. But I've got a feeling when they do that it's not going to drop it by 25 cents. It might drop it by 5 cents, right? Because all the companies will go, you know what I mean? They'll rub their hands together, and then the government won't have in place any sort of bill or Senate passed, law or anything like that restricting them from doing that, which they already don't. They just throw out, these threats. The government says we'll fine you $100 million, and it never happens. They go ahead. These companies go ahead and do it, and you never see any repercussions on them.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure you're right. And that would, you guys are paying what? Close to $10 a gallon with your $3 a liter. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Wow. I can't even imagine. That's double us. Well,
So
not
that doesn't that put like a restriction on travel on top of a lot of the reasons people don't want to travel too expensive in a sense, but right now in the US there's like trouble with traveling on airplanes, trouble with gas prices, right? Restriction. That's almost like a restriction on travel.
Yeah.
And also, in the US there's a lot of laws that change for communication platforms and even like video games and stuff. They have to abide by certain rules, and even like the US is being kind of like excommunicated from certain groups of like it's kind of like in the US there's certain rules now that the US can be excommunicated from platforms and communicating from people in other parts of the world, just cut out. So the US can actually be cut out. The communications can be cut off, or the restrictions of communications can be just imagine not having travel limitations and then communication limitations with the world.
Yeah, and then all we've got to rely on for media is our government. Once nothing else is coming in from around the world, yeah, we're in big trouble.
We just adding up to the Easter, like another Easter egg that I've noticed. Communication has been kind of like.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
that's a critical resource, communication, and we could lose it. So, or quite a bit of it. Yeah, good point. I'm going to step away here. I'll be back.
Later, Bill. Will. Ghost just joined. Hey, Ghost. He's a ghost. Ghosts don't speak, right?
I do speak. Hi.
You are a ghost that talks?
Yeah.
It will be the first. I mean, Casper. I remember the first ghost I ever saw. It was Casper, though, and he did speak. So
Yeah,
I'm not surprised now.
Yeah. I just came in I was actually wondering, do you guys actually argue if Earth is flat or?
We can put it in an argument, like a logical argument, based on observations, measurements, and practical use of the surface of the Earth for what it is. So we are acknowledging the foundations and the axiomatic way of the way the Earth is, and the surface of the Earth, the waters across the Earth, and we are explaining that in a, like you're saying, arguing it, describing it in words as that term. That means that the surface is not curving, so it cannot be a sphere, cannot be a ball. Because if it was a ball, it will be curving, but it's not. That's why people use the term flat, which is which the flat will be a description of a surface or an aspect of a surface and a orientation to horizontal. So yes.
Okay.
It is serious. It's not a joke. It's a serious thing because the Earth is a serious thing. It's not a joke, right? You don't think Earth as a joke, right? It's serious.
We can argue about that. I think it would be more interesting than arguing if Earth is flat or it's round.
Well, based on the language, round and flat are not mutually exclusive, right? So you can have a round table. You can go around a flat round table, right? A CD. Circles are round and flat, right? So what you mean is not round. You mean spherical.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, but for the Earth to be spherical, there will have to be a drop over a distance. You know what that means, right? There will have to be dropping. The Earth and the waters, the surface will have to be dropping.
Well, that's where gravity comes in.
Gravity comes in, like opens the door and says, "I'm here."
Yeah. That's that's the way to describe it.
That's not a description. What you just made was like some sort of baseless. I mean, just like the round thing that you just learned that round and flat are not mutually exclusive. Do you even, when you say gravity, do you know what that means?
I guess, yeah.
You guess? So tell me your guess about what that word means in the physical and natural world. Like, have you seen a demonstration that shows in the physical world what that word is used to describe?
You mean like experiment?
Whatever you mean by gravity, please tell me.
So what you mean
and how does that how does that make the Earth a globe or a sphere?
Okay, so let's first start with gravity. So you need the proof of gravity, or you don't know what gravity is?
The demonstration, the scientific. So you said gravity comes in. What does that mean?
Well, I meant that when you said that, why doesn't the ocean like fall down or something?
No. That the surface is not curving. Remember, you said the Earth is a sphere, but I'm telling you that for it to be a sphere, it will have to be curving. Like, you know when you have a basketball in your hand, and you put the finger on top of the basketball, and then you move the finger across the surface. Your finger, there's a rate of drop to a specific rate, and that rate will give you a radius, a circumference of that ball, of that geometry of that ball. So depending on the geometrical dimensions of the sphere, it will be the size of the sphere, right? Okay. So based on the claim size of the globe Earth, right, that you learn in the school, because you learn in the school, right? You read it on the book.
Yeah,
right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember where you learned about the globe thingy?
Yeah, it's just that I've seen too many proofs of that, so I remember when was the first time that I
seen many
figured
proofs.
that Earth
What
is-
was the one proof, the one that you can tell me right now, that the Earth is a globe? Since you've seen so many, tell me the number one.
You want the number one that I've seen, or the most one that I believe in?
Just give me something, bro. I'm trying to, because, I'm trying to get you, trying to tell me something about how you actually know that that it is what you believe it is. How you actually know that.
Well, I didn't say I know that, but I said that I believe it is.
See, and that was my point, that you got certain information when you were young and you didn't know better, right? And you read something somewhere on a book, and it says Earth is round, and you saw an image of a circle, right? And it says Earth right here, and when you think about Earth, you associate that image in your mind, in your head, and when you say Earth, what do you see in your mind? What is the image that pops in your mind? Earth.
So you just assumed a lot of things that most of them can be wrong. Like you assumed that the first time that I heard about it was in school, and I don't even remember when was the last time. Maybe it was
No, not the first or the last time, but that's one of the places that you heard it, right? No?
I'm not really sure. I told you I don't remember when was the last or the first time.
So, okay, so let's make it to that place. How do you came to this information, and what was it that you actually came to the information that the Earth is this thing that you believe it is? What is that information then?
Well, there are a lot of reasons why I believe in this. Some of them are religious, some of them are science.
Give me one, bro. Let's start with one. Page one, the number one reason. Go ahead. One.
Okay, let's go with science. Since I believe everyone believes in science. So,
science?
Yeah, science.
But that's a different book. We're in page one of The Shape of the Earth. That science will be a different book. It will be the science book. We are in the geometry book, the measurements book. Remember? Geometry? The Earth is a globe, a sphere.
So you want to measure the whole Earth?
No, listen, because you're saying you believe the reason that the Earth is a sphere is because science. But science doesn't show you the Earth as a sphere, though. Science doesn't do that.
No, it does.
No, yeah, exactly. No, it doesn't.
Because even calculations are considered science.
No, that's why you go to the science class and then you go to the math class. Different stuff.
No, math also is considered a type of science, by the way.
Okay. Science and the scientific method is used to establish a cause and effect relationship between an observable phenomena and the cause of that phenomena. It's a method to establish the cause of the effect or to get close to it, right? You see a phenomena in nature, like you see fire, and you're trying to demonstrate. You see boiling water, right? And you want to establish what is causing the water to boil, and you can manipulate variables and say heat is causing the water to boil. Fire, heat, right? And you can manipulate and establish that you can boil water with heat, with fire.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you establish a cause of the effects. Now to the shape of the Earth, to the shape of the Earth. So listen, science is a how is question, a how does it happen, right? The shape of something is a what is. So when I go to the kitchen, I want to measure the table. I pull out the tape measure, and I'm saying, let me measure this table to see what it is. What is the geometry of it or the shape of it? And I measure the table. Is this long by this width, length, height, right? And I measure the table, and what it is not how the table was made and what was the cost of the table. I'm not doing science with the table. So when I'm measuring the Earth, the surface of the Earth, and I measure it, and I measure that it's not curving, that's not science. We're doing a measurement.
What you're saying is a different type of science. Science have like a lot of different types. So math is considered a science, not because it doesn't like rely on observation or experiments and stuff like that, but it's still considered science because it studies a lot of things like structure and quantity and a lot of stuff that we also use in other like type of science, like.
Well, you still haven't told me how do you came to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe, though. You're making some assertions about something else, but still haven't given me one logical, step-by-step reason methodology that you can say.
Argument.
But you said science and a bunch of other things, but you have to be hyper-specific. What was the method that was used to establish that the surface of the Earth is curving to a specific rate, drop over distance that will conform to the image of the round or globe that you saw on the book or on the TV?
So
what was the method that was used for
What I
that?
was saying is based on science. When you said that science has nothing to do with this, and then
Okay, what science? Tell me the science that was used. What was the science? Go ahead.
Well, if you let me say so, okay. So I was saying that science, based on science, because math is considered science also. So logically, you can of course like try to travel, and if we say, for example, you're living in the UK now or in Europe, and you go like you go to the west, like to America, and then you continue going to the west. Logically, what I believe will happen is you will be back. If you go around the whole Earth, you're gonna be back to Europe. But of course, that's not easy to do. So, how can we prove this using science? We can prove.
Wait, you're saying that if you go from Europe to America, what happened?
If you go from Europe, let's say if you want to go west, and you go like if you live in Europe and then you go to America and then you continue going west, you're gonna be back. You're gonna circle the whole Earth. You're gonna be back to Europe again.
Yeah, welcome. That's a circle. You said circle. Circles are flat, not
That
spherical.
also works if you go north or east or west or whatever direction. So if you
No,
go,
it doesn't work north to no. It doesn't. You cannot do a circle north to south. That's never been done.
Yes, you can. Why not?
No, that hasn't been done though. The travel that is done that you're talking about. So listen, the travel that you do around your, let's say, remember I mentioned the table in your house, the round table, the round flat table. Remember, you can do a
explain to you
circle.
Why this can't happen if you go from Europe north? Why can't you?
Let me tell you, listen, because you said a circle. You said if I do a circle from Europe to America and I come back to Europe doing a circle, you think that only works on a globe, on a sphere.
It works both ways. Like I said, if you go north,
So it wouldn't be. So it's inconclusive. It wouldn't be evidence for the globe, because it also works not on a globe. It works on a flat as well. So that's not proof for a globe, though.
No, I said if you want to prove it's flat, yeah, like if you only want to prove that it's flat, you would say that if you went like from Europe west, and you go around the whole globe, you're gonna be back to Europe.
Yeah, you do a circle. Circles are flat.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you do the same thing, if you went north of Europe, let's say from Europe, if you continue going north, you're gonna be back to Europe again. So that's my argument. If you do both, like if you go to any,
This is your argument. Is a hypothetical. It's not something that you have done or anybody has done. It's an idea that you think it works, but you don't have a demonstration for that. You just it's a baseless assertion, though.
So yeah, like I said, I was going to the point of science. I was saying that this is another way if you actually want to prove 100% like by your eyes. But if you want to use science also,
the scientific method. When you say you're gonna use science, you mean the scientific method, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so tell me, what is the scientific method that you use? You can post it though. What was the scientific method that has been used to determine the shape of the Earth as a globe? Do you have that? Yes or no?
Yeah, I have it. So basically,
Okay, can you post it? Can you post it real quick in the chat so I can look at it, so I can know what you're talking about? Everybody in here can know
I
what you're
don't
talking
have it
about.
here, but if you want me to search and send it to you,
Yeah, search it. Yeah, search the scientific method that has an observable phenomena, a hypothesis, a valid hypothesis, and then an experiment, and then a conclusion of the method. And the experiment needs control variable, and the control variables, dependent and independent variables. So go ahead and so I can know
I'm
what you're
gonna send
talking
you the
about.
theory, and you can search for the other stuff yourself. So,
The scientific theory.
yeah.
Okay, so go ahead. The scientific theory. So you're saying that there is a scientific theory already that has been tested, repeated, and is a scientific theory that shows that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah,
Demonstrates. Send it in the chat, though. Go ahead.
Yes.
Maybe we should get the observed natural phenomena first.
Yeah,
That'd be the first thing.
Well, he says he already has that. He says he already has the experiment. He already has the scientific method that has been done already, and there is a scientific theory of this already. So he's gonna post it.
Oh wow, a theory.
Yeah, scientific theory. He's
many experiments then. Yeah.
Because he says science and then scientific. He said theory, so gotta.
Okay. This is exciting.
Did you post it in the chat though?
Yeah. You didn't find it? Or?
Let me try to find it. Do you know
We've got something about a lunar eclipse.
Let's see. Oh, Ghost. Lunar eclipse. Earth's round shadow lunar eclipses occur when the Earth passes between the Sun and the Moon, casting its shadow on the lunar surface. During a lunar eclipse, the shadow cast by the Earth is consistently round. A flat disk, there you go, guys, will sometimes cast an oval or even a flat line shadow, depending on its orientation relative to the Sun and Moon. The round shadow during lunar eclipses is powerful evidence for a spherical Earth. You want to touch on this one, says who?
Well, yeah, I mean, look, this is neat and all what you posted, but this is not a scientific experiment. The one thing that we're really missing to connect, what you're posting here and science is an observed natural phenomena. So are you saying that the observed natural phenomena is a lunar eclipse?
Sorry, are you asking me or?
Yeah.
Didn't say that this is an experiment. When he asked me about an experiment, I told
you remember,
him I can search for it. But this is a theory.
Yes. No, this isn't a theory. This is just, I would call it a baseless assertion fallacy again. So, Jimsy was walking you through that we needed like a dependent variable, an independent variable, control variables. Your dependent variable would be the observed natural phenomena that we're trying to find the cause of. So that would be natural science, and this falls under the category of natural science. Obviously, we're dealing with the Earth and physical reality and all that stuff. So do you have a naturally observed phenomena to help us prove a shape? Does that, do you think that computes? Okay, so this isn't it. So do you have some kind of scientific evidence, or do you think maybe if we're talking about shapes and measurements and stuff, maybe that would fall under the category of geometry instead of science?
No, I don't have anything else. I think, yeah, that's it.
Oh, it's going to be science. Okay, so then I would need your naturally observed phenomena and then the independent variable that we can adjust, right, to vary and manipulate in an experiment to prove that the Earth is a sphere. Do you have that?
No.
No, so this is not science.
This is kind of science. I mean,
What do you mean, kind of?
how can you prove that Earth is flat?
But you just measure it. This is geometry. This is not science. You know, in fact, I think most people miss this part where the word geometry means
Measure
Earth measurement.
Yeah.
With lasers mostly, you know, or you can have long distance observations and see if there's any drop between these 2 points on the Earth that's consistent with a sphere, because also, as Jimsy kind of pointed out earlier, like a ball, if you held a basketball in your hand, it's really interesting. It's curving everywhere. From one point to another, there's a curve. So the thing that the Earth would need to be a ball would be curvature somewhere consistent with a sphere. So can you show us where anybody has measured curvature on the surface of the Earth that is consistent with a sphere?
No, but I think you said something interesting, like how do you measure Earth using laser?
Okay, so what you do is you find a body of water. Water is the best thing because we know that water finds its level, but for whatever reason, people that believe in the globe, they believe that level is curved. Well, that's fine. So if water's level surface, which is flat, somehow is curving, we're going to measure across the surface of water on the surface of Earth to see if the water is curving, right? That would be the best thing. You don't want to use land because land goes up and down, and it's really bumpy. So water is always level. So we measure across the surface of water for long distances with lasers to see if there's any deviation between the laser and the water itself, to see how much slope or change of rate of slope that there would be, so we could see if the Earth is curved. Because, I mean, you've seen the pictures of the globe, right, where the water on the surface of the globe is curving. You know, the pictures that you've seen, the oceans are curved. So all the water is curved. So we measured the water, but the problem is that the water's not curving. It stays parallel with the lasers that we use over as much as 40 kilometers.
I have to ask, what if I don't believe in the pictures? Like, how can you prove that Earth is flat? Like, do you believe it's like...
You don't believe in the pictures, no worries. So then I guess we would be looking for curvature anywhere across.
I'm not saying that I don't believe in it, but I'm saying is, if I don't believe in it, how can you prove without using any pictures?
Well, I'm not even talking about the pictures. The globe is using the pictures to prove to you that the Earth is curving. In physical reality, the place where you live on Earth, there's no curvature on the surface of the water anywhere. So that would be my evidence for flat, that the Earth is measurably flat, that the horizontal planes are all parallel everywhere.
Mm-hmm. And
water would be my best evidence, right? So you and I both know that water on the surface is level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if water is level on the surface and 70% of the Earth that we know about is water, that would be 70% flat, horizontal, level, straight water. That can't be a ball.
So do you believe like Earth is like flat? Is it like round, or is it like a triangle, or?
Oh, I have no idea about the shape, right? We're talking about the surface description being flat.
Okay, so it's flat. So what is I'm actually interested. What is under like the Earth if it was flat? What would be?
What do you mean under? So there's dirt underneath, like the soil. The surface of the Earth is dirt, and then there's also water and stuff underneath us. There's water, there's gas, there's minerals, there's apparently molten rock. That's underneath the surface of the Earth.
I mean, like if you just keep digging, where would you reach?
Beyond 7.8 miles, nobody knows, because men has only dug 7.8 miles. They spent 10 years trying to dig further, and they couldn't. There's a limitation for the capabilities of men to be able to go any further than that point.
Okay, so
so what's below 7.8 miles be under the earth? Nobody knows.
Okay, so away from like what we figured out already, what do you believe in? Like, even if you have any theories, what do you think would be down there?
That's just speculation. What day is Sunday? Is it Sunday today? No, it's
No,
not
it's
Sunday.
Saturday.
Saturday. Okay, so early Sunday. So we can speculate. It will be part of the contained environment that we are in. It will be my speculation. That's why men couldn't break through the contained place that we find ourselves in. We are on the surface, on the floor of the universe that we're in, like the floor. You're standing on the ground, the floor, and that floor people have dug down to 7.8 miles, and they probably maybe reach some area of the who knows, the container. I'm speculating because they couldn't pass that point, so that's part of the container. A limitation. That's what it is. A limitation, a limit that cannot be breached. What's beyond that? What's beyond that limit? I don't know. God's realm. Who knows? Remember, we're speculating. I don't really know. I can tell you about things that I actually know. We can talk about things that we do know. But if you want to talk about speculative things, we can entertain that maybe for a while.
Okay.
So they reach a limit. Containers have limits, you know. When you reach a container, and you know when a container is like has a limit, a volume. So maybe that's what they reached, 7.8 miles, a limit.
Mm-hmm. So basically, you don't know exactly how Earth looks like, but you just believe that it's flat, right?
No, because flat is not a shape. Flat is not.
Yeah. I mean, like you just believe that it's flat, but you don't know how it's shaped.
No.
Like
the flat is a measurement of a surface. That's not a belief. It's something that has been methodically, with tools, precise tools, has been demonstrated to be so. It's an acknowledgement of a state of the matter. It's not me saying that. It's me acknowledging what it is. And putting it in words.
Okay, so based on what who said, he said that he doesn't know what is the shape of the Earth exactly.
Yeah, because for the shape of the whole construct of this place, you will need an outside perspective, a God's eye view from outside of reality, and see the whole thing. No man has ever done that.
No, but he said that there are methods that you can prove that Earth is flat. And
yeah, but you're asking for a shape, and flat is not a shape. You're trying to construct.
I'm not saying it's a shape. I'm asking what is like. I believe it's flat, okay, but I'm asking if it's flat, then what is the shape of the Earth itself? So
it's unknown. It's Earth shape. The shape of the Earth is Earth shape, but what that shape is unknown.
Okay, so basically, okay, what do you believe there are other planets or just Earth?
There are lights. There is okay. So you're standing on the ground, right? Are you standing on the ground right now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the ground below your feet, terra, that's terra, terrestrial, terra. Now, when we look up away from terra, right, we look up towards the celestials, we see many celestials and luminaries that we called the sun, the moon, the stars, and some of the stars that we call planet or planetas, wandering stars. Those are the planets. The Earth is nothing like those lights, and those lights are nothing like the Earth. So they're different categories, not the same. The Earth, Terra, is not a celestial. It's not one of those things. So you thinking that the Earth is one of those lights, that's false logic.
Hmm. So, what is the shape of these lights?
Some look like
Do they have a
circles,
shape?
some look like pentagons, some look like half circles, some look like crescents, different shapes.
Okay. And what about the sun?
The sun looks like they call it the circle of the sun, so the sun looks like a circle.
It looks like a circle, but is it a circle or?
I mean, good. Can we go to the sun and check it? Okay, is a circle, or is it half a circle, or is half a sphere, or is it a full sphere? Is it a concave surface, or is it a convex surface? No man has been to the sun to determine that.
Mm-hmm.
You can use your eyes and look at it and describe it as people have described it for millennia, the circle of the sun.
I mean, when I look at it, I feel like it's a small dot in the space, I think. Not sure.
Wait, when you look at it, what happened?
I feel like it's a dot in space, like just
a dot in space.
Yeah, I don't know how.
You see the sun when you look at the sun. You see a dot in space. Is that what you see when you look at the sun?
Mm-hmm.
A dot. Okay, go.
Dot like
grab
this. Have you seen?
Grab a pencil right now. Grab a pencil and make a dot, and tell me that the sun looks like that.
Yeah, I feel like it's a dot, and it's like a dot with light.
A dot, like the end of a sentence. Oh,
yeah, exactly. Wait. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I never seen the sun looking like that though. The sun doesn't look like a dot to me.
I see it. I don't know. I mean, we believe what we see, right?
No, there's no we believe what we see. That's not how it works though.
I think so because like I see that.
You think so? Do you think that the sun looks like a dot, and that's what we believe? No. Okay. Do you have a pencil with you? Do you have a pen? Do you have a pen? Do you have a pencil with you? Do you have a pencil? Or a pen? Do you have a pen?
Not right now. But what I'm saying is, I see that Earth is flat, so I believe that Earth is flat. But I don't know what's the shape of it. And I see a dot in the sky or in space. I don't know if there's a space because I've never seen it. But I just see a dot and I see light from it. That's it.
You see a source of light. That's probably what you're trying to say. You see a phenomena. It's called a phenomena that we label the sun, and that phenomena shines light upon the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's what we observe, and we observe it moving in cycles. But what it is, what is it made of? What is it? What are the mechanisms that operate the sun? Those are unknown.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We observe it moving. We observe it's the circle of it. We see it's moving in cycles again. But those are observations that everybody can do and see that. But what we cannot do, you, me, anybody ever alive, cannot go to the sun and check how far it is, what's the medium that is in, and what is it made of, and what is the cause of it. Remember earlier when we were talking about the cause of the effect? We don't know the cause of that effect. I can speculate, since it's Speculation Sunday, and I can tell you that the Creator, the Most High, is the cause of the sun, but that would be speculation.
When you said you're gonna speculate and you ask about if this is Sunday, or why did you ask that exactly?
Because we have something called Speculation Sundays. That we entertain speculations, because in during the week we stick to empirical stuff, things that we can observe, test, demonstrate, verify, and repeat, and we stick to those things mostly. We still speculate during the week, but Sundays is more open for speculation. Even though it's not Sunday yet, maybe in a few hours. Maybe it's Sunday for... Well, it's actually Sunday in Australia, so yeah. We can definitely start Sunday early.
Do you live in Australia?
No. There's Australians in here. I'm in America, which is not Sunday yet.
So you're not supposed to speculate, right?
Yes, I can. Yes, I said we can speculate already. It's okay. It's not a big deal. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to.
I don't live in Australia, and you don't, so I don't think we.
Yeah, but we have Australians in here.
Yeah, they can, but we can't.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, you can. Yes,
No,
we
you
can.
can't.
Yes,
No, you
listen.
don't live in Australia.
There's a difference between we can and we shouldn't, right? We can do it. Maybe we shouldn't do it, but we still can.
So you believe that rules are made to be broken?
What?
Because it's
What
a
else?
rule
What else
that
will there? Yeah, this is rule for thee, not for me.
the rules are for them, so you're not included.
Rules for thee, not for me. I think that I
Who's
should make
thee?
a song about that. Thee, that means like you or others.
Yeah, so you're not included.
I mean, I can follow the rules. I can if I want to.
for some experiments.
You just looking to argue for arguing and running away. Claim though. That's. I mean, come on, it's pretty obvious. Remember that the original claim that you had that I believe the Earth is a globe and there's many evidences. You still have missed to provide any evidence.
I said that I believe that Earth is not flat, and then I was going to show you my evidence, which I believe.
Which you haven't provided yet.
I did provide it. I sent it in the chat.
No, you provided something that is not the Earth. You said the moon has a shadow. That's not the Earth. The thing in question, the Earth, you haven't provided that curving. If we see a shadow on the moon, that we observing that from the flat Earth.
So
we see the lunar eclipse from the ground that is not a globe, not curving.
So when you ask me why I do believe that Earth is not flat, I told you that for multiple reasons. One of them is science, and based on science, I believe that Earth is not flat because if you follow the light of the sun, it's like you will discover that sun actually goes around the Earth. So that's why I believe Earth is not flat.
Like a light going above like a light going above a round table. You're saying that lights cannot go. You're saying that lights cannot go above flat surfaces. Is that your argument?
No, I didn't say that, but I'm saying that I believe it could also be not flat.
So it wouldn't be. So it will be inconclusive. So you have to go back to the ground. Because now you're saying the thing in question is the ground below your feet, right? And you're saying, let's look away from the ground to something else. And look, the sun, a circle, is moving across the sky. Therefore, the ground is a
circle.
That's what we see. Listen, buddy, that's what we observe. That's what we observe. And that's how we describe it.
Maybe that's what you observe. I don't see that the sun is a circle.
What do you see? What do you see? The sun as? What do you see?
I told you, I just see a source of light. I don't know how it looks.
Yeah,
and you said that you don't know how it looks like.
Source of light.
And now you were saying it's a circle. So
now I said it earlier. The circle of the sun. Remember?
No, earlier you said you don't know how it looks like, and you're not sure.
Why are you lying, bro? Come on. You know this is recorded, right? You know this is recorded, right?
Bro, Are you like threatening me or something? I'm not buying.
No, that you're saying that I didn't say that the sun looked like a circle. I didn't say that.
No, you said literally that you don't know what the sun looks like. You're not really sure.
Okay, listen this time. Listen this time. Everyone looks at the sun and can observe the circle.
I don't care about everyone. What do you think?
Oh, you don't care? Oh, you don't care? You don't care to what I have to
No,
say?
I don't
You don't care?
think what
Okay, so
others
if you don't,
says.
okay.
I care what you think. What do you think?
Okay, we
sun
see the
looks like?
sun. We see the sun moving across the sky.
Why
and
are
that
you
is
saying
not the
me?
Earth.
I'm
That is
asking
not the
about
Earth.
you.
This is not about me. This is about the Earth, though. This is not Gemsea. Let's talk about Gemsea. No, this is not the topic.
No, so now we're arguing about what I see the Earth looks like and what the sun looks like, and what do you think the Earth looks like?
Ignoring the Earth, remember? You're ignoring the Earth. You're looking away from the Earth to other stuff, not the Earth.
So I want to know both. So you said that you think that the Earth is flat, but you don't know exactly.
No, I'm acknowledging. I'm acknowledging measurements. I don't believe in that. I'm telling you that that's the state of the matter. That's the way it is. Can you demonstrate
Based on
otherwise?
what? Like who measured it? Did you measure
Laser
it? Or
tests. Yes, laser tests. Landmarks from point A to point B to point C to point D, places that have specific distances that you can observe with optics, infrared, optical zooms, and you can see these places that you shouldn't be able to see if you were standing on a sphere, because these places will be behind the curvature, behind the sphere. But we can actually see these places. We use lasers to pinpoint from point A to point B across water. We put the laser at 1 foot above the surface of the water, and we shoot the laser to its target that is a foot above the water, and we hit the target, and that laser, if the surface of the Earth was curving under the laser, the target will be 60 feet, depending on the distance, 100 feet under the curvature of the Earth. But come to find out, the laser is hitting its target at 1 foot across the water, meaning that the surface below the laser is not curving. It's not dropping for it to be a sphere.
And how accurate do you think this laser is?
So they're so accurate that the militaries of the world can shoot targets down over 100 miles with laser targeting.
I mean, have you
line
seen
of
that
sight?
happening?
line of sight.
Yeah, I know, but
Are you
it's all
denying the militaries
speculation.
of the world? Are you denying laser technology and military weaponry?
They're the same people that are claiming that Earth is not flat. So
No, that's different.
no,
That's
it's not
different.
different actually.
People believe that, so your belief about something can be believed by other people as well. They could be believing in something.
No, I don't believe on anything
Listen,
that
you
other
could be
people
you could be driving a car. You could be driving a car, operating a car, and you don't know how the car works, right? But the car is operating, right? You could be completely ignorant about the mechanisms of the car.
Mhm.
But you know it works, right? And you know there was a designer that made the car. You know these things, right? You're probably clueless about that too. But the laser is designed to be precise. That is its intended
Okay, so now you're
purpose.
making
The
a lot
laser,
of
the laser is its intended purpose to be
and you're screaming
that
also.
line. Because listen, when I'm in the middle of my sentence, that is not
No,
a
because you're
cue for
making
you.
assumptions
You see,
about me.
when I'm in the middle of my sentence, no, the assumptions is not against you. It's against the ideas. It's not you
No, you
personally.
literally said you're
It's the belief.
probably. You literally said you're probably.
You probably don't know
Yeah.
you don't know how the laser works. So have you ever looked into lasers and how that works?
Yeah, you're making an assumption. I didn't tell you if I do or not, but you're making an
Okay,
assumption.
so you know how lasers work, laser work, right? You know how they work.
I
so
didn't
you
say
know.
I know, but you're making an assumption that I don't.
So do you know? Or you do, anyways. So do you accept that laser test can provide data, information that can show you?
I mean, the tools that humans are using for this, the tools that are shooting this laser are human made. So I'm not really sure if it's real.
Are human made, and you don't know if they're real? Is that like some type of cope or something? A human made it, therefore you don't know if it's real.
Honestly, no, I don't. I'm not really sure. Maybe it might be real. It might be not.
Oh, so this is a common thing, though. You know, this is a very common thing. When people are questioning about their beliefs about the globe Earth, they start saying, "Oh, so maybe everything is fake now. Maybe nothing is real." That's what you're doing right now.
No, I'm not saying that Earth is like. That's why I'm arguing now, because I want to make sure that
You shouldn't be arguing. You're here. Are you here to learn, or are you here to just?
No, I'm here to learn. If I wasn't here to learn, I wouldn't be asking these questions. So I want to know.
Yeah, but remember, when you ask a question and I'm replying, when you ask a question and I'm replying to your question, what you've been doing is that in the middle of my sentence, you start speaking and you're not hearing what I'm saying. Because you start, you're waiting to speak. You're waiting to speak instead of listening to what is being said, though.
No. I want you to answer without us assuming anything about me. So if you can answer without assuming
the laser wasn't assuming anything about you. When I told you about the lasers being shot from different points and hitting its target, that had nothing to do with you. But you still wanted to make it about you.
No, you literally said that
concentrate on the laser. Tell me about the laser. So the laser is the evidence that there is no curvature below the laser's.
Okay, so look.
The laser's targeting.
I want you to give me. Okay, I don't want to interrupt you, but I want you to give me.
But you don't want to interrupt. You don't want to interrupt me, but you will interrupt me. Is that how it works?
Yeah, I don't want to, but I will, because I don't want you to give me evidence based on. I don't want you to give me evidence based on tools that human made. I want something natural.
Oh, okay. Water. Okay, let's do water. We have in Bolivia, we have the Bolivian salt flats, which is what is it, like 400,000 square feet, right? Over 400,000 square feet or something like that. I have to double check that. Don't quote me on it. We'll double check it. And this salt lake, sometimes they call it a salt flat, right? A salt flat. And when it rains, it accumulates like a couple inches of water, and they call it the biggest mirror in the world. They call it a God's mirror, right? It's like a mirror. And this angle where the reflection that you see in the Bolivian salt flat will never work if the lake was curving, if it was on a globe. Because the accident of angle has to be on a flat surface. It cannot happen on a curved surface.
Did you actually try that, or?
Yeah, many people have done this. This is you can. You know what a mirror is, right? The angle,
I can't go to
the reflection.
Something. I think there are many easier ways that I can prove that Earth is flat from my place.
Yeah, water. Yeah, water is the best way.
And how is that like?
Because water, you can grab a cup of water, right? And let's start with water, right? You know what a water level is? A water level?
No, what is the level of water?
You know how people use this little tool? They have water and it has a bubble, right? And they use this water level to level constructions like bricks, to make sure it's level. So when they put all the bricks in the construction site, at the moment they have to put the table in the kitchen and the water on top of the table. It's level and horizontal, and it's not tilted, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so when you translate from the ocean level, the mean sea level, that is horizontal, to your, and you bring that level to your house to establish that level, those two levels are parallel to each other. Doesn't matter the distance. So you could be up in the mountains, and you build your house with the water level, right? And you put the TV on the wall, horizontal level. Then I could be your neighbor 10 miles from you, down in the valley, at a different altitude, and I want to make my house. I also bring out the level, the water level, and I establish the horizontal, establish the level, and construct my structure. And my level is parallel to your level. No curvature between your level and mine. And then we go to the sea, 1,000 miles away from your position and mine. And that level of the sea is horizontally parallel to your level and my level. Our levels are parallel to the ocean level. And then you go across the ocean 3,000 miles, 5,000 miles to the next continent. And the first house at the seashore is also level and parallel to your level and my level. You see, water is level, horizontal, not curving.
Yeah, so I'm assuming that this has been like tested before, like people have done this before.
Yeah, every structure that you ever seen with your eyes, every structure, every house, every building, every cathedral, every skyscraper, in everywhere, in every country across the world has been built within these axioms of level.
Okay.
Also your sewage, where the water flows, is also based on a inclination from level, so the water can flow, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even like water canals, have you seen, let's say, like water systems that people irrigate and use water that comes from other areas? They use level and inclination from the horizontal to bring water from long distances towards other areas, and this is all based on the level of water all across the world. That is parallel, all of it.
Mm-hmm. So I've seen scientists trying to prove that Earth is actually not flat by saying that it's
So are you gonna acknowledge the water stuff, or you're gonna move on from this?
Yeah,
Are you gonna bring the two?
Also.
It makes sense, right?
Make sense. Yeah,
it does make sense. Huh?
I believe that also.
Let me tell you something about another level that you use every single day.
Continue my
because we're still gonna stay on the water level, and we're gonna bring this to a logical conclusion.
I just wanna.
We're gonna stick to it, and there's a level that you use every day. Can you guess what that is?
So I believe we're like trying to prove something here. So can I?
Yeah. What do you know? The water level that you use every day is a water level that you are dependent on to even be functional on your day-to-days. You know what that is? It's called it's a liquid in your vestibular system. It's inside of your ears. There is a liquid, right? The vestibular system, and it's a level of water that it orientates you. It gives you your balance. You know this? Do you know about this? Your vestibular system? So it's part of your sensory system of your body. So you can orientate yourself. No, I'm asking God.
I don't know, because you didn't like it when I was talking, so.
No, because I'm talking about something, and you don't wanna come to a conclusion. You just wanna scattergun and gish gallop into something else without acknowledging what I'm saying.
No, I was
Yes,
actually
yes,
speaking
yes.
in the same point you were speaking
Okay,
at.
do you acknowledge that you have a water level built in your sensory system of your body?
So what I said is what you said before makes sense, but I had an argument there, but you didn't want to hear it. So
Okay, so do you acknowledge that you have a built-in water level in your body?
I don't know. Not really sure.
Oh, you don't know, okay. So, okay, you acknowledge the other one, the foundations of building structures are across the world. Your water level in your vestibular system is also level, parallel to all the other
I
levels.
didn't say that I acknowledge it. I said that it made sense.
Yeah, you make sense, yeah. That means you acknowledge it. Yeah, it makes sense. That's an
No, it doesn't
acknowledgement.
mean the same. It's not the same. Acknowledging and saying that something makes sense is not the same.
Yeah, I agree with you. It makes sense, yeah. The contrary to the globe belief, which is complete nonsense, that doesn't make sense. Now, water makes sense. Your vestibular system makes sense because it's part of your senses.
Well, if you believe so, okay.
No, I don't
Well,
believe so. That's the way it is. It's not a belief. It's known to be so. There is no belief required.
No, who said it's a known
Listen,
thing?
belief will be like acceptance without evidence. You believe something, you don't have evidence, you just believe it.
So basically, if I get a glass of water now, and if I throw it and it falls down, then I can say that I just proved that there's gravity.
You proved air pressure is real.
Yeah, you prove air pressure, yeah.
Well, yeah, you can also say that, but it's just saying. So you can't say that.
You cannot have air pressure on the globe, though.
You can't prove that something is 100% true, because we can argue that I believe it's not.
No, beliefs don't work. Beliefs don't beat knowledge.
I mean, why do you say that it's 100% true? Like, why?
Because Earth is measured flat.
Okay, so also I can say that there's pressure that is results of gravity.
Nope.
So when I throw something, it falls
No, you
down.
can't say that. No, you can't say that. You got to prove gravity.
No, I can actually, and if I use your method now.
Here's the thing with your gravity. Gravity makes things go down, and down is a flat Earth reference. So, yeah, so things falling down is a flat Earth reference. So flat Earth, gravity proves flat Earth.
Correct. Yeah, when you say gravity, you are saying the Earth is flat, though.
It might be, but I'm not saying it's not. But you're saying that it's 100% not. So
yeah, 100%.
No, like, what's your evidence that it's 100% not?
It's measured flat. Water is flat and level on its surface. Water doesn't curve over 10 miles. It doesn't gradually curve down 66 feet.
Yeah, remember all the water levels that we spoke about all across the world, all the buildings, all the structures, all the skyscrapers that are dependent on this. So yeah, there you go. You're welcome.
Yeah, exactly. So I can use your same method and say that Earth have gravity, because when I throw something,
that's not the same method.
It doesn't flow. No, I can say the same, but I didn't say that it's 100% true.
What else have you considered? Have you considered that the water on that state is heavier than the medium that is in, based on the temperature of the water, right? Because if the water gets too hot, what happens? It evaporates and goes up, away from the floor, right?
Mm-hmm.
So water, depending on its temperature or the air pressure around it, either gonna be in a liquid state, in a frozen state, or in a vapor state, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so water will go in all directions then, not just down. Dependent on the medium. Gravity had nothing to do with gravity.
Besides, gravity makes things go down, and that's a flat Earth reference. There's no down on a ball.
Correct. That's correct.
We can agree to disagree, I guess.
No, this
You
is
think,
not an
you think there's a direction of down? If you hold a soccer ball or a basketball or a baseball in your hand, is there a down direction on there?
So basically, if there is
the state of the matter of these facts are not an agree or disagree general. This is not you and I disagree or agree on. This is just the way it is. Doesn't matter your opinion or my opinion. That's irrelevant.
I don't really believe that there's something 100% like that.
You think
Like,
that your opinion is gonna change the states of the world? Your opinion?
Because scientists use the same method to prove that Earth have gravity.
Ghost, do you think that your opinion is gonna affect water?
If I believe that my opinion can change anything, I don't believe
So
that my
he's
opinion does.
one that he thinks lives in a simulation. He thinks he can like manifest elephants in his front yard and shit and all kinds of weird stuff.
Wow, when did I say that?
But you just said if you believe hard enough, you can make it come true.
No, I didn't say that at all. I was going to say that
we're talking about water. No, we're talking about water, and you said that we can agree to disagree, that we can have difference of opinion. But this is not based on opinions, dude. You're wrong on that.
No, because I agree that water can be in different shapes or not shapes.
Okay, there you go.
It could be liquid. It could be in different matters. But what I don't agree on is the level of water that you said. I'm not saying that it's wrong.
You don't agree with your vestibular system. You don't agree with sea level. The people that constructed your building using water level.
If you let me continue, like I said, I'm not saying it's 100% wrong, but I'm also saying it's not 100% right. It could be both.
So what's the percent?
All those scientists are wrong, Gemsy.
I mean, if we just depend on scientists, so I can just say that I believe in the ones that say that gravity is right. But
No, they don't say. Scientists don't say that. Scientists says gravity is not a force.
And they don't know what it is. No, the scientists actually tell you that they don't know what it is. That's what they tell you.
No, scientists say that Earth is not flat, and they say also that gravity.
Why would a scientist say if Earth is curving or flat? How would a scientist do an experiment to prove if something is flat or not? How do you experiment on the surface of a table?
He thinks that geometry is science. He said that earlier. It's a type of science.
Oh, yeah, geometry is not science. Neither is math, so you can get all that out of your mind.
I mean,
he thinks like when he goes to the science class.
It's not an opinion. Ask AI.
He thinks that like when he goes when he grabs the science book and goes to the science class, he thinks that's also geometry class
again, you're assuming a lot of stuff about me again. So
you said that earlier, dude. You said
what did I say? Did I say that I read that in a book? Did I say I read that in a book? I didn't say that at all.
So you're saying stuff that you don't know about that because you don't know it. You're just saying stuff.
You Googled it, so that's why.
I'm saying stuff that I've seen with my own eyes. So I'm not saying anything is absolute because I don't believe in 100% that what scientists say is true. But I believe what makes sense for me. And what I see.
Oh yeah, so there you go. What makes sense? Remember your vestibular system level, so that makes sense. The vestibular system is part of your your senses, and you need that level to operate.
True, but it also might be wrong.
Oh,
so it's both. So it's both now. So you are like basically a brain in a jar, right? You have both. You live in both worlds, the right world and the wrong world at the same time, because you can't quite have one or the other, right?
I didn't say that. I said it might be true, but also.
So now it's a might be. So that's exactly what I just said to you then, isn't it? It's either this or that. That means might be.
Look, I have my beliefs. I didn't try to push them to you.
I know that you have your beliefs. We don't. We used to be believers. We used to be believers like you.
The right thing.
We used to be believers like you at one time. We're not believers anymore. Now we're truthers.
Yeah, we moved on from the globe religion, though. We don't believe in the globe
believers
religion anymore.
Who are the believers, and why are you putting me with them?
You are the globe believer. You believe you live on a globe in a vacuum and it's spinning and all kinds of shit's going on.
So, if I do believe in that, that doesn't make me that I'm one of them. Maybe I disagree with them.
Yes, it makes you that you just believe in that. Because it's impossible for that to actually happen. So it's just a belief. Like Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny. Those are all just beliefs. That's what you have. It's just a belief, dude.
Yeah, it's a tradition. You believe in the tradition that was passed on to you. It's a tradition that you believe in. That's it. Like,
Yeah, again, you're
Santa Claus.
Again, you're assuming.
Not assuming. You're the one that has been bringing belief since the beginning. I believe you. I believe.
No,
I believe.
so
You've been saying that.
then,
It's again.
of course,
This has been
everyone
recorded.
have his
You're the
beliefs,
one
like
that has.
now.
No, we don't have beliefs,
Now you're
dude.
believing.
Earth is
No, you said you
measured.
believe that
We
Earth is
measure.
flat.
No, we don't believe it. We never said we believe Earth is flat. We said we know Earth is flat 100%. Remember when you asked me 100%, and I said, yeah. Remember that part?
And how did you measure it?
Well, with the theodolites and planar surveying and cameras, long distance observations, predictions of where NASA said the Earth curve should be,
All of these
and
are
it's not
man-made.
there.
So
What?
all of these are man-made. So I can literally build a tool and tell you based on this
Okay,
tool.
so what's a natural? Tell me what's a naturally made measuring tool for that.
No, you tell me, because you're assuming that Earth is.
No, you said you can't.
You're not
You can't
assuming,
measure
actually.
anything. You just said you can't measure anything with a man-made tool.
Listen, earlier I told him about lasers. I gave him the example of lasers. He said, "No, but that's man-made, so I cannot. I don't know if I
Man-made?
believe it."
Yeah, I want
and then I told him about what. Then I told
Everybody
him
has to
about
tear their
water.
houses down. Everybody has to tear their houses down, and we can't use levels, and we can't use nails or anything. We're going to have to start twisting vines together and making ropes that way, and that's how we're going to start putting things together. Because Ghost doesn't like to use man-made tools.
I mean, I didn't say that. I said that I don't want to base absolutes, like you're putting rules that are 100% real for you, and you're saying that they are 100% real based on tools that human made. Right? So
yeah, the same tools that made the same kind of tools that made the pyramids, made gigantic bridges, same tools that built everything that you see, same tools that you see built everything. Now you don't believe in them anymore. It's another belief system for you.
I mean, how do you even know that we built the pyramids? Like, you can't know for sure.
I didn't say that we did, but you can measure them with our tools.
No, you literally just said that they're built by the tools.
Yeah, they were built with tools. They were built with tools, dude. Yes, they were built with tools.
Exactly.
Why don't you tell us your claim regarding the Earth, right? And then show us how you came to that conclusion.
What did you say? Sorry.
Well, why don't you tell us what your claim regarding the Earth is, and then show us how you got to that conclusion?
So basically, like I told Gimpsy, that I had a conclusion. I'm not really sure about it yet, so that's why I'm here, because I want to know if my conclusion is right or not. But my conclusion is Earth is not flat, and my conclusion is also gravity is real. But I'm here trying to prove that.
Never asked you about gravity. Never asked you about these phenomena. Asked you about the Earth.
Yeah.
What do you regard the Earth as geometrically?
If you can't prove that gravity is real, then you can't actually prove that Earth is not flat.
No, you can't prove that gravity is real, so you lose,
objects going down some exclusive to a sphere. No, that's a
you
different
can't prove
phenomenon.
that gravity is real, dude. You can't, because you said gravity makes things go down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, down is a reference for flat Earth only, not balls.
There's no down on a sphere, though.
What?
Ghost,
I don't know.
you think the Earth? You believe the Earth is a sphere, correct?
hmm I'm not really sure, but at the moment, yes. Because nothing else makes sense at the moment, so that's why.
And you came to that conclusion without the use of any man-made tools. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
A spinning
Because
ball makes sense to you.
objects do things. Right.
No, listen, obvious. A spinning ball in a vacuum makes sense to him.
Well, I noticed that he opened in this channel referencing eclipses, so that must be his idea of man-made phenomenon that demonstrates something about the world.
Yeah, I told him about water, and he said that makes sense. The water, parallel water, all across the earth.
Yeah,
He said
because
that makes
I
sense.
actually can see water, and I'm saying the theory that you had might be actually right, might be wrong, but other stuff that like laser.
So it might be
I can't
both.
believe
I
that.
like how sure you are of everything. It might be white. It might be black.
I never said
But
I'm
it's not
100%
gray.
sure.
It's not really gray. Sometimes it's gray. It's not gray, but sometimes it is.
It's
No, I never. So, like Jimsy said, the call is recorded. So I never said that I'm 100% sure that not something is what it is. I'm also saying I'm always.
So you
saying
really
that
can't be sure of anything, can you? Are you sure you're talking on Discord
I'm
right
sure
now?
of stuff. No, I'm sure of stuff like water.
No, you're not.
I'm sure of water. I
Are
can
you
see
sure
water.
of the size of your foot?
The size of what?
Your feet.
Yeah, I'm sure of it. Like, how exactly do you mean? Like,
How did you
I
get to
can
that?
measure it?
How did you get to such a true conclusion?
Yeah, how come you're so confident about it?
What'd you
So
measure with a
if
stick?
you, so the measurement of my foot can be
There you go.
based
Welcome
on
to Flat Earth. You asked us how. I said it was measured that way. Now you understand what I mean.
So there's a difference, of course, because the Earth is too big to be measured. But my
Too big. It's too big. It's too big.
How big is it? How big is it, Mr. It's Earth is big.
I'm not really sure because even you,
So
when I
then,
asked
so
you,
it's not very big then, because you don't know at all, really.
no, it's big enough because I can't go around the whole Earth. So
It's
I'm
big
sure
enough
it's,
because you can't see it curving.
yeah, I can't see it curving because also when I
So it
asked
must
you,
be flat then, right?
so when I asked you if you just keep digging down the Earth,
You go 7.6 miles. That's the farthest anybody's gone. The end on that. Nobody's going to answer that
why?
question
Why
anymore.
can't we go even
Because
further?
the tools don't work. The drills don't drill anything anymore. They don't
The
go
drills
down. They
that
don't
are
bring
made
anything
I
up.
told you there's a limit. They spent 10 years. They spent 10 years on the same spot.
That's
I
it.
mean,
We're done.
humans
Wasting
spend
money.
much
Call
more
Russia
time
and
to
give them some money and tell them you want to go start up the hole and dig farther.
I mean, I'm not gonna waste my money to prove something like this
Well, why do you want them to waste their money?
because you actually believe, like people believe
I
that.
don't believe it. That's just what they did.
No, you just believe that Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, what does that have to do with the guys
And
digging holes?
yeah, and you're basing your belief on people who actually drilled the
No, I'm not basing a. That's not a belief. You can go to the place and visit it.
what place?
The Kola borehole.
Like you're just basing like I might just if I have the tools and I keep digging for years, maybe I can reach the other side of Earth and then I can prove that Earth is not flat, right?
Oh no, because space is fake. You're not going to be able to do anything like that. It's not an object floating in space.
Yeah, that
So what
place that you
you're
think
saying,
you're
if I
going
keep
doesn't
digging,
exist.
I'm
How
gonna
did
reach
that prove the Earth is
space.
not flat, Ghost? Walk us through that reasoning.
No,
So
I just want to
can only have
understand this
two
point.
two
So you
sides is
said
exclusive
if
to
I
the
keep
sphere,
digging,
right?
I'm gonna reach space. Is that what he said?
Create space by digging.
No, he just said that.
Hey, Radwin, let's give Obvious Bite like a couple minutes with him.
Oh yeah, he can. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, Obvious.
I don't really know where to go with this guy. I mean, his reason.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.